Live tonight, Architects of Humanity, broadcasting from planet Earth, the asylum, where the rest of the universe sends all of their lunatics. Island of Misfit Toys. Scribe, what's up, man? Yeah, man. Self-respect. Is self-respect the key to a better world? I have to give Objective Ethics credit for bringing that to my attention so prominently. He's a cool brother. Definitely cool brother, man. Friday night, a little tired, but the show must go on. Yeah, man. You gotta respect yourself enough to search for truth.
What about delusional self-respect that we especially see in women, but obviously we see in men as well? Where do you cross the, where do you draw the line there?
I don't know. Delusional, well, it wouldn't be self-respect if it's delusional. It would be more ego. It's more of a internal sense of one's worth. Yeah, dignity.
Or, or like a narcissistic point of view.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah, that's not self-respect. That's like they try
Well,
to.
they think they're the that their stuff doesn't stink and they're the God's gift and all this. Where
Well, if you respect yourself, you cannot disrespect somebody else. Disrespecting someone else or the environment comes from a lack of self-respect. So that's a signal of it to say, okay, that's how you test it. To say, all right, self-respect. Does this person disrespect? How do they feel about the environment, other people, themselves? It's a definitely a very disciplined line because treating your body with respect, what you put into your body, what you put into your mind, what you put on your body, being conscious, aware, always willing to improve, a sense of respect, living with integrity, in alignment with personal moral standards, boundaries, behavior you will not tolerate from others, and acting on it. Yeah, self-care, dignity, valuing your time. That's another big one too. Health needs, getting enough rest. That's self-respect too. To be like, look, man, I got to get rest, because I respect myself. Maintaining a clean environment, not depending on others' approval to feel valuable. That's a big one. That is a big one. Not depending on others. Yep, for approval. And that's what we see. People live in cages and they don't realize the bars to those cages are made from the expectations of other people. So what they expect from them, that's what they imprison themselves with. Speaking up, you got to assert yourself. Say no when necessary. Forgive yourself. That's another big one. Let go of perfectionism. Embrace flaws. That's a big one. Embracing flaws. I love my flaws. What's that saying, right? Heisenberg? Oh, no, it was Carl Jung, where he says, no tree can reach heaven unless the roots go all the way down to hell. Jung. OG. Carl Jung. MPC, what's up? Good evening. Self-respecting individuals take responsibility for their own feelings and actions rather than blaming others. Exactly. Which fosters a more accountable, peaceful community. 100%, man. Ford's in the flesh. Good to see you, brother. Always, man. Yeah, self-respect, it does. It fosters a better community. It is the key to a better world. It really is, man. That's why I said, let me put that as the title, man. Objective ethics. I give them a lot of credit, man, for bringing that in, man. Is self-respect the key to a better world? And it really, be kind, be wise. Respect starts with you. It really does, man. It really does. Going into deep topics. Is death the final frontier? Thinking, time travel, understanding from the mind and the heart. Have the, what do they say, follow your heart, but bring your mind along with you. Science, technology is where we get deep on a lot of subjects, man. Mehdi, good to see you. How can you expect others to respect you when you don't even respect yourself? Exactly. Exactly. It's totally. And even when others don't respect you, it's okay because self-respect allows you not to disrespect them. You can't disrespect somebody or the environment when you respect yourself. And that's a test of the dignity and the integrity, really the integrity of a person. When they're disrespected by somebody, are they going to lash back out, or are they going to realize that that person is disrespecting you because they don't respect themselves? The only reason, the only way possible to disrespect someone is because of a lack of self-respect. That's a deep thought when you think about it. It's like when they say don't let somebody pull you out of character. If you respect yourself, you can never be pulled out of character because it's not a character you're playing. It's genuine at that point. It's actually genuine. Yeah, self-respect is the key to a better world. I really do think so. And I'm
Doesn't
glad.
that doesn't also imply that you know your thyself, and that's one of the questions you had before.
That's the first thing. Know thyself, man. Know thyself. Love thyself.
So that's what I'm saying. We're playing with these empty, like you could say, faceless cards that don't have any meaning. We're just like fumbling through and deciding, okay, this means this. But then when you hit with a higher meaning, then it destroys that house of cards you built in your mind, and and those house of cards keep getting destroyed until you reach the higher points, and you realize you have to like rethink what you thought before. It's only natural. You're never going to know everything or the highest point of anything without going through that, with the roots not being able to go all the way down. So, and that comes with pain, suffering, depression, you know. Um, and then they say luck, but I don't know if there's anything such as luck. It would be like, I don't know. I mean, how often have you seen actual luck where, because you can say someone got lucky, but then they used the money for dumb stuff and they ended up in a worse situation,
Well, luck,
right?
if we define luck, I define it as a beneficial, something that happens that is beneficial that you can't explain. So it's like, wow, this thing happened. Luck, it's a real deep concept when you think about it, because a lot of breaks and stuff that happen are due to what would be called luck. And I've always thought about how can I fully describe that? How do I define luck? Beneficial, a beneficial thing that happens that I can't explain, but it's beneficial. Ford says, I was just thinking about flaws versus faults. One is outside of our control, the other one is directly caused by our actions. Wow, that's deep, man. And how there can be some people who love others, but their faults, well, they hate others because of their flaws. It's a deep thing. They say that, when you, another part of self-respect is not letting your kindness be taken advantage of. So to know somebody that's too given doesn't respect himself. You got to have boundaries. That's a part of self-respect. And people will try to turn that to use a person, try to guilt trip them or shame them. And it's like, no, I respect myself too much to to give too much. What do they say? Don't ever make anybody your everything, because if they leave you, you have nothing. You can give them 90%. You got to keep 10 for you. And taking responsibility, accountability for actions. Don't blame. Don't dwell in shame. Instead of blaming, you look for the cause. You say, what's the cause of this person acting that way, instead of blaming them for acting that way? Parents, you say, what caused them to act that way? What did they go through? And that's deep self-respect, to contemplate that instead of Blaming is not respecting yourself. And if you blame somebody else, if you disrespect them, you can only do that if you don't respect yourself. So it eliminates blame. Self-respect eliminates certain actions. You live with integrity, structural integrity, the internal, acting in alignment, your personal standards.
So, so what if it's a childhood trauma like the Batman situation where he saw some bum kill his parents or whatever? What like how do you think, like, either you're strong and you can take something from that, or you're not? And what do you think about that?
Yeah, that guy could only do that act of violence to his parents because that guy did not respect himself. So it seems like, oh, he's a bad guy and all of that, which he was. The only way to be that guy is a lack of self respect. A self respecting person cannot do that. So self respect is the basis for the better world. To say, wow, that person, to see how people act now, you kind of remove blame from the equation. You don't lash out. You start to say, wow, these people don't respect themselves. So how is that even accomplished to show them that? And one is being the example. You lead by example, but also to teach them streams like this where we talk about it. There's not many streams that would talk about stuff like this. Mehdi says, think of all the luck we have that we are not even aware of. Yeah, yeah. I think self-respect comes down to personal honor. I'm not sure about honor. I got to look that up, but self-respect, yeah, for you anyway. Personal code of honor and conduct. Personal, yeah, code of conduct, I would say. I cannot respect myself if I knowingly break them. Yeah, yeah. They say that, how can you keep a promise to anyone or anything if you can't keep a promise to yourself? So it does, honoring commitments, yeah, to yourself as you would to others. Be true to your word, like the Four Agreements. I forgot who wrote that decades ago. I think it's the Four Agreements is always be true to your word. Don't take anything personal. Don't don't assume anything, and always do your best. The Four Agreements. Yeah, I think that's the four of them. Yeah. Yeah, look that up again. I think, yeah, I know the three of them is, don't take anything personal, don't assume, always do your best, and yeah, be true to your word. Yeah.
And then there's an unless in each one of those.
Well, there could be. I mean, the be true to your word is very important, but it also says, without saying, be careful what you say. Because if you're true to your word and you understand that you have to be true to your word, you might be a little more careful before you say something. Telling people that you would help them or do something, because they'll say, well, you said you were going to do that. So if you really think about that, it kind of keeps you in a sense of discipline. And people will try to get you to say things. They say, oh, well, you said you'd do that, and that's where you have to uphold your values. You have to say, yeah, I'm not going to allow my kindness or time to be taken advantage of. And people will try to lure, people who don't respect themselves will try to lure you into that. Mehdi says, for me, I could care less about what I said about what is said about me, unless it involves my integrity or honor. Even if it involves your integrity or honor, yeah. I mean, it's like, those people are saying it because they don't respect themselves. So if somebody says anything about that, like they say, well, you have no honor, you have no integrity, and you have integrity and honor, that, okay, they're saying that because of their lack of self-respect, and they don't even know it. They'll try to pull you down, crabs in the bucket, try to pull you back in the bucket of disrespect that they live in. And that's very important to see. If we can understand that, to say, wow, everything goes back to that. Everybody's action goes back to self-respect. Any pollution in the environment comes from not respecting oneself. If you respect yourself, you'll respect your environment. You'll respect others. So not respecting others clearly stems from a lack of self-respect. That's some deep stuff, man. Yeah, that's definitely deep. If yeah, objective ethics, man, he really dropped it, man. He really dropped it. I'm so glad that, I mean, I would say commitment to searching for truth. You know, the great task in life is to find reality. And that's where I continue to go and can see past the religion of evolution, other religions, people's manipulative games, which come from a lack of self respect. They wouldn't need to manipulate somebody else if they respect themselves. They would be able to take no for an answer, and they would depend on themselves. You know, understanding saying no is when necessary is important. Accept and forgive yourself. That's another one too. Let go of perfectionism. Embrace that flaw. Like I know it from writing and producing. When Mr. Sosa, when he came on, he was going to do. He wanted to play videos, and I was like, well, you know, it's better that we talk live because of just to stay within the guidelines. And he was like, well, you know, he could make mistakes. I said, that's cool. I said, people want to see that. They don't want to see perfectionism. They want to see that you're human like them. They can connect with you more. And when we spoke backstage, Scribe, him and I, for like over an hour the day before he came on the stream, it it made a real comfortable situation to where he felt comfortable when he came on the next day. He might come back. I spoke with him on a message briefly. Uh, he couldn't find the stream, and I sent him the link. But yeah, cool guy, man. Definitely cool guy. Yep, the crabs in the bucket, bro. Describes our politicians perfectly. Yes. Yeah, it really does, man. It really does. Yeah, Friday nights, man. I tell you, if it ain't, and the funny thing is everybody on the internet talks about like things that I would hope more streams would be like this, but they're into, you know, the politics, the whole political arguments, debates. It's like, come on, man. You know, it's like, how about just conversations, good, wholesome conversations where we can learn together instead of debating and arguing. We could have a conversation and disagree and learn why we disagree. Are we really disagreeing with each other, or are we disagreeing with the evidence? That's really where it's at. To say, if we agree with the evidence, now it takes it away from being personal, which people, we've been trained to say it personally. Like if I point out a flaw in evolution and I say, look, this is, you know, like the stuff, the sites, if we're searching for truth, why can't we search for sites? Why can't we postulate different theories on artifacts that have been found? So that search for truth is very important. And the fact that we can't do that shows that there's a problem in that. And somebody might say, well, I agree with you. Well, they're not agreeing with me. We're both agreeing with the evidence that they're not searching for truth, and they're militarizing sites where artifacts have been found, the pyramids, the fact that people have to go through so much to get anything like any new evidence, because you have guard dogs basically there in front of the pyramid. We see some of the people that are so-called the head of Egyptian antiquities and stuff like that. And they want to keep the lie. They protect the lie. They print it in books and put it on videos. And this is how they keep the lie alive. And they do that because they don't respect themselves. They don't respect themselves enough to actually speak the truth. This is another part where it says sometimes you need to speak up. Sometimes you need to say something. You know, I said on the other stream when Objective was here, I said it's our duty to disobey unjust laws. It's like obeying an unjust law is an act of disrespecting yourself. And I'd like to speak with him about that because it's like that's when it gets deep, man. Alexis June, brother, man, thank you for the support, bro. He says, "What the hell is going on with this new V, bro?" Jamal Green wrote me, man. That these man, these monsters, man, these freaking monsters, bro. You are so right. It's like, you know something, man. I think we're gonna have to prepare. I it's like they plan this. You hit it on the button, bro. Thank you, bro. It's they plan this. Jamal Green sent me something 2 days ago by email, and it's like they planned it. Scribe told me something about this earlier. He was talking about this, and it just yeah. I come here to get away from the man. Thank you, Medi. You know, this is the place to get away from all of the stuff, man. Okay, I gotta say this evidence is one thing, but the conclusions people draw from the evidence is a whole other thing. Well, we could talk about that if you want. Have good, honest, intelligent talk with the goal for all to learn, not to fight about what is right. Yeah, man, exactly. Present what would be right, why it is right. You know, what is his name? Whose name? Set Scale. What's up? Good to see you. I think this is the first time you've been here. Always a pleasure, man. But yeah, Alexis is right, man. What the heck is going on with this stuff, man? It's like that whole thing. This is like another, man. It's so new. Oh, you know something? There was a video where I saw it earlier, and they're busting out the same three people, three states. Somebody
Okay,
played.
I'm gonna say since we're at the 20-minute mark, we may it's still early in the stream, so the next super chat you might need to be careful on that.
Okay. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support. He says, did the mask do anything, or was it used to control? I definitely think it was used to control, man. In my opinion, staying within the guidelines, it's a form. You know what is? Remember the anagrams that I go through, right? With switching the letters around. Mask can be respelled into scam, SKAM. And when you rebreathe, you know, this is a fact anybody could look up, but I'll say it's in my opinion to stay within YouTube guidelines, of course, that it, you know, they've tested those masks for bacteria. I mean, this is a serious thing, man. It just, again, when you see the stuff like even the anagrams with Dr. Fauci, the fact that it can respell I see fraud, it just, I wonder.
Okay, we need to
Yeah, I hear you. But yeah, the self-respect, you know, that self-respect again, and this is a tough one because to disobey an unjust law, it's not really disobey because it's like, wait, I wasn't put here to obey. I wasn't put, you know, it's horrible. Obey, slaves obey. It's like, what do you mean obey a law? There is no obeying a law. There's either I agree with it or I don't. Is it just or is it not? And this is how we have basically politicians. I don't see how anybody, what politician was not a crook? When people try to, when I see these people that talk about founding fathers, that's not only a disrespect to themselves, but a disrespect to others. They don't like to talk about Ona Judge, the girl that escaped Martha Washington, and George Washington putting up posters to try to get this young girl captured, you know, to get abducted, basically. And this is the person that they try to say is a founding. When somebody says that somebody found something that was stolen, that shows you right there. They don't respect themselves. They don't respect themselves. And when somebody steals something, what do they have to do to keep what they stole? Lie. They have to lie. If they don't lie, you'll have people saying, hey, well, why don't you give back the land then? People complain about land in other countries that they say are stolen recently, last decades, maybe century. What about this land? Right? It's sort of like look over there, but don't look over here. And I've known this since I was a kid. When I looked up in second grade and saw monsters littered across the top of the classroom wall, monsters called presidents. The guy who controls access to, yeah, that guy is, yeah, Hawass, Zawi Hawass. And it's crazy because we got a permit on the back of the dollar bill. So that says a lot. That guy, what's up, man? What do you think of all these accounts on Instagram about black fatigue, talking about how they're tired of black people? What do you think is triggering this? I think what is triggering this is white racism. Racism on the whole, but mainly on that part. Because what about clan fatigue? What about the biggest terrorist organization in the United States that's allowed to exist, the Ku Klux Klan? What about that fatigue? What about the sheriffs that just got caught having sex with a corpse in Colorado? The same people that would arrest people, you know? So I'm not saying that there's not a problem with certain people going crazy in stores and stuff like that. But if somebody really looks into the book, Black Fatigue, that was written by a black woman, it was based on she was tired of the treatment she was getting for being black. So they took that and twisted it around. Because if you look at the book that she produced, it's on Amazon, she was saying it's hard. James Baldwin spoke about that. He goes, people talk things about racism, whether it exists or not, but we know one thing, they would not want to be black. People who are not black, like Malcolm X said, the most segregated hour in America is high noon on Sunday. You know, racism is like a Cadillac. Every year, there's a new model. JP Nobody, brother, good to see you. He says, salute to Scribe, long time no see. Salute to MD as well. Salute to you too, my brother. Always, man. They aren't yet, exactly, Alexis. They are not. Yeah, stealing sissies, exactly. It's clear as day, man. It's clear as day, bro. You know, it just and you know, it's funny, Brian, because that's what you believe because of the insecurity, and you don't respect yourself. It's to say when you have people here, you know, yeah, man, yep, a corpse, yeah. You know, no, you could say it sounds anti, but the truth sometimes hurts, man. And the fact that I allow you to say what you want to say, I mean, how is that anti, man? Half of these supremacists are a joke. So many of them are caught with women of, yeah, man. Tom Metzger used to try to play that with his, I think he got sued. He had a radio show in California. And when somebody is, and one black woman had a video out. She said it so well. She said it's not white supremacy, it's white terrorism. And that's the best way to put it. And like Scribe and I Smoke, you have heroes that are white, heroes like John Brown. Captain John Brown is a white man who is a hero. But they won't put Captain John Brown as a hero. They'll put the monsters, the pedos and stuff like that in positions of white males to be so-called idolized. Not a white man like John Brown, who was actually one of the greatest revolutionaries that ever lived in America, Harriet Tubman, and he worked with her with the Underground Railroad. You had many of these men. Robert Greene Ingersoll was another white man. I doubt, Brian Nichols, does that sound anti-white now? Captain John Brown? I doubt that. YouTube supremacist in Portugal takes his white identity, but they have been getting caught going after Brazil and Cape. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm telling you. You know, the whole thing comes down to them afraid, them not being chosen by pretty white women. And then they have what's called inkwell rage. Same in Spain. One of the members get caught living with Dominican woman. Yeah, yeah. We see it, man. We see it. And it's nothing, again, I respect myself too much to just, I'm not going to disrespect them. I'm going to say, look, man, this is a problem. This is a problem. When you look at when the video camera and film was created, what did they produce? They produced a film called Birth of a Nation. If anybody looks at documentaries of that, the only way that film could have been produced is from a massive lack of self-respect. When you had white males dressing up in blackface, abducting white women on the film because of their insecurity and their lack of self-respect. It was basically a commercial for the Klan. I think their what was it called? Their membership grew to like 4 million. I mean, they would march on the White House with "Make America Great," America first. So when you see people using that, the Trump and all of that, these are straight rhetoric from the Ku Klux Klan, and people see it. There's lists of black towns that were created that had businesses that were destroyed by racist mobs. You had good white people that helped these people, but the majority of the Klan mobs, they overran them and killed people. You can go down the list of names, and the only way that they could do that is from a lack of self-respect. This is why I bring up Captain John Brown, Robert Greene Ingersoll, and other great revolutionaries who were white men. So people just don't start to hate when they see racism. And we see that on both sides. We see that stuff going on other sides. Calix, good to see you here, man. Always a pleasure, bro. You know what's up, bro. Thank you, man. Third like, let's go, man. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, man. Calix is one of our brothers, man. Good does not have a color. Good has an action. Trust doesn't have a color. When somebody says, oh, you can't trust certain type of people, well, what do you mean? Trust is an action. Trust is not a color. So to understand that, we can grow and say, wow. So it's not that you can't trust certain people, which they try to put that on. And the only reason they would say that you can't trust a certain type of people or a certain color is because that person does not respect themselves. If they respect themselves, they would not say that. They would come to the conclusion that, wow, there are people that look just like themselves that they cannot trust. And there are people that look totally different that they can trust. If somebody says something bad about other people, it's either that they've never experienced a good experience with that type of a person, or they lack respect for themselves to where even if they get treated well, they will still disrespect those people that treat them well because of a lack of self-respect. So it all goes back to respecting oneself. And this is why also I'm a scientific researcher. When I look into evolution, it's modern day blackface. I'm surprised people can't see it when they make these models. Oh, this person, was from, this desert, and it was an ape. It's like, what? Shadow Buddha, good to see you, brother. Shout out to MD and Scribe. You know it, bro. I trust the colors of the grass and flowers. Yeah, man. You know what's up, bro. Man.
Well, he does bring a good point. If a certain, mushroom or certain frog or whatever is a certain color, then that's your. That's when it does matter in those instances. But there's a genetic difference there. The red thing, the red berry, that's a certain shape versus the other berry that's edible, versus the frog that has the poison versus the one that doesn't. So, you see a genetic mutation or massive difference in these two frogs or whatever it is. But I don't, I don't know. I do see differences in, I don't even look at a skin color. I look at the essence of what this person embodies. They say African or they say, European or whatever. But I do see more of a realness to anyone that comes from a indigenous background. Because you said earlier about buying land, I'm thinking to myself, how can you really? Always as a kid, I always thought, how can you actually own land? That thought, that idea, never really fully gelled in my mind of how that happens. And then when I looked into the Native American thing, where the guys come in saying we want to buy your property and all that, and the chief is like, how do you even equate that? How do you calculate the sky and the ground beneath and the river or whatever? It doesn't make sense to me as well. Nobody should be owning anything like land. It's the dumbest idea ever. But at the same time, you do want your own privacy, so there should be ways to have that with the ability for people to travel the world and be able to trust and be civil, and get rid of all these imaginary lines, which is the reason why there is racism and all these things and all these wars, because of these imaginary lines. Remove these lines, now people can actually move around, people can actually do what they want to do. Now we can, prosper much better without all these restrictions. But the reason those lines are there is letting you know, hey, you don't live in a free world. You're put in these categories so you can go against the other guy. Because normally you wouldn't be fighting this other guy. He'd be your brother if he's the country that you're from, but yet you're in a military suit going over to kill those same people. It's like none of that makes sense whatsoever. Because one guy said something, and we got to go over there and take this guy out because and then destroy the whole country and take the resources. That sounds like command and conquer type of stuff right there. That don't sound like when they call Iraq freedom or Project Iraqi freedom or some freedom. What kind of freedom are you talking about? Or the Patriot Act or the Patriot Act. I love that one. It's like it's just, it's so scummy. It's like a bad joke. It's like you could at least be a little more, somewhat humane in the terms that you use, especially now today to label things. But they want to cover everything up to seem like, PTSD. What? And then remember the one George Carlin had a bit on that. He was like, before it was known as shell shock. Then after shell shock, it was
battle
fatigue, and then
more syllables. So shell shock, 2 syllables. Battle, 2 syllables. Fatigue. So it went from 2 syllables to 4 syllables because that's how they lie when you make words complicated. Shell shock to battle fatigue, and then it went to something else, and then post-traumatic stress syndrome or something. Post-traumatic stress disorder. That's what it was. PTSD. But there was one in between that. There was 4 of them that he had put. Let me see. What were the 4? Things George? Because he always used to say he hates euphemisms. Said about shell shock, then battle fatigue. Euphemisms in the 1990, he explained how language more simple. 4 syllables, he noted it took longer to say, reducing its urgency. Fatigue is a nicer word than shock. It's not given, because I remember the last one was post-traumatic stress disorder. Operational exhaustion. So that was the Vietnam, I think, after. So it was shell shock, battle fatigue, operational exhaustion, and then post-traumatic stress.
Are they describing a robot or something?
It desensitizes it depersonalizes. That guy says, have you seen all of the comments at X that Kash Patel got? No, I didn't see it, man. And Kash Patel, that guy, he's like FBI. Anybody on the Trump train, any politician I don't trust. This is for Scribe. That Scribe, isn't that monasteries? The monks and nuns lived live off donations of others, and they work together in a communal sense. I don't know if you see
Yeah,
this.
I mean that again, these are organized things, and apparently the monk thing, you know, the actual last temple, what was it, in the 1600s that was destroyed. After that, there wasn't, I guess, any true traditions that held after that. It's mainly to keep up appearances, like the Mother Teresa thing and all that. To keep up these appearances, where they claim the royalty is also keeping up appearances, even though they claim that they have nothing to do with the power structure, but yet they're royalty, yet they don't pay tax. So it's like pretending, oh, we don't do nothing, we don't affect nothing, but yet they're actually integral to this whole thing. But the monk thing and all that stuff, yeah, it's a sideshow. It's like, look, we have these things they used to do, and then these guys are, subscribed to this new thing. They want to call it Shaolin monks, whatever. But yeah, all that ancient knowledge, like me and MD talk about the old, Chinese movies and stuff, where you got to see the guys flying around, ridiculous, stuff they're doing. But when you look closer into that, you see that there are reminiscences of what you would call superhuman type of abilities.
From
That
discipline, from
how's that?
discipline, from discipline. When they discipline
Yeah.
themselves, they can do things that seem to be superhuman, like Shaw Brothers movies, T Lung, Lo Meng, the Five Deadly Venoms. All based on people that had extreme discipline to achieve certain levels of martial arts prowess that seems almost unbelievable. Bending metal with their hands, skin of armor, being able to. I mean, you got people today in tribes that can jump 6 foot high. You had fighters in the UFC. Kevin Randleman had a 6 foot jump. Amazing.
There was that one village. Which village was like really up in the mountain? They were showing like these 100-something-year-old guys jumping over these barrels and stuff. I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
it was somewhere in China. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the right. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you, Scribe.
What's going on, man?
Chilling, just chilling. See where we go with this. I was on Golden Psychics a little earlier. Yeah, she's got a great stream too.
Oh, she
Uh,
won? Oh, wow.
she's streaming right now.
Mm.
But yeah, I had to get ready for work. But I just wanted to introduce myself, so in case I go on another time, she knows I'm not a troll. Because I guess she's a little picky about who she lets on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. When I went on, they were a little careful, and then
Hmm.
it just I guess maybe they had people that trolled them before.
Yeah, like everybody does. You know what I mean? Trolls are trolls. They're gonna hit everybody. Never
Yeah.
take it personally. Haters are haters. They hate everybody. Not just one person.
I mean, I don't know if she has the ability to put the shield up because that prevents it. But still, even if you can put the shield up, like how I was afraid to let Street Maxer on because he might say something, even though the shield is up. He might start blurting out racial slurs or threats or something. I
He
didn't want to take a
he
chance.
would. Yeah, you can't take a chance. He definitely would on another stream. If he's not careful on his own channel, why would you think he'd be careful here? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah.
I'm not angry with him. I hope he heals from whatever he's going through. The guy has a lot of problems mentally,
I think
and
so.
I would only just hope the best for him, man. He maybe he's a very intelligent individual. I'll give him that, man. He thinks,
Well,
but
you could be intelligent and be confused at the same time, not know yourself and what
oh, you
who
be
you really
psychotic.
are.
Yeah,
Yeah,
intelligence has definitely it is a balance between intelligence and psychosis.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think they're independent of each other in a way.
Yeah, but they kind of it's like you have to it's like they rise with each other. So when you're intelligent, it's like you also have that other side, like that no tree can reach heaven unless the roots go all the way down to hell. So the intelligence, as it rises, the depth of the psychosis grows as well. So
Sure.
it's a two-way thing, and you have
Well,
to
also,
balance.
oh, I'm sorry. I think also intelligence is the fact that he can create a channel and show his psychosis, whereas somebody else with lesser intelligence wouldn't go that far. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, he was kind of funny. I have to admit, man, he was a
He is
funny
funny.
dude.
Yeah. But the rules are the rules, I mean, nothing we can do. We got to play by the rules on YouTube. So
yeah. Yeah, I think he got banned. I'm not sure.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah, he was like beaten off on camera or something like that.
Yeah.
Just yeah, I
Like I
mean,
say, I think it's funny. I can't help but laugh.
he's hilarious, bro. He is hilarious. Some of the stuff, I mean, it just lasagna used to be a mod over there, and
But he
so
loved him. I'd go on there when I was drunk, like after a night at Chili's and drinking some of those hardcore alcoholic drinks, and then I'd see him on and just pop my head in there. You know what I mean? But I was pretty drunk.
yeah, he's very entertaining, man. Dallas Looks Maxer was a mod over there. He used to be with us, and then
Mhm.
I don't know, he went over there. A lot of guys, the guy was entertaining. He was funny, and a lot of those guys maybe they took a walk on the wild side, as Lou Reed said in his famous song from the '70s.
Honestly, I hate to say it, but a lot of the stuff that came out of Smash, a lot of guys were just, I question how hetero they were, to be honest with you. Because the questions they were at, it's like, do you like girls, just pretty girls? And they're just talking all this kind of weird shit. You know what I mean? Half the time.
Crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I got to check Golden Sai again. I didn't. Yeah, I got to check her channel. She does psychic readings for free. I think she was saying, so that's a good thing. It
Yeah,
shows.
they're discussing the Mandela effect tonight, so it's definitely in line with our topics here.
Oh, so that's what the topic is, Mandela.
Yep, Mandela effects. Yep.
That is
She's
cool.
pretty knowledgeable on it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hopefully she stays on late and yeah, because it was late. It was late. One night Scribe and I were talking, I think, and then after we talked, I wasn't streaming that night, and I just happened to see it popped up, and there was only a couple of people on there, and I just said, you know what, let me see what's up. I forgot the topic, but it was interesting, and yeah, I got to meet a few people on there. I think one guy was kind of like trumping, like he said something like, well, Trump said he's going to do. I was just like, oh brother,
Yeah, you got to take the good with the bad. You know what I mean?
yeah, but he wasn't like pushing it. He seemed like a cool dude. I forgot his name, but then there was another guy that was cool. About 3 people plus her, and then like 1 or 2 dropped off, and then I only stayed on for maybe at.
But you know why I think it's so hard to especially tell people, even though they know this behind their mind, they know stuff's going on. Like when you tell someone about Trump, you have to kind of give him a solution. It's like, if he's not going to believe Trump, then it's like, well, if he's not real, then tell me who is, so I can at least go over there. But we're not saying that. We're saying, well, no, they're all fake, and you have to relearn everything. That's the problem. That's why they're not going to listen, because you're requesting something so big that they can't even compute with that, because they're too lost in the sauce. So I think that's the main reason why.
Wanting a solution is a zombie, because not everything has a solution.
Well, okay, so in that case, the solution would be you'd have to just relearn everything as far as what you thought you knew, and come out with your own conclusion. But they don't want to hear that, so they want another solution. Oh, this person over here, just believe in them. They want the easy thing, believe in Jesus. He's going to come down, all that stuff. So, and they believe this, and they're it's just easier, I guess. It's the easy thing people want to deal with. Oh man, I got to relearn everything, and then I gotta go against something that's so large that nobody can even go against this thing. I mean, and unfortunately, I'm in that category where I'm like, my soul or my essence is like, no, this is at your own detriment. You're gonna learn this knowledge and miss out on a lot of stuff in the mainstream that if you weren't here, you'd be able to enjoy that, versus being stuck and trying to figure out the truth. But at the same time, if that's who you are, that's who you are.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have no problem with speech running the country and our vote not really mattering, because I know I can't really change that. I can't change that. So I just look at it as pluses and minuses. If I lived in Cuba right now, it might be worthwhile for me to get on a boat and try and go across the Atlantic or the Gulf. You know what I'm saying? To get to the United States. Yeah, we don't live in they sell us as a free democracy. It's definitely our presidents or our politicians are selected, not elected. But you know what? It's still better than a lot of other systems around the world. That's how I view it. At least you can make enough money to feed.
I see it from swimming from a small prison to a large supermax prison, which is
Well,
what you're swimming towards, man. At least there you could figure out
Things
a
are
way
a
to make
lot
money.
worse in other countries, Scribe. You can't deny that.
Yeah,
Our level of
but
poverty is nothing
for
like
mines
that.
like ours, we could flourish in those countries by bringing stuff. Like that's what I'm doing in Panama. I'm kind of bringing tech from the U.S., bringing it here, so you could bring stuff to countries like that, beautiful country like that.
But you live on
That
a
the
U.S.
top.
base, don't you? You live on a military base,
Well, that was when I was a kid with my father,
right?
growing up.
So it's still
But
technically America you're in because it's you're being
no, I
protected.
came back and now I have to figure out how to,
Yeah, the base isn't there, right?
no, it's still there. It's just not a base anymore. Now it's
Yeah. So
urban.
it's civilian. Yeah. Hey, can you mute my mic, Scribe? Just check.
Let me see. Nah. Oh yeah, yeah, I can.
Okay, cool. So just in case I walk away to get water, if it's making noise, just mute it, if anything, or you
Okay.
know.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I was just checking. But yeah. So you grew up on the base, but you live in basically Panama is different. I mean, I would pose this question to Mr. X, and I understand totally what he's saying because I'm addicted to, I guess, what I would call comfort in America. But if they were to say, look, because it's just like living upstate or in one of these small towns that basically have nothing. Like there's a town in Virginia or Maryland. My friend, she was telling me her brother stays on like 30 acres. They don't want to have the trees cut down. And she goes, there's only one CVS in the town. There's like
Wow.
2,000 people. So if somebody were to say, look, you can live, let's just say Costa Rica, it's like a paradise. They have no army. You're not going to get modern stuff, but let's just say you have food. There's farms there where you can get good food, and you're living a simple life in a regular house, and you have to deal with farmers to get your food. You have enough money where it's cheap to live, $10,000 a year, and you're living better than most of the country. So you can retire on something like $200,000-300,000. Like they had a book about retiring on 200,000 in Southeast Asia. So let's just say you could retire on 200,000. So that's say 20 years if it's 10 grand a year, but say it's 5 grand a year. So now you got 40 years. I don't know if I could live 40 more years. Hopefully not. But if I did, I would choose that. Because one, I would be more relaxed. I wouldn't have the deal. I would even take that without TV or internet. People would be like, man, this guy just disappeared. He doesn't do radio. I'm like, well, we don't have it over here. I'm happy just looking at nature, probably would develop relationships with animals and plants and people. I wouldn't even need people, just basic the farmers to get the food and to
But
say,
I was just gonna say you're still dependent on America. That's the problem because
how if I'm over there?
you just said 200,000 to 300,000 U.S. dollars. You
Okay, and
need
I
that
have it in
money.
the bank over there.
Right. But that's the U.S. currency. It's backed by the United States. That's why it has value.
No, well, I
You know,
can transfer it into their money. So now I have enough money like when I went to Dominican Republic, transfer the money into, I think it was Dominican pesos, in Uruguay. Or when I went to Amsterdam, they didn't want US dollars. They would not take US currency. They had to go to the exchange.
sure, but that's a European country, and their euro is pretty strong compared to the dollar
Well, it,
because
it, it was a
currency only
little
has value based on its strength.
well, even it's like, yeah, back when it was the guilder, they wanted dollars, but even you can still transfer it in a poorer country. If you transfer your money into their currency, you're good.
Right, but it's worth. All I'm saying is that pleasurable life that you're seeking is because of the strength of the U.S. dollar and that you
No,
accumulate
no,
U.S.
I'm seeking the pleasurable life because of the tyranny in the US. I'm only able to achieve that through the value of being able to make money here because this is not the land of the free.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's
Well, it's the land
exactly.
of the opportunity. Yeah,
Yeah.
but you're saying that. See, I think it's misconstrued because it's saying, okay, people do this that come from other countries. They'll come here, make money, and they'll go back and they'll retire.
Of
My
course.
friend from South America did that. So he went back, and every time he went back, he paid his taxes. I remember one year he had to pay 18 grand in taxes. He brought the money back to Uruguay, and now it's in pesos. So you would go back with a certain amount, and you have money now. I would say, okay, Costa Rica, how much is it to buy a farm? So maybe partner with one of the farmers and say, look, I will pay the money to buy the tractors, to do all of this stuff. So now I'm good until I die. So now I don't need the US dollar. I used the US economy, well, not even the economy. I used my mind to make money here because this country oppresses the crap. I mean, the fact that you got homeless veterans in this country is
That's atrocity.
homeless people alone. That says a lot of when you got a monster building a ballroom, you have a war. Nobody, you know what I notice? People are so zombie. Nobody's saying anything about $90 billion for this fake moon mission. They'll complain about the Middle East countries getting $3-4 billion a year, right? $90 billion on a freaking space. That's more than almost 20 years of funding to a Middle Eastern country that people always complain about in 1 year. And the zombies have nothing to say. Nothing. And that money is extortion. It's stolen from us
But
by
here's the thing.
a criminal, by a rapist. A rapist who had to pay like 80 million to get out, and they say, "Oh, well, he's not a rapist or whatever." It's like, really? Talked about dating his own daughter. I mean, I'm surprised people. This is what I would like to retire away from, because yeah, I wouldn't mind living up in a poor town. I mean, in Schenectady and all of that stuff, and Syracuse, it's just it's drug city. You look at the people there, and when people talk about like black communities, yeah, you got problems without a doubt. But when you go up there, it's like zombie land. It's so sad. People don't realize what America does to the majority of poor whites. I mean, you're looking at strung out on meth and other drugs, living a very sad existence.
But here's the thing, MD. If you go to another country, there's some factors you got to consider. Number one, how stable is the government? Because yeah, you can buy a farm and raise chickens and cattle and grow your own plants and vegetables. But if it's an unstable government, someday they could take it away from you.
Why would the government be unstable? So let's look at examples of stable governments and why they went unstable because of the US. So many examples can be shown with stable governments. Iran had democratically elected leader, destabilized by the US. Now, this is a fact. You had it in Chile. You had it in Guatemala and many other countries. Look at what happened. Okay, Saddam Hussein was a monster, but he kept it stable. Just like Scribe knows with Noriega, he kept it stable there. They destabilize it so they can come in and say, you see, you need us now. That's just what they do in America. They feed the ghettos with music and drugs.
Well,
with any of that.
Just to rewind real quick what MD was saying about Saddam, all these guys. You find out, like even Tim Osman, known as Osama bin Laden, all these guys, Gaddafi, whatever, that they went to the School of Americas in the States. I don't remember the location, but it's in Texas or where it is. School of Americas, I guess that's tied into the CIA, I'm assuming. And then they go off to be these supposed dictators, but they're supposed to go to their individual countries, become the leader, and then we go in and take them out. So you're almost creating an adversary. You're teaching them certain things. So it's like, okay, when the time is right, we're going to come in and take over the resources. So these guys are on that level. They will create your villain for you and go in and use your own money, your own taxpayer money to do that in front of your face. And the guy that came out with a lot of that was the guy from the Economic Hitman. And he explained, look, I got $1 billion in one pocket and I got a gun in the other pocket. So either you take this loan, you
that's
can't
the
pay
real
for
world
it.
that we live in. Yeah, all I'm saying is you can't escape it. That's all I'm saying is you can't escape it. It's like, and if you convert your American dollars into another currency, you better be aware of the inflation rate. If the inflation rate's like at 100%, before you know it, your currency and that, whatever it is, the
Look,
peso or
this is how
whatever it is,
fake money
will be
is, Mr. X.
worthless.
This is how fake money is, Mr. X. So in
Hmm.
Panama, the official currency is not the official currency. The current currency,
Hmm.
which has been there ever since Panama, is the American dollar. But it's not. Technically the American dollar. It's called a Balboa, and the Balboa happens to be exactly what the American dollar is, no matter the influx of up or down. It just stays the
But
same.
there's an
So
exchange
that
rate.
shows
There's an
you,
exchange
but
rate.
that shows you how fake. But there is no exchange rate. You come here, you pay with your American dollars. There is no Balboa. There are no Balboas to
Okay.
actually pay with.
Yeah, a lot of
We just
countries did that because,
call it a
yeah.
Balboa to say, look, it's called Balboa because those
Hmm.
stuff. You give someone $5, they don't say I gave you five American dollars. That's all. You give me five Balboas, even though it's American dollars. That's how fake it is. So
Right.
basically, they're
And
substituting.
yeah.
Yeah.
But MD, I'm not saying the U.S. is innocent or is righteous or anything like that. I agree with everything you just said, but this is the system we live under. That's all I'm saying. We can't change that, and it's not
No, I'm not
defeatist. It's
saying
just
about
reality.
changing.
Yeah,
I'm not saying about changing it. I'm saying there are places because this country is unstable. Security and safety is is basically temporary at best, and it's a horrible illusion as worst. I mean, we see. Look at what has happened to Americans that have lived by the law and they've been unjustly treated. I mean, when you look at the level of corruption here, safety is an illusion. Safety is an illusion, man. The paranoia in this country is off the handle, man. This is why do you think Americans go to Mexico to live?
sure.
Because they know that, look, it's better, just make your money, go there, retire. Um, Other countries people go to live, to say, you know what, I'm going to go. When I went to South America and I saw that people go there to retire in certain countries down there, people go to Colombia. A lot of people have been going to Colombia from America. It's not saying that, like, you got a point. You can't escape, but you can get to a place where you can have a better life until you pass into the next. And this people have been it's proven to be done. You have less stress. I mean, America, like George Carlin said, this is the front row seat in the circus. And it gets
Actually,
addictive.
actually, the best example would be you're going to get good air if you move to a country that has good elevation, good air, good water,
You sure about
and
water?
good
You
food
sure about
and good
that?
food. Well, if you go to like an area like here in Panama, if you're in a city, you're not going to get that good of a water. If you could go out to the countryside or the interior, they call it, or the mountainside, where you're getting the water directly from the springs and all that stuff, then yes, it's a big difference in quality of air, water, food, especially the food. Now you're eating stuff that is you cannot get in the States, you cannot get anywhere else, and you're eating it from the local land, and it's not from there's not going to be pesticides or any of that stuff. So you're eating like the most lush, fruits and vegetables you never even heard of, um, meats and stuff that's better than grass fed and all that stuff. I mean, the coffee they have here is like number one in the world from the volcanic soil. So all that stuff is like super nutrient rich. So if you grow up in that environment, you're going to be way more healthy than if you grew up in a place that's polluted. The food is nasty and all that. I mean, you're not going to last too long.
Yeah, and the United States is a little bit funny too, because like what's going on in Flint, which is a terrible thing, and there's no reason for it with the dirty water and everything like that. But that's also not going on everywhere. You see what I'm saying? So it's like
Oh,
there's pockets.
it's the fact that I got to have a water filter, and when I use a TDS, the parts per million are in the 70s, and when I use the water filter, it's zero. And it's like I got to pay to filter out what I can that was polluted by companies like GE that produces the filters.
Yeah.
And then there's stuff that you can't filter out. The fact that they're spraying atrazine on the corn that gets into the water. The fact that people in certain states where they spray the glyphosate, have a higher instances of cancer. Anybody can track this. Iowa and other states, they can look it up. In my opinion, all they have to do is do the research, and they'll find that these findings will correlate with the spraying, with the cancer rates, with sicknesses. The fact that we don't have free health care and free education. I mean, it's horrible. And then when you look at it, see, this is the thing, the fact that they spit in our face with it, $90 billion, fake moon, a monster, a rapist, a pedo that's building a ballroom on taxpayers. Just, I mean, the level of lies that comes from this guy makes other presidents seem better. And you know, I'm the first person to say there's no good president. But when I look at this, and I thought I would never ever say this, George Bush is better than this guy. Biden is better. Obama, better. Clinton, Bush Sr. was better. Reagan was better. That's how disgusting this person is that's sitting in there. And I'm not surprised that people ain't calling it out, because it's a despicable population. And I don't hate these people because I respect myself too much to do that. I'm looking for the cause of why this is. I mean, a country.
Well, what if that person is being threatened, you know, with not only his life but his family life to do that, you know, by this whatever this is that is doing all this madness?
Doesn't
you know.
exonerate him.
But now we're blaming the person because he's trying to protect his family.
He is part of it.
Okay, so let's say, look, we're going to pay you hundreds of $millions, you know, every year. We need this done, but if you don't, we're going to have to, you know,
delete you,
deal with you and delete you and your family. What do? Do you accept the money?
He's the demon.
Because there's one guy that did that in Panama. From that guy like him, he said the Torrijos guy said, nah, you know, he wasn't going to accept that loan.
I don't think they had to pay him money to grape children. I don't think they had to pay Trump money to do that. So it's like all you got to do is just logically think about it. You logically think about it.
But what if that is like the skull and bone ritual where they make you do these things?
No. This guy was Epstein. How many pictures of pedos did you have to take?
Diddy is a gatekeeper. Look what happened
there. It does not exonerate somebody. You can't. It's like saying, "Oh, don't look for the cause of why it's happening." It's happening because these people are in positions, they don't respect themselves, so they disrespect everybody else. If they respected themselves, they would die the hero. But instead, we choose to live long enough to see ourselves become the villain. That saying is true. It's harsh, but it's true.
But what if he was told by his handlers, your job as president is to make a divisive society?
You die as the hero. You die as the hero.
But if he doesn't do it, somebody else will. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then let somebody else do it. You die as the hero. You show that you have integrity. He has no integrity. He has no dignity. Horrible human being.
I agree. I'm not
that disrespectful. So to say that, oh, well, somebody else will do it. Well, fine, let somebody else do it then. You know, this affects everybody's children, but nobody cares. That's what shocks me. I don't got kids, so it's not a big thing. But when I look at that, I say, man, do people care about what their grandkids are going to go through? It's like, what about their great grandkids? Who cares? They'll be dead, right? Nobody cares about their great grandkids.
So if they tell you saw what happened to Charlie Kirk, you know, JFK and all that.
Great. Charlie Kirk, when you look at what happened to him, what do you expect? What do you expect from somebody that pushes hate? That says stuff like, Charlie Kirk was pushed by the Klan and he was pushed by other groups. He was saying the same thing the Klan says, America first. You know, when people say Christian values, you know that's a code word for white terrorism? Oh, they should have good Christian values. They don't mean good black Christian values. when you learn to look through the code of what goes
So
on in
wait,
this
so
country,
America first means he's pro-Klan?
America's first is the Klan's motto. When people do that, it's basically it's chanting that
Or what if he didn't
mantra.
know that? What if he didn't know that?
No. You think he didn't? You really
Like,
think
I
so?
don't know that,
What
and
if Trump
hypothetically,
didn't know kids were on the island? Right? You really believe that?
But
He's
then,
taking pictures with them sitting on his lap, but he didn't know.
I'm
but then
saying
why
that
was he taken out if he was pushing the agenda that what they wanted? Why was he taken out?
Well, it seems that if you listen to what he was saying,
Hmm.
he went against certain people. I first thought it was the white supremacists that took him out, and it could be, but it looks like it was somebody else. I mean, it's one or the other. I mean, the guy was pushing that. When you look at the fact that he was a porn addict, so that's the perfect victim to use for this and get him to go to Jesus Christ. So they sold him heaven. They disguised the crime scene of heaven. They disguised it as paradise. And then they gave him a white wife, because that's what they usually do. They do it to the black guys, South Africa. They give them a blonde wife. So they got white-itis, basically. Because, I mean, I've said it before, not many blonde chicks are pretty. When they're pretty, they're very pretty, but usually brunettes are much prettier. I showed that with actresses, stuff like that. Anybody who's got a brain can see that. But when you got white-itis, and they send that lady, did you see her mourn over him at all? She knew Trump before she knew Charlie Kirk. If anybody doesn't see that as a setup, that he was a patsy, they just, there's nothing you can say to show them that. Ignorance has no prejudice. The fact that, I mean, she inherited Turning Point USA, which again was a bigoted organization. It was basically the Klan with different colors. America first. What do you mean America first? How about people first? How about the world first? I used to hear people say, God bless America. How about God bless the world? How about that? Right? I can understand why the evolutionists can't stand religion so much, even though they're religious themselves. But I understand why. Because when I see this stuff, Black Americans who are aware, they can see this. Most of them are not. They're basically the equivalent of the character Steven from Django. Is this Master Yoda? If you want to hop on, man. Yeah, they're definitely shoving the alien stuff. But
I know it's getting crazy.
if you look at it, that's what was it? They tried to attack the Southern Poverty Law Center, saying that they were funding the Klan. The same people who were supposed to be fighting the Klan, Trump went after, said he's trying to go after them. Why not just go after the Klan, right? See, people don't think. It's like, oh wait, so you're saying that you're going to go after an organization that is helping people. You're saying they're funding the Klan, but why not just go after the Klan? No, he won't do that because his father was a Klan member. The
I
fact
think they're
that
government funded.
somebody in the White House
I
was,
think
I
I
mean,
think they're
it's,
government funded.
huh?
Because again, I think they're government funded. If that's the case, because honestly, let me ask Mr. X. Mr. X, did you ever take that Klan thing seriously, or did you think it? When I grew up, I thought it was a kind of a joke or something. Like, wait, this white dudes that dress up with this TP hat thing and say that. To me, it was almost like.
Well, I'm not going to
s-
deny the
comedy.
atrocities they've committed in this country. It's atrocious what happened in the early part of the 20th century. Is what they did. They were criminals, and murderers, and there's no doubting that whatsoever. But is it relevant today? I'm talking about just the Klan. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's probably changed form, but it's not as relevant as it was in the beginning of the 20th century. But that's not denying the atrocities they committed. It certainly did. America has a very ugly history. I'm not denying that at all. But um, it just changes form, I guess you could say.
so couldn't we label those guys as like these extremists when they say Muslim extremists? The guys that strap on the bomb, those kind of people, and then you have the good Muslims, and then you have all these different types. We
Mhm.
always like to take those guys, like no, we don't mean those guys. We mean the regular people that don't have anything to do with these people. So whenever like when MD bring up the Klan, I'm thinking in my head, it's
Well,
almost
there's
like a cartoon.
150,000 active members in the Klan right now, right? You know that, right? 4 million at its height in the early 1900s when Birth of a Nation was produced. But there's this is the biggest terrorist organization in America. They had Confederacy, right? They just took away
What are they doing right now to push that? What are they doing?
Well, remember, they're called the Invisible Empire because they're everywhere. Judges, lawyers, cops, presidents, people in Congress. The Invisible Empire. You got to study your enemy, man. Regardless, when I look at that, I don't want to have to study that. But
why am I going to study a group of
that.
radical retards? I don't understand why it would only
if you
spend my
look
time.
at Johnny Lee Clary's story, well, you don't have time for them, but they got time for you.
No, there's more important things.
Look, these are the same people that have you feeling the way you feel.
Are they affecting your life right now?
They're affecting everyone's life because they managed to get their candidate in the White House. And even when they didn't have their candidate in the White House, they still affect people.
So they're the ones responsible.
Senator Byrd, he was a Democrat and he was a grand wizard of the Ku Klux Klan.
Oh, yeah. Democrats and Republicans. It's a one-party system.
Okay.
So it sounds
it's a one-party
like
system, man. This is a dictatorship disguised as a democracy. Whenever I hear somebody says founding fathers, I cringe. It's like, how about if my father went to take over your country? Then would you be a founding father?
You can't have it both ways because now you're describing it as if it happened for real, they supported it, and it happened. No, I'm saying there's a force behind that.
There was a president inducted into the Klan while he was in office. I think it was Wilson.
That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I'm saying you already know there's a force behind this that's much greater than any government or any human that thinks they're going to do something, right? That's being handled, right? They're all being handled to do these things. But you're over here saying, no, the Klan, all these guys helped them get in president, really? So now it's the Klan that's the one that's deciding who becomes president?
Look, they have a very strong hold on this.
So they're stronger than the powers that be that we don't know about.
Look, the whole country, like when people say what America was built on corruption, man.
Well, wait a minute. The Klan, do they like Jewish people?
Well, you have the Klan. The Klan is predominantly white Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there's a war between them and what would be Jewish people. But when you look at the ideology, some Jewish people, because you have to look at, okay, is it Zionism? I've heard, okay, Zionism, people have said Zionism is to Judaism what the KKK is to Christianity. Right. It's like I said before, not every white Christian is a Klans member, but every Klans member is a white Christian.
Okay, because we support Israel like crazy. I mean,
yeah, but nobody cares about the $90 billion for the space program, which is Klan territory, which is Werner von Braun. The Nazis, that's Klan right there. So no matter what anybody says, the Nazis, the Klan supports that. They're all about, they do the Heil Hitler. So when you look, and what was Hitler? Jewish.
Yeah.
So the lines are blurred. They're not firm.
Yeah.
Hate doesn't have a color. It has an action. The Klan, like Johnny Lee Clary, if you ever get time, watch Johnny Lee Clary's story. He was the Grand Wizard of the nation. And he left the Klan, and now he's a preacher at a black gospel church. And he revealed a lot of their secrets, how he was a poor, impoverished white kid whose uncle was a racist in Oklahoma, one of the most inbred states in America, apart from Arkansas and Mississippi and Missouri. So when you look at the fact that he was David Duke's bodyguard when David Duke was the Klan wizard of the country, then he said how every state has their Klan wizard. He became the Wizard of Oklahoma. Then he became the Grand Wizard of the nation. At that point, Duke was running for office. So now Duke still gets harassed, and he goes, "Man, it was 40 years ago he was in the Klan." It's like, yeah, you telling us you ever get out? No. So he tries to act like he's out and all of that. But
Well,
this is a serious problem in America.
I'm not denying the hatred. I'm
in
not
my
denying.
studies, the Klan never came up as being an issue. Like, for example, they say 1776, whatever, and then Autumn Weishaupt, Bavarian Illuminati, came over, looks a lot like George Washington. And then when they bring George Washington, apparently that's his name, to be the first president, we find out he's not a president. Oh, he's a Mason of a high degree, an order that's been around for hundreds of years, who knows how long, to come be the first president. And then you find out all the other presidents happen to be Masons, and you find out they're all connected and they're all related and all this other stuff. So the birth of that is from there, from that thing.
Yes,
You can call it whatever you want, and that
You know
is
what gets
more.
me is they can kidnap leaders from other countries. They can find people in caves in Afghanistan, but they can't stop the Klan in America. Why? Because they
That's
don't
why I'm
want to
telling
stop
you,
it. They don't want to stop it.
Yeah, they don't want to stop it. Definitely.
So what does that?
Part of
What does that tell us?
part
Why
of
though it
mainstream.
says your device is not connected? If you connect it, I can pull you on. It won't let me pull you on. Why those?
Just remember, they're using it as hope. Yeah, why though? You got to reconnect.
Yeah, it's
They're
got
using the Klan thing as hope.
Mm-hmm. I agree with Scribe on that one. There's different levels to this. You know, there's the lower class level.
It definitely is. There
There's a
definitely
much
is.
higher level that's way more intelligent. Like we've talked about the music and pop culture and how it's destroyed the communities. I don't know if that was backed by the Klan necessarily. They don't seem to have the smarts for something like that. You know what I mean? That's something.
Oh,
on a
they're
higher
smart.
level.
They're wizards, man. They ain't stupid. I'll tell you that.
Well, they call themselves wizard. I don't know. I mean, maybe in the early 20th century, yeah. But today, it just seems like the lower classes.
The
Are they
internet.
or are they not extremists, MD? Are they extremists or are these guys actually somewhat civil? Are they
Well,
extremists?
what do you
Like,
think?
consider-
Honestly, think about it. So,
Okay, a group of white people, where would you put them? Extremists or conservative?
how would you even? How do you not know? That's what shocks me.
But that's what I'm saying. You're
No,
looking.
how do you not know? I shouldn't have to
extreme
answer this
example
question
of
for
white
you.
people. No,
That's like me. That's like saying. That's like saying, "Hey, can you tell me if the Hebrew Israelites are black extremists?" Do I have to really tell you that? Can you look at those guys and what they preach? It's similar to what the Klan
Well,
preaches.
when you say those white people or whatever, I'm saying people.
I'm not saying
just
those white people. I'm saying the Klan.
Yeah, but the
Because
Hebrew Israelites don't have
I'm
power.
just saying the stereotype since 9/11, and they say, "Oh, all Muslims are extremists." Like, no, there's a group over here that is into that, but these other people are actually.
There are many
the majority
independent
not
groups.
that way.
There are
right? So
many
when you
independent groups that are nutcases, just like there's many
Right. So we
independent
can't
groups.
say that it's a big, massive. thing
There
that
is a big
alive.
massive here. 150,000 is pretty big. Then you got the skinheads. Then you got WAR, White Aryan Nation, WAR, and you have other branch off groups. So just like you have those groups of Muslim extremists, Hezbollah, Hamas, ISIS, all this other stuff, they can say whatever who created them, and then other ones we don't, Al Qaeda and all that stuff. You have the skinheads, you got the Klan, you got WAR.
But
White
the fact
Aryan.
they're in prison, though, a lot of these groups are in prison. That tells me they got no power.
No, not that. See, and that's that's a saying it in a way that diminishes it. Some of them are in there, but a lot of them are out here.
Some actually have more power in prison, depending on the situation.
Well, I'm saying the people who really control the strings, they don't go to prison. They're above the law.
Exactly. So a lot of them ain't in prison. The most important ones aren't there.
Mm-hmm. And they're tattooing their face like a joke. I mean, that's kind of like the lower end.
Look at the narrative. Look at the narrative. What happens, right? Anybody of color that commits a crime, they blame the whole type of people. If it's Muslims, if it's Indians, if it's blacks, if it's Native Americans, if it's Spanish people, right? But if a white guy does something, right? Well, he's got mental problems. He acted independently. You had a guy go in and shoot up a black church in South Carolina. One of the victims was a senator. And you're telling me that's not a hit? And they showed the picture with him holding a rebel flag and all of that, which could have been staged. It looked like somebody was like, all right, take this picture with the flag.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at that, the fact that they were like, he's not connected with anybody. He acted alone. He had mental problems. If that would have been a black guy that shot up a white church and killed a white senator, they would have been blaming every black person in America. They would have come out with all, we see it happen all the time. One black person does something in the store, a black woman, a crowd, you definitely see it with crowds, you know?
We got to stop that, MD, because when you say that, then like me and Mr. X are going to look at that and be like, you know, it's going to put us, you know, I'm not fully white, but I'm looking at other people in my family that are, and I'm like, I can't, you know, they're really good people. So
Any person who is white,
I can't relate that to them is what I'm trying to tell you. And it's like,
I'm not asking you to relate it to them. Anybody
but
who
when you say that, I'm thinking, you know,
shit, you might be related to some Klan members. Who knows? I'm not saying
no,
I'm not saying
I
anything bad about those people.
About Klan, dude. I didn't say nothing about that.
I know
me, that-
I know people who are white that have Klan members in their family, and they've told me, they've pointed out other white people that I didn't suspect it of, and they said, "Look, that guy's a Klan member," and I'm like, "How do you know?" And they go, "Look, I got family." They warned me. So there's very good white people that will help save you. Look at the Amish that put the blanket.
That's what I'm saying. If you have a group of nutcases, I would look towards the mainstream, you
The
know,
fact that
people
I
that
can't-
aren't
the
thinking
fact
this
that I
way,
have
that
to
are white people that
explain
don't
this.
think that way.
The fact that I have to explain this says more about what you guys, where you're at. The
Well,
fact
but
You
here's the
actually
thing.
have to, because I
But-
thought it was kind of a joke. The Klan
Yeah.
thing, it was like Saturday Night Live. I'd
because
see the
it
Klan
doesn't
members
affect
doing a
you
joke.
as much.
Well, like the Hebrew Israelites, I know they don't like white people, okay, and they probably wouldn't like me, but the question I have to ask myself, do these guys have any real power? I don't think they do. They can say whatever they want. They can say they hate my guts or whatever, but do they have any
Exactly.
power? And I don't think they do. So it's really who has the power. That's the issue. That's what you
even
got
if they
to look
don't
at.
have
It's
power,
a distraction group, is what that is. That the Klan, all these are distractions.
well, another
from the
thing is
real-
they're not saying they're going to do anything to you. They're saying that, well, God will have vengeance and stuff like that. So they're not saying that they're going to do something. The Klan is openly saying they're going to do something.
Yeah, and I'm not denying that. In the early 20th century, the Klan was terrible. They have an awful history. They committed atrocities. I just don't know how relevant they are today. That's all.
Exactly. Of course, because it does. If you don't know how relevant they are today, it's one, either you don't care, two, because it doesn't affect you.
But what if they change form? What if they change form?
Yeah, or three, you just honestly don't see it.
You know what affected me? 9/11. That to my core, to the point where I had to leave. I literally had to leave because I saw what was happening, the Patriot Act, and all that stuff, checkpoints. I'm like, are we in, you know, Nazi Germany situation? So that scared the hell out of me. That affected me directly. But you're talking about the Klan. The Klan hasn't affected me or
Super Sidewinder, good to see you. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't affect you now. It just thank you.
How has the Klan affected you personally? That's the question.
All right. Well, there's certain places that I couldn't go because of that. There's certain towns that are called sundown towns. You can't be caught in those towns after sundown. They still exist.
But you're saying there's a law or a sign or something that says this?
They'll let you know. You can look at YouTube videos where they still exist. And good white people say, yeah, man, you can't be here after sundown. You know, things can happen. Sundown towns still exist. So I understand that, okay, back 10, 20, 50, 100 years, it was crazy. But also, there wasn't as much surveillance. So there was times you can fight back. I mean, how many, like, it's scary to know that law enforcement have a grip in there, like how Mr. X said, the black Hebrew Israelites don't have power, but the Klan does. And they even tell you they do. This was back in the 60s. So this ain't no, oh, it was so long ago. Look at Malcolm X and them. They were talking about it. The Black Panthers. The fact that they were like, look, when they take off their hoods, they go back to being lawyers and teachers and cops and politicians. Just look at what they're saying in the open, and you can see that. Look at the governor from the 60s of Georgia. Look at the videos of him talking. in Georgia.
And all this is coming from some other entity that sees this as an
Yeah, go ahead.
experiment
Blame somebody else.
and as cattle to
Yeah,
create this
blame
fake
somebody else,
racism.
man. Don't
No,
acknowledge it.
I'm saying that there is a higher thing
These are
that's
the same people of why you're worried about coming back to the USA because you're part Latin. It's not because you're part white, right? You don't have to worry about coming back to the US because you're part white. You have to worry about because you're part Latin. And you're telling me that the Klan and this white racism stuff isn't a problem?
No, because this is the government doing it.
All I'm doing is pointing it
The
out.
government doing
I'm
it,
not
not the
saying
Klan.
I'm not taking a side or whatever. I'm just pointing it out, and it's causing this much turmoil. So that alone should tell us a lot more.
No, I'm saying
Wado says, I can't join, but good to see you guys. If you want, all you got to, it says your device is not connected. So you got to figure out a way to connect it, bro. Brown's boy says there's still segregated problems in Georgia, in Alabama, in Mississippi, in Oklahoma, in Louisiana, in Missouri, in Arkansas, in Texas. This is a problem. This is a problem. Now, the fact that the White House, look at the 4 black colonels, 2 black women, 2 black men. They were up for becoming a 1-star general. And Trump said, take them off the list. And the white 4-star general refused. He was removed from his post. So there are good white people that stand against this. When you got the Klan candidate that is basically the elected so-called official, and nobody has nothing to say about this. Nobody had, that's forgotten. Yeah, they're not relevant today, right? They're just wearing a
knowing
different
history,
uniform.
what about just knowing your place, but at the same time?
Look, it's like what Malcolm X said. Racism is like a Cadillac. Every year, there's a new model. So yeah, Mr. X is right. It's not like it was back in the 20s because there's a new model. And unless you keep up on it, you won't know about it.
I'm saying I don't let that affect me simply because I'm mixed. And it doesn't apply to me. I can't be part of a group anyway. So why would I fight for any group?
I'm not saying you are part of a group.
You want to fight for a group of people.
I'm not saying, all I'm doing is mentioning it, and it's provoking this type of response. That says more.
Because you said the Klan had more of an effect on you than like 9/11 or something like that.
No, I didn't. I did not say that.
Well,
I said the Klan is the biggest terrorist organization in America.
Well, then, there you go. So if that's the case, which I don't think it is,
it affects all of us.
I mean,
you might not see it, but remember Leon? Remember Leon from Stir Fry Seminars when he was like, "You standing on red ground." Remember when he went off?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that thing? He was talking about that. He was like, "Look, you know I can't come down to where you're at, the way I look and the way his color of his skin and all."
And that would be true in any other scenario.
It's still true
if you're not part of that tribe, you're not going to be looked at as whatever. That's just normal.
It's not normal. See, for you to say is normal, that's a problem.
I gotta know who I can mix with.
They have normalized.
Why do I want to force myself and mix with people that don't want to mix with me or hang with me or whatever?
I just think the level it down to skin color is making a bad mistake. I know there's places if I go into that they're white, but if I'm not part of that group, they're going to look at me differently. They're not going to want me around.
Exactly. And it goes to what I was just saying. It affects us all. Even though you're white, it still affects you. So I'm not saying it doesn't.
But it's not Klan. That's what I'm saying. It's classism more than Klan.
No, it's not. I've heard people say classism. A lot of the Klan members are poor. They're poor, disenfranchised white people.
That's why I don't think they're relevant. If they were relevant, they would not be poor. Well, you can't be poor and be relevant.
A lot of them are, but then there are some in places of power. They take both ends up, the top and the bottom, and they sandwich people in the middle. Johnny Lee Clary, the story of him, who was the former wizard.
I know who he was too. I saw him on Morton Downey Jr.
All right. Now he said, he made a good point. He goes, the Klan does not hate Black people and Jewish people the most. He said the people they hate the most are white people like them that don't agree with their philosophy, with their beliefs. That's who they hate the most, because those people are the ones that can expose them and can help other people stop them. Like the guy gave me a heads up, and he's like, look, you this is the sad thing. When you see people who are racist that will have things like a little black baby hanging off of a noose. They've had that at like certain shops and stuff, right? But you
Right.
don't see it the other way around. I haven't seen it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist or it could never exist, but you do see it played out more on one end. And you
Sure.
start,
Sure. I'm not denying this ugly history of this country is real. I'm not
but
denying
I
that
mean,
at all.
I was saying this, right? And the fact that it created this much of a thing is like it speaks volumes off of
I
just
think
that.
I'm just saying it. There's other
All right.
players involved. That's all I'm saying. That we should worry about
Timo,
more.
well, Timo, good to see you, man. He says about 9 months ago, the news about that black trucker was definitely race related. Wouldn't be surprised if they were in that gang. They were in work uniforms, though not the ghost costume. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Sure.
I'm telling you, it. Look at what happened just recently with the guy who worked for UPS that kidnapped the little white girl, and
Hmm.
then of course, there's not an outrage for that.
Well,
There's
like
no
somebody
out.
like the Hells Angels, would you consider them part of the Klan, like the Hells Angels or some of
I,
these other famous
I don't
biker
know.
groups?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I wouldn't.
Because
So what if it's
I have
all
a couple.
based on real quick, like pandemic? When we asked them, why did you pay the $500 in order to be part of Hogwood's thing? It's ridiculous. He's like, well, I just want to be part of a group. So being part of a group in prison shows this perfectly. It's already the prison politics already there to let you know. Look, you better be hanging with this guy. You try to hang with it over here, you're gonna get messed up.
I'm not saying that
So
every
that should already be evident, but you're over here saying no, it's a group doing this. Like, no, that's how it is. You put a bunch of mixed things together, they're going to go with their own thing
you
that they're
have
comfortable with.
guys that will have integrity and
But you want
self-respect.
equality between all these groups, and it doesn't work that way.
No, you have guys with self-respect that will not be a part of that. It's only you know why the Klan exists? Because those people don't respect themselves. They try to say that they might or they care about the fictional thing called race, but it all stems from disrespecting themselves. If they respected themselves, they would leave the Klan. Daryl Davis is a black man who he's taken pictures at Klan rallies where they're burning crosses. He collects Klan robes from wizards and other members who have left the Klan because of him. So he will talk with them. And he's like, yeah. He goes, look, man, I want to go and learn more about you. And eventually, over time, a lot of them left the Klan. The first one, he said, "What are you doing with your uniform?" He goes, "I'm throwing it out." He goes, May I have it?" And that's when he started collecting Klan uniforms from former Klan members
Okay,
that left the Klan
okay.
because he led by example to show them that, look, what you think black people are, they're not like that. You're going to have some that are monsters, but he's proving that not all of them are. Just the way Captain John Brown proved that not all white men are racist, that some of them are heroes. So it happens on
But then
both
you have
sides.
things like politics that transcends the race, where
When
now Democrat versus
it doesn't
Republican.
transcend the race.
Yeah, it does, because I don't care if you're white or black. Really, I care if you vote for Trump or not, or Democrat. See, now it's my survival. Now that kind of trumps the race thing, because I'll support somebody even if they're not someone I favor, but he is going to vote for the guy I want.
Look,
Then
all you
now,
got to do is take a look at Congress, the House of Representatives, and you see that it still has a lot to do with race. Look at
but it's
every member.
still
Look at
still
every
spinning.
member in there. That speaks volumes. The Electoral
You're in
College,
a group. You're in a group that's
Congress,
toxic.
the
The other
Senate,
group.
the House of Representatives. I mean, come on, bro. And I'm not saying anything against you or Mr. X. The fact that this conversation is like it all deals with these people having a lack of self-respect. The same thing with the
No, I
black
agree with
people.
that. I agree
It's
with that.
brainwashed.
But if they're
What
that
if
powerful, they can't leave and spill the beans like Johnny Lee Clary did. The real powerful groups, if you leave and you try to expose it, they're going to
Oh,
they'll delete you.
they tried to
They'll be
do that with
deleted.
Larry.
I'm
They
just saying,
But
tried.
the
what if
real
they're
groups, they do
mentally
it.
ill people?
They do it.
Why do you think Clary went to the church? They tried to do it. He had death threats. He still gets death threats.
Yeah, threats, but the real powerful groups don't make threats. They just get it done. They get
Yeah.
it done fast.
Mhm.
The ones who really run the show.
Well, it
That's a good
depends
point.
on what level. Sometimes it's better to leave you alive. So when you look at it, it's a strategic thing of whether or not to get rid of you
Mhm.
in certain groups. Some people, if you piss them off, they're just going to do it. And again, why would that be done? A lack of self-respect. If you respect yourself, you're not trying to end nobody else. You respect yourself too
Not
much.
over nonsense, Self-defense is one thing.
If
Just
you're
over
defending
nonsense.
yourself, that's a different thing.
Totally
Also,
different.
you'll look for ways to put yourself to avoid those situations, to not put yourself in a
Okay,
situation.
so basically, you're saying the first thing to fully respect yourself is to rid yourself of the mind control of race, of everything else that keeps your
No, no,
life.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
Well, then
if
how are you gonna respect yourself if you're stuck in mind control?
if you respect, part of your respecting yourself is the search for truth, is to understand that mind control exists, MK Ultra exists, other forms exist,
Sure.
racism exists. So that the search for truth is part of respecting
No,
yourself.
racism only exists if you're allowed to. It's not an actual thing.
That's Fantasy Island.
It's an artificial
The
construct.
fact that you can't come back to you can come back to the U.S. because you're a citizen, but the fact that you would be afraid and nervous shows that racism exists. You would not be nervous to come back. See, so that
It's
shows
just because I think the word race is more of a species related thing versus
race is a social
if we're
construct.
different races, we wouldn't be able to reproduce.
Yeah, it's a social construct, so it's not a scientific construct. It's a social construct pushed and enforced by political power. And
Okay,
part
so
of
that
that
means
political
it's a
power,
mental illness that because it's artificial. If you
well,
believe in it, then that
yeah,
would be considered
but part of it
mental
is
illness.
pushed by universities. I mean, you look at the theory of evolution, the religion of evolution, that's basically modern day blackface. The Klan supports that 100%. Hitler supported that. Eugenics built upon it. So we can see that clearly is based in racism. It's taught in universities as science when it is not science. It's a pseudoscience. Mr. X can see clearly evolution is based clearly on
Yeah,
racism.
so what if the architects favor the race?
No, it's not that they favor it. They use us. They use us.
Okay, what if they favor not the race, that particular
If they
group?
favored a certain race, they wouldn't be cleaning their clocks too, because everybody gets their clocks cleaned. When you have Americans saying "Make America Great Again," that America, they're basically saying "Make it white again," right? So it shows you that, oh, well, yeah, you made a deal with a crook, right, to kill off the native inhabitants, and now you're surprised that those crooks are treating you bad.
Well, I agree
And
with
then
that. I agree 100% with that.
exactly. So, and it's not that, Brian Nichols says, oh, well, MD sounds anti-white. Well, how? I mean, I'm allowing him to speak. I've never banded him. I've said, hey, you can say what you want to say. As long as you're not doxing, threatening, or putting racial slurs, hey, people could tell me whatever they want to tell about me. Please criticize me because it tests my integrity. It shows you that I respect myself enough to where I can take the criticism and say, hey, even if they say something bad or disrespectful, fine. Hey, great. That's okay because I respect myself. I love myself. And this was a problem that they had from the other channel from years ago. They couldn't affect me and they didn't realize why, because they didn't respect themselves and I respected myself. And when ethics said it,
I
was like,
had to
wow.
go through the same stuff that you're talking about, being rejected from certain groups or whatever, and it just came to realization that okay, that's how the things are versus being like, well, it's the clan or someone else to cause this. I was like, if I'm not welcome here, whatever, then I'll just go somewhere else.
Yeah.
So
If you have
it's
self-respect
like,
in yourself.
I'm not going to
Sure.
hate them because I'm not compatible with them. I'm going to do my own revolution or whatever on my own with the people that do. So there's always someone there that will be your brother regardless, and that's what you need to focus on versus an oppositional group. It's just there for, again, it's an opposition.
Mhm.
And I don't even like being part of a group anyway, because being part of a group already puts you in opposition by default. So I was going to
Yes.
ask you, on a chessboard, do you think the pawns, what are the pawns? Are they white or black? Are they in the middle? What are they? What's your, you know, you're going to say probably they're probably of some type of color, right? And the
Both.
king and queen, and the king and queen is going to be
What do you
white,
see on
right?
the chessboard? You see both colors.
You do. But if I asked you on a hierarchy scale, what would you say most of the pawns are racially, or not racial, or skin color tone wise?
The pawns are both colors. Now, if you want to know what the percentage is, just look at the percentage of the demographics of the census to say, okay, 70% of the pawns or 60 something percent of this color, 13, 14% of this color. Some pawns are the other color. So you can easily tell that just by looking at the demographic. I mean, this.
But why not accept it instead of trying to change it?
I'm 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 not trying to. There is no not accepting it, and I can't change it. People have to change themselves. I'm acknowledging it, and just the fact that I acknowledge it, it's as if you guys don't want me to know. If
But
I
you're
didn't
choosing a
know,
side. You're choosing a side.
I'm
Is
not
the problem?
choosing a side. I'm acknowledging
Yeah.
that it
You
exists.
would, or you wouldn't be criticizing these white dudes over
So,
here.
so in other words, you don't want me to criticize it. That's if I didn't
You
criticize.
shouldn't have
No.
to. You shouldn't have to if you're
No, if
thinking
I didn't
above that.
criticize it, everything would be cool. So the problem is my critique of it. The fact that I notice it is the crime. You see?
No,
So if I
I
because
just
didn't
believe in the
notice
individual.
you're
I
playing
believe
on
in the
that level that
individual.
we've ascended from. We're saying,
Yeah.
okay, everyone is subject to this, white, black, whatever. But there's certain groups that happen to be this color that command this group and all that. There's even black ones that have high level, a boule and all that stuff. So to say, oh, it's these white dudes over here, the second you say that, or these black guys over here, that's when you fall into their trap and you're thinking on that
Yeah.
level. You should be
Yeah.
above that. You accept that it's
I'm,
already
all
there.
I'm doing, all
You
I'm
work
doing,
within that, and you
I'm
work
just,
within that.
I'm saying, look, it exists, and I think it hit.
But
I think
MD, haven't you said in the past your life has been in threatened by other people
it's been threatened by people of all colors.
of all
It's been
colors?
threatened by
Okay.
people,
Thank you.
Okay, but that should tell you something then. It's all the individual. It's not a color. It's the
but those
individual.
people aren't part of the clan. You see what I'm saying? So even
See, we
people
weren't even
who.
talking about the Klan, and he brings up the Klan.
No,
I don't
but
even.
this is the problem. I think the Klan. It seems like it hit a soft spot on you guys. There's a
No.
there's a soft
The
spot.
Klan hasn't affected my
If,
personal life,
if
man.
there
I'm
wasn't a
telling you what.
soft spot, right? We'd be talking about
I've
self.
never even seen one. I've never seen one in my life, a clan member.
Well,
Only on TV. On
you've
TV.
seen them. You've seen them, but you don't know you've seen them. Put it that way.
Okay, fair enough.
Have you
Right?
actually gone to a Klan rally?
I know I've seen them.
Have you gone to a Klan rally to witness this?
Holy smokes, man. Wow.
So it's based off secondhand information.
It hit a soft spot. It definitely hit a soft spot. And that's okay because at that point, maybe you guys will create an armor for that to where it doesn't bother you. Because
the issue is you're pointing out a group of mainstream individuals that have been there for a long time, whether they're still active
you're
or
active.
not, we don't know.
What do you mean
But
whether
they're
they're
not
still active? They're active. Once you look it up.
Well,
Okay.
it's just the fact that they're controlling our
active,
government.
they're active, but they're not. I don't see them.
Yeah, but they don't have power,
I
right?
don't
Does that
see
make
them-
you feel better?
I don't see them doing anything.
Does that make you feel
I
better?
just think it's a bunch of hillbillies up in the woods that got nothing better to do.
Course,
You know?
of course. Hey, they're the senators. Look at the former governor of Florida. What was that guy? Scott something or something?
Oh yeah.
That guy.
Basically, you're
Very
trying to
strong
find,
candidate for the
trying to
Klan.
find something to blame it on. You're trying to find
I'm
something
not
to blame it
blaming
on.
it. I'm saying what's the
Saying
core?
these
What
are the
is
guys.
What
No,
is
you're
the
saying that this
cause
group
of
here.
somebody joining those organizations, whether they be black or white? The cause is a lack of self-respect, like the stream says. If there's
That's fair enough.
self-respecting
I don't disagree
individuals,
with that.
No,
all
we
right,
completely agree with
if
that.
you
Yeah, we completely
disagree
agree
with
with that.
that, right? Why? So you're telling me somebody that respects themselves will be a part of the Ku Klux Klan?
No, I said they don't. They wouldn't. They don't have self-respect. Is what I'm saying.
Okay. So we see that
Hmm.
self-respect. The title is self-respect the key to a better world. So self-respect is a key to the better world because somebody who say they're in that and they didn't realize it and they come to the realization, wow, the only reason they joined that was because of insecurity, poverty, influence, and lack of self-respect. And as they respected themselves more, they said, finally, I realized that I can't be here because the only reason I was here is because I didn't respect myself. I don't want to harm other people. I don't want to treat other people worse without dignity, in a bad way, because that reflects on me too. That affects me. See, people don't realize when you treat people badly, it affects you too. It
Yeah, I
affects you
think it's a
too.
stupid reason to treat people bad based on how they look. I think that's a stupid reason.
Regardless, treating them bad anyway. Even if they treat you bad, treating them bad isn't going to make it better.
No, I
Avoiding them.
agree.
You see, so this is where we see that the title is right. Self-respect is the key to a better world. It's to say, look, if you respect yourself, you wouldn't need to be part of that. And the fact that people are a part of that is a lack of self-respect. Sometimes people need to hear that because they don't know. And they might say, and there's nothing wrong with them. It's to say, wow, I'm glad I heard that because I didn't know. And now I'm going to change my life for the better. I'm going to respect myself more. I'm going to value my time, my health. I'm going to raise my personal moral standards, like objective ethics pointed out. It's objective ethics, it's objective morality, it's not subjective. I'm going to set boundaries, knowing what behavior I will tolerate and not tolerate from others. That's a big part of leaving those organizations like the Hebrew Israelites or the Klan or the skinheads or La Racha, right? The race or something like that, La Raza from Mexico and stuff. They have them in all types of people.
Sure.
So not depending on other people for approval. Because that's
Even
another
Muslims don't like non-Muslims. They don't really like them. They don't really respect them.
there's a lot of that going on.
I mean, I just can't get over the fact, MD, that you want me to take a guy, wearing a ridiculous looking suit and wearing a cone head shaped hat, in front of burning crosses to take that seriously. Honestly, I mean, let's
all right.
really.
Well, don't take it seriously, and you
How are you
don't.
going to take that? It's an image. It's just like if you let it
Mhm.
bother you, then
I'm
it's
not
not. But if
letting
it's
it bother.
directly bothering, if it's
I'm
directly affecting you, they're doing something to
I'm
you
not letting it
physically.
bother me.
You
I,
are, bro.
I
That's what you're
mentioned it.
doing.
I mentioned it, and
You
it
said
caused,
that they're bigger than we think, and they probably
Yeah,
had
they
all
are
this
bigger.
that
They
was
are. They
they're
are.
involved in all this stuff that we
They
don't know
are bigger
about. And
than
I'm
we
like,
think.
dude,
When you had
that's never come up in my studies
look,
ever.
let me
You
show
understand?
you how.
That was
Let me
that
show
was a
you.
it's
clown
like the
show.
skinheads
Yeah.
shaving your head. What is
Wait,
that?
let me show you how big they are. When Trump was first in office, what happened? They lit torches and they marched. Remember that? Remember when they marched around
I
when
don't
Trump got
even
in
look.
office?
I don't be looking in the Ku Klux Klan, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
I
no,
don't
you
look
didn't
at. I don't
see
watch
that.
any of that.
Like you're
Why are you
acting
even
like
looking
that
at that?
didn't exist.
Why are you even looking at that? Is what I'm
You're
saying.
acting like that didn't exist.
But why does that trigger
Objectively,
you?
your
They're just
brother.
walking around to do it. I mean, what significance of that? They're idiots. They're
So
just
they were
being
just
stupid.
walking around. They weren't
What else do
marching
they
saying
do?
they weren't marching saying Jays will not replace them. All white men with torches after Trump. They're basically their white racist
Yeah,
leader.
and Trump backstabbed them. Trump backstabbed
No,
them.
he didn't. He did not criticize that. He criticized the CEO that disagreed with him within 20 minutes. It
Hmm.
took 2 days for him to say something when there was a Nazi rally and a rebel rally. J.K. Rowling She
How do
tweeted
you
saying,
know
"Wow,
about all this shit,
listen,
dude?
because it's all over the news. How did you not know about it?" She
Yeah,
said, "Yeah, this is a hell of a day for the president to forget to tweet. The guy that's always tweeting out of his ass when he was first president had nothing to say." Objective ethics, good to see you, brother. He says, "I'm going to say yes. Self-respect is the key, fam." Thank you, fam. My brother. Thank you, bro. You inspired this,
So
bro.
where are you
but then
following
look
this?
at
Because
what Trump did for
I'm
Israel.
real quick,
It
Mr.
doesn't
X.
matter
I'm
what he
asking,
did.
I'm
See,
asking.
what you're doing is you're doing what MAGA people do. When somebody says something about Trump, they say, well, liberals did this. No, well, I'm not talking about liberals. I'm talking about the fact that he could not condemn what those white racist guys did by marching with
But you know why he didn't condemn it? You know
they were
why?
marching with freaking torches, man.
Because that's his base. That's his
It's a
base. That's
Oh my
white.
show. It's
goodness,
a
man. So
show.
that's his base. So you're admitting that his base are white racist supremacist members.
Oh, a lot of them, yeah, but they're
Okay,
idiots also
so that's
because,
all. So
but
so
they're
so
also
then to say
idiots.
so then to say that they don't have power doesn't make sense
But
because that's his
why would a
base.
neo-Nazi group support Israel? That makes no sense.
Wow, wow, man. What were those guys saying? His base. What were they saying? Jays will not replace them. So is that support of Israel?
No,
No.
but their leader Trump
Okay.
did
There is
support
no
them
but. No, there is no but.
Why are we bringing up Israel, Mr. X?
because the trillions that we've given to Israel supported them, and they're committing basically a genocide in Palestine.
I know, but
You know?
that's something that's it's a touchy subject. We can't really. I mean, I wouldn't.
Okay, well, we can't
Risk
touch it, but
talking
I'm just saying it just doesn't align. Like Trump played them for suckers, is all I'm saying.
Well, I tell you what, he definitely didn't condemn them.
And when I hear this talk again, like Mr. X, we just said, I gotta say something, Mr. X, about that because it's like we're pretending again that this other thing doesn't exist that are handling these people to do this. Again, it's like this miss thing. Like you'll say, yeah, these guys are okay, that's there, so this must be happening. And in the next conversation, you're saying, no, Trump's doing all this stuff. Which one is it? You guys keep going back and forth.
No, I'm
You keep
saying
jumping
Trump
out
is
of
a
reality,
con
jumping
man.
back
I'm
in.
saying he's a con man. He's a con man. That's what I'm saying.
He's controlled through a conduit of some sort. You think they're going
Right.
to let a guy up there, since JFK and all that stuff, just do what he wants?
Yeah.
I
It's just
even predicted this before even Biden came in. I was like, look, they're going to let him Biden, and after that, once this guy's in, you're going to see some stuff you've never seen before. So
right. You still got a bunch
we're
of
already
poor
in
whites stuck on fentanyl
this has
and all
nothing
the
to do with
meth
what
and
Trump
everything.
wants or this other guy
You know?
wants. This has to do with whatever establishment we can't see wants. And
I
we
mean,
have
if
names
Trump
for
was
that.
really for them, wouldn't he set all the prisoners for free? The white supremacist prisoners that are in jail right now, wouldn't he set them all free? He didn't do that.
Didn't he do that?
Not all
Didn't
of
he
them.
do that from January 11th? One of the guys had he did a sale a Hail Hitler thing. He pardoned that guy, and then
Oh, that was because
get
of
this, he pardoned a
Yeah.
guy that went ahead. He's got life in jail now for pedo stuff. One of the guys he pardoned before he pardoned him, the guy had committed that. He pardoned him for January 6th. Now he's doing life for pedo. These are some of the guys he pardoned. Openly. You can look this up. How do you not know this?
Well, no, but maybe that's what he supports. Maybe those are the guys that he supports, the pedo.
Okay,
Maybe that's what he's about.
Well, of course, we know that, but I want to ask MD a question. So, MD, what did Obama do for black people?
Bro, you can't bring that
In
up
2 terms.
while we're talking about this. You see what I'm saying? When you
No,
project,
it's the same thing. I'm just
no,
flipping
that's
it.
called projecting. I'm not saying Obama's a saint, but when we're talking about something and you project over there, that says a lot, man.
Projecting nothing. I'm saying, what did he do for black people? Because that's the perfect time to actually do
That says
something,
the
right?
conversation is getting too hot for you to handle, and that's okay.
You see, though,
That's
because he was
okay,
following his
man.
orders. He was following his orders from a higher
it's
level,
cool, bro.
and he didn't get to do what he wanted to do, right?
JD Vance says, Timbo says, JD Vance actually told people during a speech that you don't have to apologize for being white. Straight America KKK. That's exactly true. That's exactly true. If you look at what JD Vance and these other guys said about Trump, that you can't trust him, this and that, years ago, and now they flipped the script, that tells you everything right there. You're dealing with unscrupulous people, deceitful, dishonest, people you cannot trust.
I agree with that. I agree
This
with
is the
that.
entire
already
cabinet.
designed this way. It's
This
already
is the
designed this
entire
way.
cabinet.
You know, I mean, I just don't know what's going on, bro. I mean, since
It's
9/11,
look.
it has already proven
I
this.
was talking about
9/11 has already proved this, and
the
you're going
fact
back
that
and forth.
I mentioned that people in the Klan are in there because they don't have self-respect. If they respected themselves, they would leave that. If other groups like that, regardless their color, respected themselves, those groups would not exist. But the Klan thing hit the soft spot, and for some reason, you guys stayed on it for a while. And to me, that says, hey, that's the wound, that's the bruise that you guys need to heal from.
I'm, because
We'll heal
it's the
from it. Don't
Muppet
worry.
Show, and that's what I'm saying. It's that
No, it's
Muppet
okay.
Show,
Look, I'm
and you're
not.
trying to tell us
Thinking
that
you
you want
guys
me to
get
take that guy seriously. You want me to take
He's
that
gonna pull
wearing
in
a
the coin
freaking cone
pulse.
head. You want me to take that seriously? I mean,
No, hey, you don't have to take it
I don't see anything
seriously.
they've done to say,
Well,
look,
that's
these
it.
guys.
Look, you don't have to take it seriously. It's okay. It's all right. I'm just saying that if those guys respect themselves, it wouldn't be as bad as it is. The guys that marched with burning torches, you don't find something familiar about burning torches, like burning crosses, right? They did that because why did they do that? Because they don't respect themselves.
And why did they show a bunch of nurses with gurneys running around, in the Chinese Olympics before the jab thing? So I didn't want to talk about that, but again, this is much
Why?
bigger.
Tell me why. You know the answer why.
What you're talking about is a
The
lower
reason,
level.
it all goes back to them not respecting themselves. You cannot disrespect other people. You cannot disrespect the planet if you respect yourself. So self-respect is the basis, like objective ethics.
And I said before, you have to know thyself before you can respect thyself, right? So how do you even get to that point?
What, to know thyself?
Yeah, before you can respect yourself, right?
Well, if you respect yourself first, you'll get to know yourself a little better. And if you know yourself, you can know yourself and say, hey, you know what? I'm not respecting myself. So I need to start respecting myself. So when you get to know, some people get to know themselves and they don't like themselves and they change. Some people don't change, they'll hide that. So knowing yourself is a beginning point, but you can respect yourself and then you start to get better. You start to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to fix my flaws. Why? Because I respect myself. I'm going to embrace it too. I'm going to forgive myself for not being perfect, and I'm going to embrace my flaws. That's part of respecting yourself. You're never going to be perfect. That's okay. Accepting that is part of growing and becoming a better person due to the base foundation of respecting yourself. Objective ethics was very right in that point in presenting that. It's a truth that he presented. So nobody could say we're agreeing with him or he's agreeing with us. We're both agreeing with the truth. And I give him a lot of credit for pointing that out. I do, as I think about it deeper, I think that it goes deeper than what we talked about the other day of him saying, well, if you respect yourself and respect everything, the afterlife will take care of itself. I'm not sure it in a way it could, but I'd like to know and contemplate where we could be going. How can I make it better for where I'm going? How can I even begin to contemplate that thing, which is, to me, it's fun contemplating where I'm going to go. If I'm going to go anywhere. I doubt it's going to be nowhere. And we had a great conversation when he came on where I admitted, like, look, if you respect yourself, he pointed out some very good points that, and I let him know that either way you're covered. So if you're not going anywhere and you're in the dirt and you turn back into fertilizer, great. If you are going,
you can't go nowhere. You can't go nowhere. That's not an option because
part of
nowhere
you,
doesn't exist. So how can you get there?
well, part of you will recycle, right? The physical part will recycle.
Sure.
And then the non-physical part, what they try to say is just the physical part creating consciousness, which really has no basis. I mean, I think it's based
No
on fear.
scientific basis, but it has no scientific basis.
Well,
Absolutely.
it's also based on not respecting yourself, because you're not respecting yourself enough to search for truth. If you really respect yourself, part of that respect is searching for truth. Part of that respect is accepting that everyone is an agnostic. So the people who are evolutionists don't respect themselves. It's basically modern day blackface. We see that. They'll always come up with another creature saying that this is an ape man and all of that. And it's basically blackface. The fact that they can't put the blackface, it's museum blackface.
I agree.
And it always deals with people of color. Oh, well, then, and so what was civilization, right? And any civilization that you find that goes against their narrative.
And what's wrong with that?
Wow. If I got to point out what's wrong with that, there's no hope.
Let's say that's true, and let's just say it's
You
true.
think evolution is true now?
I knew you would say that, but I'm just saying, as for an example, for the example,
right.
let's say it was true. Would you have a problem with that?
No. If you could show me the science, right? And I'm saying, wow, you know what? These things do transform. And wow, this is amazing. I'm in the search for truth.
Because there is evidence of that. I told you my version was the Bigfoot thing. That's why they don't want us to know about
Well,
it.
the Bigfoot thing, I don't see it. I mean, you might be right on Bigfoot, but I just don't see it. I see people searching for Bigfoot, werewolves, and they can't even get along with people of different colors. Yeah. Those people, the majority of Bigfoot people are the hillbillies in the hills that don't want anybody of any color. I was supposed to have an interview with guys in Virginia it was about 10 years ago. And I had a thing when I produced Descendants of Atlantis, and I put my picture up there when I was at the museum. And the guy contacted me and he goes, "Is that you in the picture?" And I said, "Yeah." And he was like, "Wow, that's great." Next thing you know, they canceled the interview that night. And they made excuses that were hilarious. I was like, wow, these guys are like it was sad. Instead of just saying, look, we don't want to do.
I've never done that to you, MD. I've never done that to you.
No,
what's wrong with that?
I never said, and I've never said you did. See, this is the thing. Why would you say that you've never done that to me?
Because it's a point that I'm not judging you based on what you look like.
No, I understand that. I understand that. But I'm saying the fact that I've never said you've done that to me, for you to point out that, well, I've never done that, is kind of saying that, well, maybe you feel that way about me, and I don't feel that way about you.
Oh my goodness. No, it's to say that people are individuals, everybody's different. I don't claim that everybody who has my skin color is a good person.
People are definitely objective. Good to see you, brother. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, and I'm saying I've had a similar situation.
It's okay to criticize people and reject bad ideas, but never lose respect for anyone's humanity. We lock up criminals, but we shouldn't treat them like animals. Exactly, bro. Exactly. When we look at the fact that we have a nation that contains about 25% of the incarcerated people on the planet, I mean, this is horrible. 1% of our population is incarcerated. That's hard. And the majority of those people incarcerated, you already know, the majority are people of color. So this is very, like, I'm not saying anything against other people. I'm saying this is a problem due to a lack of self-respect. And if we can look into that and teach people this, we can make a better world.
Isn't it so much sweeter when that guy of color rises up and, like Michael Jordan, or makes Nazi beyond color? Now you see this guy as a superhero type situation.
Michael Jordan is just another cog in the machine. He's not trying to help anybody. He's trying to look out for himself. He does not respect himself because he supports people that exploit children. Him and Al Bundy are the two best salesmen in the world.
You bring up Al Bundy. It's like
him and Al Bundy are the two best shoe salesmen in the world. Michael Jordan does not care about justice or equality.
That's not the context. You're taking out of the context again.
Michael Jordan cares about
I'm
make.
saying when someone reaches that level, white or black, it's even more so when they're of color.
If you look up what's the guy's name, a chameleonaire or something like that, when he said he bought a Michael Jordan jersey for like $8,000 or something. Michael Jordan openly told him he hates N-words. Like he didn't even want to take a picture with him. I mean, look up the interview when you see stuff. The fact that you brought up Michael Jordan, I'll tell you about Michael.
It doesn't affect me. Why? Okay, he
Of course,
doesn't
I don't
like
expect it to affect you,
He
man.
doesn't like
That's
that.
okay.
Why am I going to disrespect that?
You know why it doesn't affect you? Lack of self-respect. When you respect yourself more, you'll say, hey, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't bring up Jordan as an example, because if you are, bring him up as an example of somebody who doesn't respect himself, to show that even a billionaire can lack self-respect. Elon Musk does not respect himself, nor does he respect his children. And the reason that he doesn't respect his children is because he doesn't respect himself. Donald Trump, all of them, they would not be doing these things if they respected themselves. Now, I'm not saying other presidents aren't just as bad or almost as bad.
So let's establish you're saying he's doing it out of his own volition. He doesn't have any outer power.
It doesn't matter if there's somebody else pulling the strings. The only way they can pull the strings is if you don't respect yourself. If you respect yourself, you will not let them pull those strings. You will cut those strings. You will pay the price. You will be the hero. You will die the hero instead of living long enough to see yourself become the villain. And I'm not telling anybody to do that. I'm pointing out a point that when you respect yourself, look, if somebody were to come and kill me today, fine. I'm okay with that. I've lived a great life. I'm satisfied. I respect myself enough to go with dignity. I'm not afraid to go. That's another thing too, because I respect myself. I'm not afraid of any of that. I'd rather live a short, just life than a long, unjust life. I'd rather live a short life of self-respect than a long life without self-respect. That's where I'm at. And I'm not saying that you have to be there. I'm saying this is where I'm at. And if people can learn from that example, great. If they don't, that's still great. Why? Because I respect myself. Respecting yourself.
People call that righteousness. They call that righteousness.
I don't know if it's righteousness or whatever, but objective ethics, I got to thank him for bringing that into perspective, because when I do something that would be disrespectful to someone else, I realize that that's a lack of my own self-respect. If I respect myself, I will think twice. I will try at least to make myself a better person by not doing that to someone. I'm not perfect. So again, I can still break this and say, hey, you know what, man? I fell back into that old behavior, but I'm working on becoming a better person every day. Who am I working on becoming better than? Me. That's the only person I'm in competition with, the person I was yesterday. And if everybody looked at it like that,
then we should be able to talk about Tupac, for example, without you getting. You said the Klan thing earlier. That it hit a nerve. Okay, and I respectfully talked about it. So Tupac.
But can I just ask MD one quick question? One quick question. If you knew there was a moral law out there, like say, do unto others as you would do unto yourself. But I'm just saying, would it be easier to follow your line of keeping self-respect, not disrespecting other people, if you knew it would come back to you for sure, like the laws of karma? If you knew that was a real law. Like say you knew 100% certain that the laws of karma existed. A creator out there made that law.
I know laws of karma exist. I know that for sure. So there is no not knowing that. It's not like I don't know it, and that if I knew it, no, that exists. The law of karma, of the law of inertia, right? The force, right, with pushing something and coming back, and that law also exists in the non-physical, which is karma.
Sure.
It can be explained as karma. That definitely, karma has no menu. You get what you deserve. That's what karma is. And I wonder when
That's what motivates me. That's what motivates me.
well, no, it doesn't
Not to
motivate
disrespect
me.
other people.
Karma doesn't motivate me because, see,
Mhm.
then that wouldn't be really respecting yourself by doing that. Would be fear. That would, and I
Sure.
could be wrong. I could be wrong on this. I'm just saying, if I respect myself, there is no need to worry about karma because I respect myself. But if you're doing it because of karma, then that shows that you're not going to be the good person when nobody's looking, kind of. And not saying that you wouldn't do
No, but
that.
karma, you can't do it without anybody looking. Karma sees it
Karma will
all.
still catch you. But it's saying that if karma didn't exist, then you'd be okay with doing the disrespectful stuff because there's a lack of self-respect there somewhere
Mhm.
hiding beneath something, beneath a
Right. And
mask.
religious people would call that sin. They would call that sin.
They
You know.
might, some might not, but some might. I mean, if you respect yourself, though, that doesn't exist because you respect yourself. It evaporates. It's to say, well, whether karma exists or not, it's okay because I respect myself.
But how do
That's
you
the main.
build self-respect for yourself? What's the formula for building your own self-respect? What do you have to do?
Knowing yourself, like Scribe was saying earlier, when you know yourself and you start to see your own flaws and accepting, embracing your flaws, you say, you know what? I've changed. That's another part of self-respect to say, I know myself, so I know that these things I'm not honest about. So I'm going to be honest with myself about these things. Because remember, if you lie to a friend, you can lose the friend. But if you lie to yourself, you lose yourself. And you see a lot of people walking around, they've lost themselves and they don't know why. It's because they
Sure.
continually lie to themselves. So being honest with yourself, that's the first step in becoming a better person due to respecting yourself. So you're saying, look, if I respect myself and I say, okay, what are some parts of respecting myself, right? Let go of perfectionism, embrace your flaws, pay attention to when your time or kindness are being taken advantage of. So you don't take advantage of other people's time and you don't let other people take advantage of your time. That's very important too, because if you're too nice, that's a lack of self-respect. You're saying, look, there's got to be
Sure.
boundaries. Taking
And what
account,
about helping out others? How about helping out others? Would that help you build self-respect? Helping other people less
helping out
fortunate?
others. If it's like I said, you value your time. You can help others, but you don't. You got to know when your kindness is being taken advantage of.
Oh, of
So
course, of
so you
course.
can help others to a certain extent. And one of the best things you can help others with is teaching them how to respect themselves, teaching them that self-respect is the basis for the better world. You don't chase people who don't value. So if you're helping somebody and they don't value, helping them is not respecting yourself at that point. You got to say, you know what, I can't help everybody, right?
Yeah.
So that's another part of it, right? Valuing your health, that's self-respect. Maintaining a clean environment, that's self-respect. Getting enough rest, that's self-respect. Not abusing yourself, that's self-respect. Knowing what behavior, right, you will not tolerate from others and acting upon that. So you can know what you won't tolerate, and if you don't act on it, that's still disrespecting yourself. But if you know that you won't tolerate that and then you act upon that, that's self-respect. Like how I knew, okay, Street Maxer tried to get on the stream the other day. And I was like, man, I can't tolerate that from him. I got to act upon that. I can't let him on. And I got to do it in a way that shows that it shows that I respect myself. I'm not doing it just to show that. It's to say, okay, look, man, I hope you're doing okay. I know you've been through some stuff. I cannot let you on the stream. And I hope he's doing okay. So now him seeing that, he might be angry because he might have wanted me to lash out and maybe make fun of him or tell him you're not getting on the stream. No, I would really like to have a conversation with him, but I can't do it on this stream. And my time is too valuable to do it at somewhere else. There's other people he can talk to. So doing it in a respectful way Why? Because I respect myself. If I did it in a disrespectful way, that would reflect and show that I don't respect
We got a
myself.
big one. We got a
Knowing
big super.
myself, right? So that lets me know myself a little better to say, wait, I got to do this in the right way. I got to have self-respect as I'm doing this. What did you say, Scribe?
We got a nice super chat here.
It's my brother, bro. Thank you for the support, bro. He says self-respect is attained by striving for the virtues. Wow, that's deep. Self-respect is attained by striving for the virtues. Wisdom is the fundamental virtue. So wisdom is the fundamental virtue. With wisdom, you can understand all other virtues. This is great, man. Thank you, brother, for the support, and thank you for the knowledge. Thank you for the wisdom. I think
great
this helps. Yeah, Mr. X, this answers a lot of what you were saying. Self-respect. So basically, I'll repeat it, and this is like the mantra, man. Self-respect is attained by striving for the virtues. Wisdom is the fundamental virtue. With wisdom, you can understand all other virtues. Thank you, brother. Thank you, bro. This is so great, man. I really appreciate that, bro. The support and the wisdom, man. This is where it's at. This is where it's at, where we're helping each other become better people and building a better world by teaching self-respect and showing what self-respect is based on. Wisdom is very important, man. Wisdom is the fundamental. It's the basis. Yeah, man. It's deep, man. And Brian,
very few achieve the wisdom side.
Huh?
Very few achieve the level of wisdom or what they call wisdom.
Well, wisdom. If we analyze wisdom, right? Knowledge, right? Knowledge is knowing. So knowing something, right? So knowing what to say is knowledge. Wisdom is knowing whether to say it or not. That's just one example. So if, like when Sosa was on a stream the other day, right? And he gave the 100th monkey analogy where the monkeys were washing what he said were the coconuts on the beach. And after the 100th monkey started washing the sand off the coconuts across the ocean on another island, the monkeys got that mental image and they started doing it. And then I mentioned, so when they were washing the potatoes, and he stopped and he said, no, coconuts, like basically saying, no, I said coconuts. Now I knew, right? I knew the experiment was done with sweet potatoes. I looked it up just to make sure while he was talking. And I said, you know what? I got a choice of either stopping him and saying, look, no, the experiments, because I was just going to stop him and say it, but I said, let me just look it up to check myself again. I knew, but I said, let me check. I haven't heard about the 100th monkey experiment for over 10 years, but I remembered it pretty well. I didn't need to interrupt him again to say, hey, wait a minute, I just checked it. It's potatoes. And I wasn't saying potatoes because I thought I thought when you said coconuts, I misinterpreted it as potatoes. And then you corrected me to say coconuts. No, it was potatoes, because when you think about it, it's like, well coconuts, how do that just, you start to think, well, wait a minute, how the hell does a monkey open a coconut? It's like, have you seen that? Whatever, maybe they do, but the experiment was done with sweet potatoes. And I didn't need to tell him that. So the knowledge was knowing what to say. I knew that, hey, wait a minute, no, that's incorrect what you said. But wisdom was knowing whether or not to say it. So I didn't say it. I had a choice, either be right or be kind. And I chose to be kind.
And to get to that wisdom you're talking about right there, you got to go through that many times to understand, no, don't say it. Because I used to say it. I was dumb and just interrupted, and I would always blur it out. But now I'm wise enough not to say anything.
Exactly.
You've done it already. You've gone through the pain.
Yeah.
Wisdom comes through the pain, through the roots, going all the way down.
Wisdom, it's understanding. Objective ethics says wisdom is the ability to properly apply knowledge in your life. Excellently said. Excellently spoken. That is so true. So the knowledge that we know, we apply it properly. That's a great definition of it. That's a great definition of it. So the wisdom of no, okay, we know how to make ourselves better people. We know how to respect ourselves. Like we were saying, you don't tolerate the behavior from others. And then the wisdom is acting upon that. So we act upon that. We value our time. So we know that's the knowledge. Value your time and then apply that to our life. Like objective ethics was just saying, the example of what wisdom is. Health. Value our health. The wisdom is applying it to our life. Applying the knowledge of valuing our health. Getting enough sleep. Maintaining a clean environment. Not depending on others for approval. We see that to feel valuable. And it's a sad thing because you see a lot of people stuck in that. They need approval to feel valuable from another person. And that's, a type of, seeking external validation when all you need is your internal validation. And when you have internal validation from yourself, right? Self-care, dignity, you set boundaries, you live with integrity, you speak up and assert yourself. You say no when necessary, and you say yes when necessary. Accept and forgive yourself. Notice small things. Apply this. This is the wisdom. So the knowledge is what I said. And like Objective had pointed out, the wisdom is applying that knowledge to your life, which is excellently said. That is excellently said. Oh, wait, Objective is here. Holy smokes. What's up, bro? Good to see you. Wow, I was on the other window looking at some other stuff.
Hey, brother, what's good, family?
Just hanging, fam. How's everything?
I live in the dream. I just literally just walked in the door from work. I was having a late dinner, so I mostly just want to listen to you guys rap about it. You guys are chopping it up right now, bro. It's been such a pleasure to listen to you talk for the last 10 minutes or so, Mr. X, Scribe. Really enjoying the conversation. I just came in really quick to just kind of clarify a couple of things because I know it can get kind of intimidating or a little overwhelming seeming. Like it's such a simple thing, like the self-respect. Oh, that's the key to the good life. We all want it. And then Mr. X asked a really important question. Well, how do we get this self-respect? And, you could say in a couple of sentences at the base level, oh, just strive for the virtues. That's not that complicated. But then you say, well, how do I do that? And so I just wanted to just really quick, if I could touch on that, if you don't mind.
Please. Mr. X, are you there still? I think he's at work, so sometimes he mutes. So go ahead. Yeah, please touch on it.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so just really quickly. So there's 4 types of data. There's just raw data, and then the next level up is information. That's where data gets organized and collected. So that once we get exposed to information, which is the only type of data that we have access to. We don't have access to raw data, but we do have access to information. Then we can have knowledge is the next step up from that. That's where we actually comprehend the information. So it goes from data to information to knowledge. The final step is wisdom. That's when you know how to properly apply the knowledge. So that's how everything works, kind of a hierarchy, right? The other thing I would say to clarify is that to strive for the virtues, the way that I conceptualize this is not the virtues that they talk about in organized religion. Some of the virtues do cross over, but the virtues that I think the true virtues are Aristotelian virtues, the golden mean. In Buddhism, they talk about the middle way, and that's really what I strive for. So and that makes it really easy and really tangible for anybody because Aristotelian, the golden mean is that perfect medium between excess and deprivation. So if you think about courage, for example, right? Courage is a virtue. On one side of courage, you have recklessness, and on the other side, you have fear. So right in between recklessness and fear, that's where the virtue of courage lies. And you can understand any virtue that simply by just looking at what is too much or what is too little. Right in the middle there, that's the middle way that Siddhartha Gautama was talking about, the Buddha. That's that middle way, and that's how you attain the virtues. It's not easy, and it's a constant struggle. Like you were saying earlier, that it's a journey, right? You want to be a better person today than you were yesterday. I love how you said that, bro. That was really powerful. So anyway, I hope that kind of cleared things up. I'm just going to chill out here and listen to you guys chop it up here.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. X, if whenever because I know you're at work, sometimes you got to mute up. Yeah, that whole
Well, I have
yeah,
something to say about it real
yeah,
quick.
please.
It's like, it's the generalization about it, and I agree with your analysis of where it should lead and how it should come in. The data, they want to call it intelligence or whatever, like the CIA is like, they want intelligence. Well, it's broken up data that eventually becomes a whole. They have knowledge now to understand, okay, this is what's going on, but they don't have the full picture yet. That later comes into the wisdom once they've gone through uh, hell, probably, or war to gain that information. Something happened to gain that information. And through that, those crazy moments, that stuff converts into wisdom to now know if you see this happen, you've seen that lead up to this. So that's definite wisdom because majority of people go in already, they're already thinking the regular way. They're going to get put into the meat grinder. They're going in green. They don't know what's going on. A guy with wisdom says, stop, you're going into a meat, you're about to walk into a landfill. Let me, tell you one little detail that'll fix your whole situation or something like that. So there's so much of what I'm trying to say is there's so much deceit and scammery and misinformation that mixes in with that. You never really get to that point of being able to fulfill completely, to be self-respected as far as every part of my being, as far as the body, the mind, the soul, everything else. I think that's part of the journey while we're here to be able to even attain that. Most people, I would say, in the mainstream would never, or not going to, not never, but not get close to that high level of understanding and self-respect that you're talking about. So to hear it in steps and basic steps, there is a lot of interpretation there for people to go through life, depending on their situation, depending if they're a mechanic or a computer guy or a football guy, or whatever. They're going to go through different gamuts of these steps, and it's all going to require, either crazy physical blood, sweat, and tears, literally, like the football guy, or the computer guy has to go through serious mental stress to complete a project. You have to go through these crazy things to finally understand, okay, when you're talking about building a game or doing something like this, let me tell you the full story, because you're only getting the surface story of something. Until you've lived it and bled for it, you don't know what that means to truly understand something, to therefore translate to wisdom, which is a sacred thing that I don't think can be described in words. Or the old man at the top of the mountain who somehow survived, and he's a keeper of knowledge. There are keeper of knowledges for a certain tribe and stuff that this guy is designated. I mean, once he dies, the next guy comes in to hold that knowledge. There is that. And I think that's probably one of the most precious things, to be able to keep our knowledge intact of these sacred things. And it definitely seems like there has been a recent reset in the U.S. as an example of that, where you have American Gladiator, programs and ridiculous things going on that are just completely nonsense within that time period of technology. But yeah, it's hard to separate what is true information to lead you to that knowledge, to then lead you to the final wisdom outcome. And I believe that's going to be different for everybody, but you give a good simple variant of that to understand, if you follow these things, you could eventually lead here. But again, for everybody, it's going to be different. And it's a beautiful thing. That's why we're here, in the first place. So go ahead, Andy.
Yeah.
I really liked everything you said right there. You have a really good way with words. You painted a lot of really great visual pictures in my mind just listening to you, the old man on the hill, the way you articulated the knowledge to the wisdom. And I agree with you 100% that it is something that we strive for. It's not necessarily wisdom. It's not elusive. We could definitely attain wisdom, but it's like anything else, like courage, for example. Like you attain courage, but your courage is constantly going to be tested, right? So just because you understand and have attained it doesn't mean that you don't have to use it like a tool, like any other tool. You got to keep putting it to use. But once you have it, it makes life so much easier, because all your struggles you come up against, you have this courage. You understand what it feels like, what it looks like, what it sounds like, what it smells like, tastes like, blah, blah, blah. And you can apply that more effectively. But the wisdom, so one example of it, so like knowledge comes so easily compared to wisdom. Like we are absolutely destroying this planet right now, and it's been at an exponential rate ever since the Industrial Revolution, right? So socially, technologically, we were able to start burning fossil fuels and building these combustible engines, and we just all these machines and all of our workloads got so much easier because now these machines are doing all this stuff. We did it long before we were ever able to step back and say, oh, is this a good idea? You see what I'm saying? Because we didn't have the wisdom. We had the knowledge to be able to do this amazing stuff with technology. We're seeing it happen with AI right now. We're getting the knowledge, but we are so far from the wisdom that we need to how to actually properly apply this. Should I be doing this whole AI thing right now? Probably not a good idea. It's going to work us out of jobs at an exponential rate. How are we going to value people's time anymore? How are the economy is going to stay functioning? What are we going to pay people to do if the machines are doing it? So this is just one real life example or two real life examples of how knowledge comes so much easier than wisdom. And knowledge, you got to work hard for knowledge. It took thousands of years for us to be able to build combustible engines and do these kind of things. And now all of a sudden, in 150, 200 years.
Well, here's the issue. So you painted like a Terminator 2 situation where, if AI gets out of control, and I had a few streams about this saying, if that happens, if Skynet happens, all these things happen, that means that the intent was there to not control these things in the proper fashion to actually prevent these outcomes. But yet we're saying, no, it has the ability to do all these things and it's magical and it's above human intelligence, all these things. So it's not until you conquer that and figure out and say, no, that actually doesn't work that way. You were intentionally doing that and then climb your own mountain to, if you somehow succeed against that massive opposition, which is the mainstream, then you could learn the knowledge and reach that mountain that we're talking about. But it's like we're only getting to reach little tiny steps, a few little steps here, a few little steps there. We're never going to reach that high level. You could possibly, depending on your adventure, but the majority are not going to see that high level to reach a level of wisdom where it's always like a sacred thing to say, okay, what level of wisdom, because there's many levels. So this guy's gone through 500 real wars versus some guy who's only gone through one war. He's got the wisdom of that one war, but this other guy has 500 under his belt. Now we're talking about a real master, behind this concept that we would put up there with wisdom, which is closely, I would relate to, to genius level. Not even, it's been loosely used a lot lately. I think we all have a genius in us. It's like, how do we bring that out in this very diverse?
What he posed was very good when he's saying wisdom is the ability to properly apply knowledge to your life. I would shorten that as well. Wisdom is the ability to properly apply knowledge. So looking at it that way, because Objective was bringing up a good point with the planet, what is going on, the Industrial Revolution, it was not smart. And when you say, like he said it beautifully, we had the power, we had the knowledge on how to build a combustible engine, but the wisdom to know whether or not to do it. And we shouldn't have done it. You look at it and you say, well, wait a minute, this will pollute the stuff that gives us life, the air, the water, the land. Objective, I know Scribe interrupted you. If you want to finish or continue, just add in. But yeah, please.
Yeah, no, you're both absolutely right. No, and no, he didn't. I wouldn't say interrupted. He just picked up where I was stopped off, and that's perfect. It's a great flow of conversation, and you're absolutely right. The burning of the fossil fuels. It's like, yeah, wow, look at this. This is so amazing. Building weapons, especially weapons of mass destruction. Should we be doing this? Is this, what I mean? All the things that we have gained the ability to do, that we gain the ability to do it faster than we gain the ability to comprehend whether we should do it or not. Because whether you believe, let's just set aside, because I know you guys don't believe in biological evolution. So let's just take that off the table, and we can do that for the purpose of this conversation. I'm assuming we all agree that there is a type of social evolution, right? And there's technological evolution, meaning that these things change over time, right?
Well, I would say advancement, the technological advancement, that would
advancement, be sure. Social advancement, technological advancement. Yeah. So the rate at which technological advancement happens is exponential, whereas the social advancement takes a long time. We were on this planet for, possibly 300,000 years. right, if the biologists are right, and the
Well,
what do they call them?
I mean, it
Right.
seems as if
Let's
that they were prior
let's say
civilization.
however many thousand years, even the religious people think that we're here at least 6,000 years. So at
Yeah.
least let's just grant 6,000 years. I don't fucking care. The number is just kind of irrelevant.
We
6,000
say
years.
300,000.
100.
Yeah,
Yeah,
300,000.
I think 300,000 is a fair number because we don't know. It could have been even longer than that. Who
Yeah, I think
knows?
it's longer. I think it's longer. But yeah, that's cool.
So 300,000 years. We'll just stamp that number. It took us it was like 200 some years. Actually, not even that. Less than 200 years to abolish slavery. Right?
Yeah.
200 years ago.
Well,
So for 298,000 years, we were owning other human beings as property before we finally figured out, you know what, that's not really an ethical thing to do. That's how slow social advancement is. And then you look at
I'm not sure because you see the 290,000 years there. What we've been told is that we're the ones that abolished it, right? So it kind of tells us that we know everything when we know we don't. So there had to have been cultures that understood that slavery was wrong, maybe small pockets.
Sure.
The machined artifacts that I showed you that I presented shows us that there was a technological age before the hunter-gatherers. So the hunter-gatherers seem to have come from a destruction of technology that may have used technology to create something so great that it destroyed itself. Just like if we did it today, if all of this stuff was destroyed somehow, maybe nuclear, maybe natural catastrophe, maybe us stifling the atmosphere to where humans, the majority, go extinct, right? The ones that understand how to build technology back are extinct now. So we go back into our fail-safe mechanism, which is the hunter-gatherer. That goes on for 10,000, 20,000, 300,000 years. So now we're living tribal the whole world. What builds it back to what it is today seems to be what has happened before. So we can extrapolate. We can see that if technology crumbled and the people that know how to smelt metal, do things that are technological, but only the basics stay, how to build a hut, how to fish basically, or pick fruits even, to where we have to relearn that, right? And then we start to say, wait a second, there's these artifacts that are showing that there's something that was older here before, and it was destroyed. But the story is telling us that no, it started at hunter-gatherer to get to where we are now. It looks more. Yeah.
I do hear what you're saying, brother. But even for the analogy that I'm trying to make for the purpose of on the topic here is, let's just say, for example, for the sake of argument, let's just go back to the written record that we have right now. We have the historical evidence that every major culture, starting with the written record, was engaged in slavery. The Sumerians did it, the Akkadians did it, the Babylonians did it, the Persians did it, the Romans did it, but so on and so forth, right? So at one point, and we know that worldwide there was all cultures. Now there might have been pockets, I agree, but for the most part, all cultures were engaged in this. Now here it is. Slavery is actually illegal. Now it does still get practiced, but it's technically illegal in every single country of the world now. So that didn't happen until just within a few hundred years. So for at least ever since the written record that we can look at, so the last, let's say 4,000, 5,000 years, right? Slavery was basically commonplace all over the world in every major culture. And it took us that many thousands of years to where now it's finally abolished worldwide, whoever did it. So that's what I'm saying, is that social advancement, if you don't want to call it social evolution, social advancement
we can call it social evolution, because evolution is an unfolding, unfolding.
Right,
so
exactly.
Unfolding.
And so
technological, it would be advancement, technology. Yeah.
It's so slow compared to technology. Technology grows at an exponential rate. That's why there's this whole theory behind it. It's called the technological singularity, because of this very thing. So that's the problem, is that what's that?
Slavery is still legal in some areas. Forced labor is still legal, like North Korea.
No, but also slavery, they've had it to where recently, I think in the 50s, a man was beaten to death because they had vagrancy laws. So it was a form of slavery. Like there's also an argument of there's more slaves today, even though slavery is abolished. There's more slaves today than when it was,
And
legal.
it depends on how you want to define slavery. I'm thinking of chattel slavery.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, I'm thinking of chattel slavery where you own
So,
people.
So
The
this
one
is
person.
this is a current statistic right here.
1 out of 50.
Yeah, but this isn't. Yeah, this isn't. This is like there's debt slavery, there's wage
No,
slavery.
I
There's
understand what he's saying. Yeah,
So this is
because-
chattel. This is chattel slavery.
Yeah, no, and I understand what he's saying about the chattel slavery and stuff. But when I look at technology, the advancements, right, it seems that this is not a natural advancement, that it seems to be introduced, like from the cathode ray to the transducer. So I'm kind of, I understand what you're saying, that the slavery that has only been legally abolished for, say, 150 years, right? But it's like drugs. Drugs were made illegal, but people still do them on a massive scale. So discrimination is illegal, but it's still practiced on a massive scale. But I just want to know what, I want you to continue on where you were going with the slavery, and then the technology.
Yeah, maybe that wasn't necessarily the best example given all the pushback, because I recognize what you guys are saying. And each one of those things could be a whole fleshed out as a whole conversation. But the point of it is that the technology grows so fast. The rate of technology. We went from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution to AI in such a short window compared to advancements we make in our social practices, right? Even if it's not perfect, it's not perfect. And that's part of the problem, is there's still people to this day who don't get that owning another human being as property is fundamentally immoral and unethical, right? They don't understand that self-respect is the key to living a good life. I mean, that message is, we're just trying to get that message off the ground right now, right? And we've been around for so long. So these ideas, it's a tough road, as I guess all I'm trying to say is that when you look at the history of things, to attain this wisdom, it is a step-by-step grueling process, and there's going to be 3 steps forward, 2 steps back kind of a thing, right?
Well, I think for some, because even though slavery was around for recorded history, that there were people in these hierarchies that knew slavery was wrong, that they were afraid to go against the powers that be, but they were like, look, you know what? I'm not going to enslave anybody, but these other people are. Like, what was it? Ben Franklin, I think they say, didn't believe in slaves. So he was somebody in the midst of slavery that didn't hold slaves. So slavery didn't exist with him. It didn't exist with other people. When William Whipple fought in the Revolutionary War, he said, how could I fight for my own freedom when I have a slave? So he freed a slave. The slave free man fought with him in the Revolutionary War. We see parts of other people around the world. Egypt, yes, there were slaves, and then there were people that understood that slavery wasn't right. You had tribes that enslaved other tribes, and then some tribes didn't. The Hopi natives of this land didn't have a word for war. So there are examples of that. But with the technology question now, we start to see that this technology, if we look at it logically, does not seem to be developed fully by us, like possibly introduced, but definitely in some sense engineered, re-engineered. So when we look at the airplane, and I showed, examples of ancient, like sculptures, ancient models that look like they depict flight, what appears to be pilot gear. When the Wright brothers, they say, went from the wooden airplane to the fighter jet. So you went from within a 20-year span, that seems to be introduced. Now, somebody might say, well, where is the scientific proof of this introduction? The scriptures and I would call them documents better, because so people wouldn't think they're religious, from ancient India, of schematics of flying machines called vimanas. And then we say, okay, so in the late 1800s, Britain the Netherlands and Germany were deep into India, where they had the books with the schematics for these flying machines. This is 1870, 1880, 1890. Magically, in 1903, the Wright brothers are now coming out with a prototype for a flying machine. Now, they had balloons before that, so they already understood flight to an extent, but now they have blueprints and schematics. From the paper airplane made out of wood by the Wright brothers, it jumps within 20 years to the Red Baron with mounted artillery on it. You fast forward another 15 years, not even 20 years, and you have fighter jets with oxygen masks for basically the beginning of World War II, 1935, say to 1940. So that jump in that small amount of time, somebody would say, well, wow, we really jumped in technology. But when we add in the fact, the documented fact that there were schematics that I had showed on the last show of Vimana from 1920. So you have schematics that were recreated from the literature of the documents that showed there were machines that flew. It went even as deep as to talk about mercury vortex engines. These things seem implausible, it like unreal to have existed by the evolutionary standard. This is why I look at evolution and I say, well, wait a second. It's as if they're hiding something. Now,
so we're talking about slaves, and that tech you're talking about eventually leads to AI is what is going to enslave us, and that's the whole point.
Well, the good thing that Objective brought up is we have the knowledge of AI, but we don't have the wisdom to understand how dangerous.
We don't have it yet because it hasn't been fully developed. I mean, once
well, it could already. See, we're going on the premise that what we see.
No, currently, I'm not saying the reason. I'm saying
it has
right
to be 30, 40 years ahead of what we see. So, and this is hard to imagine.
No, I'm saying it's already been done for thousands of years. I'm saying with us right now.
AI seems to have been found and recreated, but we'll leave that for another conversation. But what we see right now, right? Why would that be the most advanced AI? Why wouldn't there be? Where do you think AI would be in 40 years, right? Wherever you think it would be, that's what exists behind the scenes right now. And they're releasing it in the way that they see fit. It's as if, like the other stream I did, are we going back into the pod?
I think so.
Mr. X said he would gladly go into the pod.
I would.
Yeah. Now, I'm saying when you step into the pod, it's like in the Matrix, Agent Smith to put in Cypher. They're not putting him back in the pod. They're putting him in a coffin. It's like Soylent Green. So, yeah, it's alluring. Hey, I'd like to sit in a pod and get fed through whatever, and I can have a fantasy and just live a life like that. But is it realistic? Would it?
Well, I'm going to go anyway. That's how I look at it. I'm going to go anyway.
We are going to go. What Objective Ethics said that made a good point is, what do we have in front of us? What we have in front of us, we could make the best of that. We could say, look, we self-respect, right? We start to realize that with self-respect, we start to see, why would we pollute the air? Why would we pollute the water? And that observation, that's realization comes from respecting ourselves. Somebody that doesn't respect themselves will say, well, if I don't do it, somebody else is going to do it. They're going to make excuses. The person that respects themselves is going to say, no, this is unacceptable. Yeah, we have the power to fly machines in the sky, but those machines are polluting the sky.
Well, the thing is, you're allowing that guy to own land so he can do any stupid thing he wants to make money. You're allowing them to do it.
Well, another thing is, we live on the planet together. And I'm not religious, man, but when religious people, and they don't even adhere to, I am my brother's keeper, right? We really need to be looking out for each other. We need to be like, hey, we need to get to know each other. And this is hard because you got people on the outside that are trying to get us to fight each other. And the people that are trying to get us to fight each other have technology that threaten us.
Yes.
So they threaten us through, fear, how it's controlled. So we're trying to say, hey, you know what? We want to make a better world. We respect ourselves, which stems into respecting the environment, respecting each other. How do we do that when we have monsters with weapons that are constantly
I was
coming?
about to ask you the same question.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. I don't know if Objective has an
Yeah,
input.
I want to know what he thinks, because he's
Yeah,
been
I
very
think he's eating
clear.
too. So yeah, he's doing something as well. So whenever he unmutes, he can jump in. Yeah, good head Objective.
I think part of
I'm
wisdom, though. Go ahead.
eating. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Objective. Go ahead, Objective.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of eating and talking at the same time, so I apologize. I am listening to you guys. No, that's the tough question, because the answer is very uncomfortable. I mean, the only true answer is doing the right thing all the time, even when the right thing may lead you to physical suffering, emotional suffering, or whatever else. Because true self-respect can allow you to overcome that suffering. Because if you had to choose between suffering physically or emotionally, or suffering knowing that you don't have self-respect, if you truly understood what the value of self-respect was, you would take self-respect every single time in the face of everything. And so when you lead by example, when you walk the higher road, it's not necessarily going to guarantee you success in the situation you're in, according to what other people are valuing, but you will be valuing yourself and what you're doing, and be able to hold your head high in any situation. So you will get pushback. You will get pushback when you do the right thing. That's guaranteed.
But here's the thing: why is there so many few of us, Objective, when the mainstream is given advantages if they believe in the mainstream stuff and they agree with the homo thing and all other stuff, that if they agree with these things, somehow they get all these benefits, all these perks. But then when you speak truth, you're damned, you're beaten down, you got to go through all the bad stuff at your own detriment. I've gone through it, to where I'm like, I just wasted all my time. I wasted my life looking at this. But then a realization, like, look, that's part of the road. This is a lifelong conquest to understand. Not even conquest, just a lifelong thing to see how far you can get in this maze of understanding and knowledge, and see how far you can get in that. But how does that? What do you think about that? Like, how does it relate to that, as far as the detriment and everything else? Why does the majority of the mainstream find it okay to lie to themselves, while only a few of us will do it at our own detriment, and keep true to ourselves? Good.
Yeah, I think the answer really is in the analogy that you painted earlier, and I think it was brilliant. Is you're climbing a mountain, and climbing a mountain is not easy. It's not an easy road to attain this self-respect and to live a life full of self-respect. It's not that it's to say it's always going to make your life easier. It will make your life more fulfilling, and it'll make your life better. It'll give you the good life that you want in the face of everything else. And that's the thing about all these other things are fleeting. All these other things are just fleeting. And so it might give you satisfaction for the moment, but at the end of the day, when you're by yourself in your own thoughts, it's empty, and you're missing something, you're lacking something, and you can't figure out what it is. And people try harder and harder to plug that hole with all the wrong things, and it's all fleeting, and it never works. And it's very frustrating. They go through the whole life frustrated and hating themselves and hating their lives, even though they might put on a front, and other people might look at that saying, go, oh, look at that guy, he's a rock star, or he's Michael Jordan, he's the most famous basketball player in the world, he can go to China or Australia or wherever in the world and everybody knows who he is, and the guy's fucking miserable. He's self-loathing, even though he won't always show that face, that side of himself. You can see it in him, you can see it in his eyes, you can see it in the way he played basketball, you can see it in the way he treated his teammates, the way he talked to fans, everything else. The guy is self-loathing. So you could be at the top of the world and not have contentment, because happiness is fleeting. It's contentment that you're looking for. And so the other thing is, the issue is we're fighting against a system. And I don't know if you can blame any one person or one group of people, even we call them the elites or whatever, but it's the system that we're fighting against. And the system is dangling the carrot in front of everybody's face. And some people are thinking, oh, that's what I'm going for. Other people know, no, that's not where my nutrition is. I'm going to keep my head down and keep digging in the soil and find my own carrot. I'm not going to let the guy dangle a carrot on a string in front of me that I'll never get to. But like, if you go onto YouTube, shows like this right here, that are popping up on in a feed where it says, "Is self-respect the key to a better world?" How many people are going to have that pop up in their feed and watch that? Whereas if you go onto, I don't know, girls twerking, you'll probably see 2 million fucking views or 200,000 million views or who knows what, because the system is set up to try to promote all this nonsense out there that is literally of no value. And people are buying into it because it's an illusion. It's like that mirage I talked about on the show with Max. I
Okay.
think I talked.
So real quick, if you had a life review, you know how they say life reviews when you go, whatever, when they send these, and then God or Jesus is talking to you, whatever they say, and okay, let's do a life review. But you're like, wait a second, um, I had to realize I was born into a world that wasn't what I thought it was or what they told me it was, and I found out there was a lot of deceit and a lot of lies and a lot of evil that I had no clue even existed. How are you going to judge me in this life if I had to uncover that and go through the trauma and everything else? Like, what do you think about that?
Well, I'm not a religious person myself, so as far as the way what I actually believe and how I live my life is that if you have self-respect and if you strive for the virtues, which means necessarily that you respect the planet and that you respect other people, I don't believe I have anything to worry about in the afterlife, whether there's a Jesus God or no God. Either way, karma, reincarnation, I'm not worried about any of it. I'm just walking the higher path, and I'm satisfied with the way that I'm living my life. And I'm not perfect, make mistakes all the time, but I'm willing to recognize, I'm willing to be humble and say, you know what, God, I mean, I fucked up. I got to do better next time. I got to learn from
Does
that.
that
And
prove that there's another life after this objective? That the fact that you want to have self-respect and virtue, that there's something more to than this existence?
I don't know. I'm agnostic. I'm 50-50. Like,
So you have no idea what you think will happen when you leave this planet?
no idea. I don't pretend to know. I don't reject. I mean, I reject certain God claims because I know the origin of these stories, because I studied this stuff in college, world religions, and I attended seminary and stuff like that. So I'm knowledgeable about ancient history and the development of a lot of organized religions. So I just reject a lot of that stuff because I know better. But that doesn't mean that there couldn't be a prime mover. It doesn't mean that, I'm really actually more inclined to believe in karma and reincarnation.
Okay. You said you know better. What would be your belief in once you leave this world? What's the as far as knowing better? Like, what do you mean by that?
No, I mean, I know better than to accept certain religious claims because I've studied enough to know about the ancient history and where these ideas develop and why they develop. But as far as like there being a prime movers, I don't know. I'm more inclined to believe.
Would NDEs be evidence enough if they were to miraculously describe things that there's just no way that they could describe these things while they're clinically dead or whatever it is?
No,
So the NDE thing is, from what I've studied about NDEs, and I haven't done like a super, super deep dive into it. So I'm sure there's information out there I'm unaware of, but I have done a bit of research into it, and I've had a lot of exposure into it. The NDE thing is interesting because there are some commonalities, but mostly what happens is people report experiences that might be deemed as religious that happen to line up with what they already believed before they died. So a Muslim is going to see Muhammad and Allah. A Christian's going to see Jesus. A Hindu is going to see Shiva. I mean, so on and so forth. So either all those gods exist or none of them exist. It can't.
Isn't it to say that wherever you go, that it's already prepared to like what you believe in is already kind of what you see or whatever. Like it's already so you don't get scared or whatever. So you're going to this, but do these other things align? Like what they talk about after? Okay, they see Jesus, whatever. They see Muhammad, they see Krishna, whatever. Do these other things after that align? Like they talk about, okay, I can see better. I can travel. We can travel these people. Mm-hmm. They do this. Like do these things align? I found that a lot of these stories when they say Jesus or whatever, but everything beyond that seems to align because
I mean there is some commonalities like the bright light. Most of them, the significant majority of the ones I've looked into report seeing a bright light, and they have a similar sensation of peacefulness. So there's that in common. So there could very well be. It wouldn't surprise me at all because the body, is a machine basically, right? It uses energy, but it's not energy itself. Right, it's matter, and so it's a concentrate matter, being concentrated energy. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. So essence may very well continue on. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Would it make sense that we all have minds, that this process that created us had a mind of its own? Wouldn't that be
I mean,
logically?
it's not illogical. No, I would not say it's illogical. I'm not convinced by it because
Mhm.
the mind, when it comes to the mind creation thing, what they call intelligent design, being a design engineer myself and knowing what I know about designing products essentially, is that building things, is that what you do as a designer, the first thing you do is you have a concept, right? So that's where it starts. Then you end up like rough drafting, and then you come up with like prototyping. And after all that's done and you've proven your concept to be valid, the very next step before you go to production, the most important step, is you go back through and you streamline the process. You go through every single detail for cost, materials, um, you know, the tooling, the supply, the market. You got to go through everything to make sure that all your ducks are in a row. So when you bring your product to market, you're tits. You're ready to. You're dialed in. You're maximizing
Testing.
profitability. That's really what you do. And so and that's just what people do. And you see, we have shitty products come out all the time that break and stuff like, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. And we also have some really amazing products that come out and we're like, yeah, that's a good product, man. That thing lasted me 50 years or what. I'm still using my grandfather's this or my great, you know what I mean? Like there's some really great products too.
But to define what is shitty and what is good, there must be a standard. Would you agree?
There is a standard. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a standard of longevity.
You see what I'm saying? Who defines the standard? Yeah, of what works and what doesn't. You see what I'm saying?
Value judgments are always going to be subjective. So we would have to be the ones to define that standard for ourselves. We would have to compare to whatever else we think it, is this or that. So when I look at the universe itself, I don't see a designer that's so brilliant that they're perfect in every way. There could be some kind of builder. I'm not saying it's illogical or impossible, but it doesn't, this universe and this body and diseases, cancer, earthquakes, all this other stuff does not hearken to me of being this perfect design. Why are children born to crack babies, for one thing? Why are children born with leukemia? All this other stuff.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
quick question.
You've got a good point with that. And to add to that, it would be that the person designed it is not perfect, like religions say, is that it could be a group of designers. It could be, you have a very good point with that.
That's way more beyond that. That's way more logical. I think what Max is saying is far more logical than to try to say it's a perfect being with perfect intelligence and perfect.
Well, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying there's something outside of our human.
Yeah, no, let him finish, Mr. X. And he also said something about he's more inclined to believe in that the reincarnation model, that it could be a possibility. So this is where, because I understand where you're at, Mr. X, but he's got some really good points with this and saying that one was profound when he says, look, I don't pretend to know what happens after this. And that's profound right there. That was like my friend Edgar, when I asked him, I said, well, what do you think? He goes, look, man, we don't even know where this is. And I was like, wow, he kept me grounded in reality with that. So again,
I want to hit him with the simulation thing to see, because we talk about the God thing. Okay, sure, he believe in that. What about a simulation? Do you believe that could be a possibility, objective?
Yeah, and nobody can ever get out of hard solipsism. It's impossible to get out of hard solipsism. So this absolutely could just all be happening in my head. You guys could not even exist. And there's no way because we only have access to our subjective mind, our subjective brain, our subjective interpretation of life. So technically, you guys could literally be a figment of my imagination, just all being created as a simulation of my own mind. And I would have no access to anything objective to refute that. Same thing. You could say the same thing to me. Max could say the same thing. Mr. X could say the same thing. That's why hard solipsism.
What about a collective simulation like an MMO?
So, yeah, that could absolutely be. It would be very interesting if we're all just some type of consciousness. We wouldn't even need a physical brain. You know what I mean? Like to be plugged into some machine, we could literally just be consciousness, just in a field of energy, because in quantum physics, we know everything ultimately exists within a field, right? So there's good arguments to make for all these different perspectives. The only thing I think that can't be made is like the perfect creator,
Yeah.
the perfectly moral creator. This kind of stuff to me, it doesn't make any sense. Objective
Yeah.
morality is something that makes sense to me because I can ground it in nature and I can ground it in the hypothetical imperative, and I can make arguments based on cause and effect. The phenomenon, if I steal from you, you're not going to trust me. That's just a fact. Whether I like it or not, I don't decide that. So I can come up with an objective standard without needing any mind behind it, any super mind behind it. Just nature itself provides the grounding for that. Now, is there somebody that created nature or some things that created nature? I'm totally open to that. It's not illogical.
Yeah, and also when we look at it when we look at it very scientifically, we see that okay, there could be things that created it that's not perfect. But to understand what's not perfect, there might be something that is perfect, but maybe that perfect thing did not create this. Because we do see imperfections, but within the imperfections, there is like a bit of perfectness, kind of like the yin yang. Within the dark, there's light. Within the light, there's dark, which can also be expressed as within the imperfection, there's perfection. Within the perfection, there's imperfection. And that's not going to any biblical or Quranic type of deity. It's just saying scientifically, we're seeing, okay, these are possibilities. The other possibility is the consciousness being streamed to the physical body. So the water existing before the vessel is created to hold the water. So it's not like you create the vase or the cup and then say, okay, now I got to create the water, or I got to wait for water to be created. We already know, okay, the water is created and the vessel is created to contain the water. So it would come after the water exists. Maybe the physical universe comes after the consciousness, that the consciousness existed first. The next thing is with the solipsism, how we can't get away from that. But if there is dual and multi-solipsism, could it be like where some cultures say we're sharing the dream? So like it would say, okay, you exist and we all are just figments of your imagination. I exist, everybody's a figment of my imagination. Scribe exists, we're all a figment of his, but we're all sharing the same imagination, the same, well, not together as a collectiveness, but saying that we're sharing a dream. What do you think of that objective?
Yeah, no, there's some really fascinating models that do talk about this. And from the religious side, I would look at something like Taoism. In philosophy, we have like Neoplatonism, right? Plotinus and the one, or there's Spinoza's substance monism, right? We're all just different attributes of one substance.
Yeah.
So it would be like the waves of the ocean. The waves are not technically, they are all part of the ocean, but they're also separate in their own individual way, right? They're elements.
Yes.
Individual waves are individual elements of one ocean. So
Yeah.
there is some really great arguments for what they call just generally non-dualism. And again, I'm agnostic about all these things because I think I could make a good argument for or against it either way.
Yeah. Well, scientifically, I look at it as everyone's agnostic because nobody truly knows where we go, where we came from. I deal with genetics of how genetics work and, mathematics on how things probably were created. So the law of probabilities, and the numbers are exponential to show that this can't be, it's improbable. Actually, it's not going to happen by chance. But yeah, if you had anything on that, or yeah.
Just really quick, and I want to welcome the new person too.
Yeah,
but I did want to preface that I am actually what they might call, and I don't like these labels because once you give yourself a label, you paint yourself into a corner, and life is never that easy. Things are more nuanced than that.
Yeah.
But I am what you might call a metaphysical naturalist. So I'm not opposed to something being metaphysical and metaphysical grounding, and I'm not opposed to transcendentals. So I actually believe that mathematics and the laws of logic are metaphysical necessarily a priori, because they bridge subjective reality to objective reality. So I don't think that math came after reality. I think that math is the ontological grounding of everything, that reality conforms to mathematics. So I am open to, to metaphysical grounding. I'm open to transcendentals. I'm just not convinced about any necessarily religious viewpoint on that.
Yeah. No, and that's
So
an
I'll say
excellent. I
something.
agree with that too because it's very scientific. That mathematics is like the fabric. It could be of the universe or existence even. Um, like to welcome hostile Hyperborean. What's up, but Scribe? I know you had some. I didn't
Yeah, I was
know
gonna say
that.
real quick that on that note, it almost seems
Well, hostile. You know,
yeah,
hostile is on
yeah,
your same flat everything like that. You know that, right?
yeah, but
I'm
I'm
just
trying to
letting you
get to
know.
what
I'm just letting you know.
I'm
You
trying to
got
get to what I'm
it.
saying real quick.
Yeah.
I'm saying when you ask the question yourself, it's like if you're in a simulation, if you ask that question in a simulation, who's the creator? That begs the question, who's the creator after him and after him and after him? It's
Exactly.
like when you share the
Exactly.
screen and the
Yep.
screen goes into infinity, right? When you
Hmm.
share your screen, you see that split second or a few seconds where
That makes sense. That makes
you see where it
sense.
goes inside of each other. So it's not like once you hit that barrier of questioning, the simulation like spazzes out, like it doesn't know what to
But
tell you
that's
because
infinity.
you're going beyond. Well, we don't know. That's
That
that's what I'm saying. When you share a screen on StreamYard, you'll notice the infinite window. Remember that you'll see the
yeah.
infinite window go.
Well, that's the
That's the glitch.
mathematics.
That's the
That's the
glitch. I'm saying.
mathematics.
Well, there is no mathematics. I'm saying infinity doesn't make sense.
The infinity is understood through mathematics. So
But
we understand that.
it doesn't answer the question of who this creator is, where they come from, why this is,
No, it
and
definitely doesn't.
where it all started, right?
I think Hyperborean left, but if he wants to come back, he can come back in. Um, the mathematics to understand infinity a little easier is saying, okay, numbers never end. So we can see that as an infinity, that they never end, which when you measure regular space, we start to see like, okay, the regular space, it never ends. I think Mr. X dropped off. So
I'm saying it's a glitch
it
in
has a
the
relation.
matrix.
It has a
Yeah,
relation.
I got a hot take on this. I got a
Yeah, go
very,
ahead.
Yeah,
very unique cosmology that I would say most people don't think about and they
Hmm.
don't adhere to. It would answer what Scribe is the problem that he's describing.
Okay, sure, sure. We like
Yeah,
to
but
know.
no, continue. We can discuss that afterwards. I
No,
just
I
Yeah,
want
no,
to
want to
let
no.
you
hear
know
this.
that there
You
are
just amp
takes.
this up, bro. No, say
Yeah,
it,
there
bro.
are takes, and there are people in the world who have a position where they claim they can know things. Right?
Mhm.
It's an anti-skeptical, agnostic position. We claim there are things that you can know. Essentially, like deducing first principles. But
You mean
so the
irreducible
answer to your
complexity?
infinite regress issue, right? The simulation and the infinite
Yeah.
regress. So
Mhm.
we solve that by saying there is no creation. The true eternity or eternal existence is uncreated. And it has to be that way, or else you get stuck in the infinite regress.
Okay, but how were we created?
You're uncreated. That's the first principle. Now we work from that first principle.
Okay, where's the source of this? There needs to be a source or
We would call
something.
it, we'd give it a general name. It's apophatic, right? It's something that's incognizable because we think in terms of temporality. We live in time and space, and we're so accustomed to that sort of thinking. We have these thought habits. So it's hard to perceive that, but it is possible. You just got to really take your time and introspect and
Okay,
meditate
No, I
on it.
understand
uncreated.
that. No, no, I'm just want to ask real quick how we're um
Now I want to know what uncreated means.
yeah, that
Yeah,
was the uncreation? How did a source of
it's
consciousness become to
always
be
existed, and that's the begin.
your
That
individual self, right? How was
that's the
that created?
ground. That's the ground is eternity. And now there is no universal. The problem of universals is solved by this as well. We start with the many. So there are only parts, and these parts, through participation, create illusions we call unities. The unities are they look like ones, but they're not. They're comprised of parts. Are you with me
Oh,
so
you mean
far, or
look
do you need me to
whole?
elaborate on that?
When you say ones, do you mean whole? Like, what do you mean by ones?
No, not whole, because there are parts. So in philosophy, ontologically speaking, when you say whole, that means indivisible. In
Yeah.
philosophy, when we say one, That means indivisible.
So wait,
Instead, what's really happening is when we think something is one, it's actually a unity. It's comprised of parts. It's actually divisible.
okay, so it's a whole that is divisible.
Yes.
Okay.
But
I see.
no, but it's not a whole. So you gotta throw the word whole away, because in
Okay, yeah, so
philosophy
you're
that
using
means
one.
indivisible.
All right, you're using one to represent a whole that is divisible, but a whole represents a whole that is indivisible.
My position is we're claiming that ones and wholes do not exist. They're not a thing. Only
From the binary
unities
code.
exist,
You're
and
talking about the binary code, right?
unities appear as wholes, but actually they're divisible. So that rules out that they're wholes. They're just comprised of parts. For instance, the Neoplatonists, right? They can never deduce reality to a one. They give it a general term like the good, but there's a problem. Certain Neoplatonists couldn't solve that problem, and they wrote about it. Damascus being one in his Problems of First Principles. He said, it's odd that we have a henidology, because there are all these different hypostases that we cannot reduce to one thing. We don't know if the good participates in justice, and we don't know if justice participates in beauty. We don't know that beauty participates in love, right? We can only say that each entity is striving for its own good. That's the only thing that made sense to them. So
you're
they
saying
use the word.
we've lived forever, basically. You're saying that we've been
Yes, that's the ground. So you start with eternity, and there are many many spirits. We'll use spirit for lack of a better word. This is just a word to mean a one individual unit of awareness. We'll call it a monad.
your essence. Your essence. Like
This is the
your
only thing that
individuality.
exists as a whole. But the whole of reality is comprised of parts. So it's like a unity. But this is the trick, though. Each monad doesn't necessarily have to participate in a unity. It has the ability to separate itself and isolate itself. So back to before we get too far away, this is just an explanation that's a little bit unorthodox, because the world is so geared towards synarchical thinking. We like to reduce things to one.
Doesn't it make? I'm sorry to cut you. Doesn't it make more sense that since we are creating simulations ourselves, we have advanced video games, and now they're getting to the point we can't tell fake for real with AI and everything else? Wouldn't you say that's an echo of another simulation, but not as high level as this
I have to
simulation?
define terms further, right? So the reason we say that creation isn't a thing, we have to define what that means. What we mean by creation.
The team of people, like you said earlier, the team of people wasn't one guy. It was a team of people. Each one's designated to build a certain thing to create this thing, right?
Well, no, not create, right? So I need to be very specific and define these terms. Nothing is created. Nobody's creating.
That sounds like
anything.
a Big Bang, honestly, bro. That sounds like
well,
a Big
no,
Bang.
nobody's creating anything. Creation is
like,
not a thing. It's impossible to create something.
Yeah, he's saying
where was this energy created? He's saying where was our consciousness created then?
But he's saying
it's eternal. It's uncreated.
That's not an answer.
No. What he's saying, the Bhagavad Gita, like if Azarun hops on, it says that never was there a time where we didn't exist, and never will there be a time that we don't exist.
So we live in a paradigm of like Abrahamism.
So we're gods then.
Well, no, you got to throw out the word God too, because
right.
Yeah, you got to
sounds like a god to me, bro. I mean, that's.
You got to throw out the word God too, because that implies a creator or this creative ability or a perfection.
No, because we are creating in this life, right? We are creating things and building.
Can I try and see if I could conceptualize this in more simpler terms?
Yeah,
because I'm picking up what you're putting down, brother. And there's so many different ways to try and articulate this. When we think of infinity, right? We don't get anywhere. We just are at a particular point. We didn't get here. We are here. So think of the B theory of time, right? Are you guys familiar with block theory? So past, present, and future all exist at the same time, right? Quote time. So we just are here. We didn't get here. It's how you get around the Grim Reaper paradox, right?
We can't prove that. We can only believe that.
Well, no, we can prove it. So you start from first principles. I recommend you read.
Wait, I think all right. I didn't know if he was finished. Go ahead, Hyper. Yeah.
No. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's cool. Yeah. I think he muted, but what I'm thinking is, because I think it seems that we know for sure the present creates the past. We can chart this scientifically. So therefore, my theory is the future creates the present. And when I look into this, if you talk to AI about it, it's a very profound thought to say time, space, and matter is a trinity. They have to exist together, because if you have time and space, what's in it? If you have time and matter, where is it? And if you have space and matter, when is it? So they have to exist together. So when we look at the concept of time itself, that really is mind-boggling. It gets deep, but you're getting deep, brother Cook. Go ahead, man. Go on.
Yeah. So the idea, the first principle that is provable. Now, there are certain religious sects that disagree with this, and they use something called, it's a theological doctrine called creatio ex nihilo. We're taking the position saying that's an impossibility. So I would refer you to Parmenides and his argument on what being is. So the idea here is that nothing is an impossibility. There is no such thing as nothingness, because we experience something. Yeah,
you spoke about
that's
this
the provable ground. That's
provable. That's provable in the physical universe. In the universe,
this isn't physical. This is metaphysics. This is ontology.
Now, when we get into stuff that we cannot comprehend, like if you look at nothing, if you have space, right? The space itself is something. What does it contain? Nothing. So the containment of
it contains
space,
something. There's no such thing as nothing.
Oh, okay. So like Dutch Black Pill, he had put it in the comment. I can't pull it up right now, but he put it in a comment on the regular video, and he got deep into it too, where it's like, okay, I understand what you say about Parmenides, but this is from what we know, thinking with this mind in a thing that doesn't know everything.
Yeah, but he I think he's saying nothing that's away from the elements. There's no air. There's no oxygen. There's no.
There's always something, right? There's always something. There is no such thing as nothing by virtue of the word itself.
By definition,
you're
invoking some sort of like faith or
assumption about. I hear what he's saying. In our understanding of physical matter, space, right? When you go into thought, right? There could be something devoid of thought, which is expressed.
There's no vacuums, right? You've ever heard of the saying, "Nature abhors a vacuum"? You cannot create a perfect vacuum.
It doesn't exist in thought, though. The vacuum, no physical thing exists in thought. Let's take it to mathematics, right?
No, I'm glad you brought up the thought thing, though. I want to make a point, is that that's the key to apophatic mysticism, is that when you turn off thought, that other things arise. You cannot have a vacuum. This is why the apophatic mystics were able to see the incognizable. They were able to see beyond forms.
Okay.
That's why they said, like Pseudo Dionysius said, it's not the light. Moses was wrong. It's not something that talks to you. It's not the burning bush.
What about the mathematical concept of zero? Not the number itself, but what it represents.
Yeah, zero is something. It's not nothing. Yeah.
Right? It could be looked at as nothing, or no?
No. Zero cannot be looked at as nothing. It's something.
Why not?
Because it's like a placeholder. It's something.
Okay, it's a placeholder for nothing, right?
Nothing has no content.
No. What I'm saying is in thought, because zero is representing how in thought nothing exists. So it's the representation, the placeholder for nothing in a non-physical universe. In thought, nothing is represented.
Yeah, if it was nothing, you wouldn't call it anything. It wouldn't even come across your mind.
Exactly. So the nothing can't even be spoken of. That is the nothing. When we
can't even be thought.
Well, exactly.
Because nothing literally has no content.
Now you're getting to the content of it. Nothing can exist, but it can't be thought of. It can't be talked about. It can't be representative. That is actually what nothing is. So it only exists in that concept.
It doesn't exist. You just agreed with me, right? That it doesn't exist.
No, it does exist, but it exists. We can't talk about it. We can't think about it. We can't represent it.
That's why I'm saying there's never been a time that we didn't exist, is what you're saying, right?
There's no such thing as non-existence. So the ground is eternity and uncreated. Yeah, it's the opposite of becoming. Parmenides calls it being.
Yeah, it's a deep concept. It really is a deep concept.
It's
I mean,
really not when you think about
because
it
that makes
enough.
us because that makes
Yeah.
us really important, man. If we've been living forever like that, that makes us really important for
yeah,
something.
but then what were we before this consciousness? That
Yeah.
like
Why
I
did it end
think
up
You're
here?
you're
yeah.
pure
Wait,
unadulterated
I think Objective
awareness.
has something. Objective.
Consciousness is like another term that needs to be defined specifically. Consciousness
Objective.
is
Yeah,
is a byproduct of
Mhm.
the awareness when it's interacting with the mind body interface. So it's
Okay.
like when you have a body that has a brain and
Yeah,
a
it's
neural
interactive with
matrices.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have like neural pathways and
Okay.
a glandular
Yeah.
system that affects your
All right.
emotions.
Oh,
This is the consciousness, right?
mm.
The thoughts,
Well,
you are
this
not
is the
thoughts. You are the
consciousness.
thing that observes thoughts.
The body, yeah, allows the consciousness to be expressed. The mind
Yeah.
allows it to be
Well,
expressed.
Advanced
Well,
point
no,
says
it
you the thing
creates
that
consciousness.
you
Yeah.
observe your
Well, wait,
thoughts. That's
the
what this
mind. So you're saying the mind creates. Well, wait, Objective
I'm
has
saying that
some.
consciousness is an illusion. The mind is an illusion. You're
Okay.
pure awareness. Awareness is the most general term you can use to describe what I think you're trying to describe.
Okay.
That's a very good thing. I 100% agree with that. That's a very important thing. MD. Hold on a second. What he's saying is that when you're walking through this world and someone offers you something, you have the little devil on the right, side of your shoulder, and you have the angel on your left side. That's you observing what you could gain or what you could lose, right? And that's what he's saying is that you're observing all these things from a counter space standpoint that you can't really say where you are, but you're observing these things in this VR thing.
Yeah, it's acausal and non-spatial. Like when somebody gets knocked out, right? We say they're unconscious, right? It's the term is a very specific term that implies something. It implies when somebody's aware in a body.
And then you have the subconscious, and then you have the superconscious.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
So okay, Objective. Did you want to add in, or you want? I know he's eating, so yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just really quick, and I'll let you guys get back into it because there's three things I thought of when you were talking about this. So for one thing, the non-being or the just being, I should say, not non-being, but the just being thing is kind of like the non-identity principle, right? Like every cell in your body is constantly renewing itself, so you're never really one thing. It's just constantly like what you think you are is already gone, right? So even these words, by the time the words leave my mouth and hit your guys' ear, time has passed. So you're just really looking back at what's already happened. We're never looking, things are never relative to the exact moment. And the other thing I was thinking of is the shit, I almost forgot it now. What was it? Well, I can't remember. There was one other thing I was gonna say, but the final thing I was gonna say is I wouldn't call the Trinity matter, time, space, and matter. I would call it time, space, and energy because of E equals MC squared, right? Energy is ultimately what everything. Yeah, but other than that.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, and there's one other thing that when I remember it, I'll come back. Really enjoying the conversation so far.
You got it? Yeah. I'm thinking that there is definitely to me something that goes beyond the time, space, and matter. I'm just saying that's the Trinity for time, space, and energy. Einstein himself said that it could be wrong. I mean, we could be wrong about everything that we think we know. I mean, that's the beauty.
Well, Einstein took out the ether, remember?
Well, yeah, and that's another thing, the ether or the force that's in between things, the orgon. There's so many things to consider. And then the not, the thing that isn't, that is the elusive. That's the nothing, the no thing, the thing that we can't even speak about, because if we speak about it, it actually exists. And if it exists, it is nothing. Nothing can't exist. It has to just be, it's not spoken about.
Would you say that would be imagination?
No, I wouldn't even say it's imagination, because it's
it actually can never be thought of, and it can never be. So it doesn't exist. Parmenides is correct on this.
It's actually
not. It's not an arguable thing. Like there are people who believe in the nothing, and then they go on to create superfluous philosophies. Right. That was the problem after Parmenides, was that people could not reconcile that. They absolutely would not accept that claim. And that's why we live in the world we live in today, right? Is because we come up with these far out wild philosophies that have nothing
what you're
to
saying
do
about
with
the
reality.
mind creating the consciousness or the body, that doesn't really
the
make
mind
sense.
is not a real thing. No, not the mind.
What
the mind,
about
the body. The
So
body
you're saying that
interfacing with awareness creates consciousness in the mind.
all right, so you're saying consciousness is not streamed possibly to the body, like the
No,
physical.
it's like an emergent phenomena when the
So you're saying
awareness
the
is
physical came
embodied.
first? The physical came first before the
No,
consciousness?
both of them exist and they're real, but they exist separately. This is a dualistic cosmology.
Okay. So the conscious
Matter-
state exists before the physical body.
Yeah, matter is unaware. It has no awareness. It's only when awareness comes into contact with matter that it takes form and moves in certain ways.
Sosa had a good theory. He said the matter is created, and it seems that it's created to attract consciousness, which makes sense, or attract awareness. And that's a very deep concept that he stumbled upon by recreating the Dendera light bulb. He showed the model that he had. So he's saying this is not a light bulb. This is actually a type of plasma, talking about the creation of the physical universe. And just the way bugs are attracted to a light, it seems that physical matter, awareness is attracted to that. So whoever or whatever created it could have created it to attract awareness. And that's what made me think, well, wait a minute. What if this is like some type of, for lack of a better thing, a spider-like being? Maybe matter is the web that attracts or traps the awareness or the consciousness. There's many different ways to look at it, and it's very deep. It's very deep.
Yeah, it's a cool idea, right? But like, if you agree with Parmenides' premise as a first principle, I'm being careful here, right? I'm claiming to know this, but I'm being careful, and I'm saying this in this way for you, right? Because I don't want to offend anybody here, right? So if you accept Parmenides' premise that there is no such thing as nothing, then that rules out the possibility of creation. There's no creation. There's only the manipulation of pre-existent matter.
Yeah.
What we call creation, no one can actually prove that. You can't. I know you like empirical science.
I see what you're saying. I see. Hold on, 1 second.
That's why I needed to define
the way you're talking.
earlier. Yeah.
The way you're talking is your thing is you're in this creation. The way you're speaking is you're in this creation.
Well, no, you got to throw out the word creation, Scribe. You have to throw out the word creation altogether. That's not a possibility.
I'm saying you're trying to understand this within this simulation. When I'm saying there's a higher simulation that you can't understand. You're not.
This is outside of the simulation. Eternity is non-temporal. It's non-spatial. It exists before becoming. It's being. Being and becoming in philosophy are two different terms that mean two different things. Being is eternal and permanent, and non-spatial and acausal and non-temporal. Becoming is flux, change, temporality, impermanence. Right. Mm-hmm. So that's the simulation that people are living within. But their awareness is eternal, and it transcends time and space in what we are trying to call a simulation.
Okay.
And both of these things pre-exist. They're not created. They already exist.
Okay. How do you explain something that doesn't have time, space, matter? What is that?
Yes, that's the point of this. How
do you explain
this? Well, you have to, it's intuitive. It's not logical. It's not. Yeah. So there are sense. I can try to give you the best.
No, you can't explain it. Don't you understand? It's a trick question.
No, you're right. You can't. No, it's not a trick question. It is answerable, but it takes a disclaimer and a preface before you try to explain it to somebody. And that preface is this:
there's what you know, right? And then there's what you don't know. And it's something that you don't know. I'm not saying
it's like you and WoW. You've heard of the game WoW, right? It's like you, the character in WoW, trying to figure out how they built this thing. There's no way this guy's going to figure that out. I mean, within the game itself, I'm saying not with outside help.
Well,
inside
the outside help is going
he's going against the orcs. That's all he knows about. How would he even fathom such a question?
You got to really listen to what I'm saying here. It's not as deep as you think.
If you actually listen to what I'm saying. It goes before Parmenides. It goes to the Bhagavad Gita, saying that there was never a time where we didn't exist, and there will never be a time where we don't. We will always exist. So that goes beyond Parmenides.
That rules out creation.
But there's also other things in there that they talk about: the creation, the spoken, the word, the Om.
That's not creation. Brahman does not create anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It talks about that. So if we look into that, we say, okay, let's just say maybe it's not that and it's just existence. Then there's that thing that we can't explain. And
Well, no,
that
you
thing,
can, but you can,
no,
but
you can't
but
explain
it
it. So when you try to explain it, it doesn't, you can't explain it. You see what I'm saying? So, and
No, I
to accept
absolutely
that,
do see what you're saying. If you just let me speak and respond, right?
go ahead.
You just got to let me respond, right? I
Okay.
have an answer for
Okay.
you,
I know.
but okay. So what's happening here is it's not expressible through language, logic, reason, or the intellect or emotions. What comprises the human being as far as its ability to express its awareness falls short. So we can only use those tools to form analogies. And those
Mhm.
analogies lead the awareness to intuit the reality of being itself. It's the thing in itself, like the Kantian thing in itself. It's only experienced by the individual. So you're right. It's incommunicable. It's ineffable, right? But it's not incognizable as far as If you want to lump in the intuition into cognition, then we could say that it's not incognizable. But
Okay.
the origin, the eternity, is an intuitive thing. The best word that I can use as an analogy to describe the feeling of it is like nostalgia.
Yeah, no, it's a deep thought. Where do you think we're going?
Yeah, you're going. Well, you got to get there. That's the main point in this paradigm,
No.
in this
Where do you think
cosmology.
we're going? Where do you think? Like, in your
Well,
opinion?
yeah, most people are trapped in becoming, so they're going to keep coming back to the world over and over and over and over again.
Well, so
From where?
reincarnation is what you believe in.
Well,
Reincarnation.
no, I don't. I'm saying it's an illusion. You need to break from temporality.
So where are we
Karma,
coming back from?
karma and reincarnation is a thing. It happens to awarenesses. It happens to spirits, but that's a trap. That's a part of the trap. You have
How do
to
you know
return
that?
to the
How do you
origin
know
of
it's a trap?
insanity.
Who makes it a trap?
Yeah, because it's not you, right? And then the problem of suffering and the problem of evil, that's another thing that we could address. But
No, but how do you know that? How do you know that people keep coming back?
because nothing it can be destroyed, just like nothing can be created, the
But
opposite is
wait, you
also
said
applied.
nothing can't exist. You were just
Yeah,
saying that.
nothing can exist, so you will always exist. So
So
when your
wait,
body disintegrates and it changes into other form, this is why I believe in a dualism, right? We claim dualism because you are not your body. When the
okay,
body
so it's a belief.
disintegrates,
It's a
the
belief.
well, I don't think so. The
But
one
you
thing
just
that
said
isn't a
it's a belief.
belief is
Well, it can't be proven scientifically. You can't do this in a lab.
well, absolutely not. The spirit is not something, it's immaterial. It's the
Of course.
opposite or the antithesis of matter. It's a dualistic cosmology. So you can't pull out a microscope or a telescope and show somebody. You can't like scoop up spirit and put it in a beaker.
Absolutely.
So
It
basically, what are you
evades
saying?
empirical.
It cannot be written in words to understand what's going on. You're saying it's like the Matrix, like when Morpheus said you have to experience it. I can't tell you about it.
Yes,
So again, it goes back to that.
that's a great analogy for it. Yeah. You have to experience it. And that's what I mean by intuitive, because no form of logic or rhetoric or reason or intellect is going to get you there. It'll all only be used as a tool for analogizing it. This is the way out of the matrix. This is the only way out of the matrix.
I don't know. Well, how do you know that this is the way?
Yeah, so you have to buy the first principle. We build off of the first principle. I know you don't, right? And I'm not trying to proselytize you.
No. I mean,
I'm
you're
just giving you a different worldview.
bro. I'm so happy because you're one of the deepest people that we've spoken to, man. You're very deep, bro, and I like that.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
if you believe that nothing can't exist, that there is no such thing as nothing, then there's just eternity, right? So what we see as matter is eternal, but the forms, when awareness is plasmating matter into forms, it exists as becoming. So it goes through changes and flux, but none of that matter is destroyed. It just changes states. You can't destroy or create anything. You can only take pre-existing matter and do stuff with it. You can mold it. You can become an architect, a painter, right? The painter is using ink and a paint and a canvas and a brush, right? He's not creating anything. He's taking something that already exists. Even the thoughts come from a wellspring or a fountain full of infinite potentiality, like an unlimited will, like a wellspring of will that comes from being.
Okay, where does that fountain come from?
It's uncreated. It doesn't come from anywhere. There's no infinite regress. It's
All right.
always existed. It is the ground.
All right. How do you know it doesn't come from anywhere?
No, let me ask you.
Because there is no such thing as nothing.
Real quick, where does thought and intent come from?
That comes from the spiritual side of the human being, and it comes from.
Okay, now you're saying spiritual. Now you're confusing me.
Well, no, there's two parts of the cosmology, and it's a dualistic cosmology. There's spirit and there's matter. Think of it as a Venn diagram. You have two circles. You have spirit and you have matter. Now overlap these circles, okay, just barely to where there's a new section in the middle, okay? That middle part, you can call that.
I understand that.
You can call that
I'm
becoming.
But before any of the material comes in, I'm saying, where does this thought and intent come from?
From
Where
spirit.
do you have indigenous tribes living before all this stuff happens? You know, in the west side of the world, Native Americans all the way down to the tip of Argentina. Now all of a sudden, these guys come in and commit genocide and do all these things. You're saying that is somehow not planned? I mean, literally like Avatar situation?
Not planned. What do you mean? Like, is it, are you trying to imply a determinism? I do agree with that, but only in becoming.
Well, it defies progression as if it's a simulation and someone just, we're just going to drop in this tech and see what happens, you know.
There's no simulation. Like the simulation theory falls short because it implies
why
that
can we create a simulation? You realize we live in the digital world more than we live in the physical now, right? Your phone, your computer, you live more than that, and that affects your life more than anything else. So why wouldn't we're literally creating our own universe?
This is like a simulation right here. It's all
How
digital.
insane is that? And then to understand that,
I'm saying the only difference
that we had to create that at some point, right?
Yeah.
So all we can go by, as far as what we know is what's called real, is what we have done to recreate these effects. When they say like the flat Earth thing, give me a ball with water sticking, going all that, they can't do it. So we know, okay, but we do have evidence of simulations and video games and all these things that are super advanced now that recreate these experiences that we experience right now. We can't tell the difference between real and fake. Well, I don't think it's fake anymore because we created a digital version of, you know, that's not physical. The fact we've done that is already mind-blowing. You know, I do agree with you by saying I don't remember a time where it didn't exist. It's like, what, we die, and all of a sudden you see a black screen or something. It's like you're just, you know, game over.
Yeah,
or whatever.
no, that's the only
Doesn't make
principle
sense.
that really, that's the launching pad. You got to keep that principle in mind if you're going to go further into this paradigm.
Well, here's the one story I heard that actually kind of made it more believable. Where a blind guy, he's been blind all his life since birth. He had a near-death experience, and when he had it, he literally could see his body on the table, doctors, whatever. And all that. He could recall everything. But before that, he never got to see. But he was able to see and give great detail of what happened. Like there was no like, you know, black or whatever. It was like he was instantly out of his body. He saw himself and he realized, oh, that's me.
Yeah.
And a lot of those seem to correlate with that. And it's almost like you're instantly out of your body, but you are still you, but you're disconnected from this physical thing.
Anyone who's meditated seriously or, you know, was a part of a mystery tradition or magical orders, you learn this very quickly. You cannot rest the mind. The mind never stops. You try to quiet it and something arises.
And it doesn't have an age. It doesn't have an age because you can be 90 years old but still think like a 10-year-old.
Yeah, or when you're right now, look back. Remember when you were a teenager? It's not that distant, right? And then you're like, well, I'm the same guy in here. I remember all those memories as if I'm there right now. Like I can transport myself there. Like I'm atemporal. So yeah.
What about dreams?
Yeah, dreams. So this is where it gets really complex. So in mystery traditions, they teach this, that the material universe is more than just corporeal matter. You could say what Objective was saying, that energy is matter, right? It's just varying densities and varying subtleties, varying grades of density. So you could say that the human being is comprised of multiple bodies. One would be the physical body, the ether, the astral, and then you have the awareness buried into that. Those can also, for each one of those categories, can also be broken down into further distinctions. But for the sake of time, like, let's just use those 4. Now, that when you go to sleep, you're not using your, the organ, your ear, to hear things in the dream world. You're not using your eyeballs to see visual things in the dream world. These aren't simply chemical reactions in the brain.
You can hear stuff in the physical world while you're dreaming in the dream world. I've had that happen before.
Yeah. I'm not ruling that out. Mm-mm.
So there's a kind of a bridging between worlds, the waking world and what is the dream world.
There's varying stages or grades, right? There's like somnambulance, hypnagogia. There's like different stages of between being fully awake and fully asleep.
Yeah.
Now, when you're dreaming, you're not in pure being. You're still in becoming. You're just in a subtler gradient of becoming.
Like sleep paralysis.
Yeah. What about when people dream and they have prophetic?
You bring that up? Yeah, pathetic. I was going to see MD is thinking exactly what I'm saying, because I had an ex-girlfriend who literally told me, like, I saw it happen multiple times where, she would have a dream, and because we're in Panama and then her parents are in Ecuador, something happens, the house, catches fire, some crazy thing happens. She calls her mother in the morning, like, hey, I had this crazy dream. And the mother's like, yes, it happened, and all these things. How do you explain, pathetic dreams, that things come true? I believe the dream happened after. I'm not sure if it happened before or after, but I think it happened after it happened, and then she had the dream, and then she called the next morning or something like that.
Yeah. So awareness, look at it this way. There's like a hierarchy. In Platonism, they call it the great chain of being. There's this hierarchy of entities or beings that exist in the entire material cosmos. And as you get closer to the thing that's plasmating ultimately all the forms in the material world, it's like a hive mind. Plato would call it the one. Religious people call it God, G-O-D. The Gnostics call it the demiurge. It's this thing that ultimately plasmates the physical world into the forms that it has currently. And the reason we know this, or claim to know it, launching off of the non-existence Parmenidean claim, is that we are not responsible, nor is the forms dependent on our minds. So, for instance, let's say the orderly structures of trees within in the forest of the Amazon, right, don't depend on me concentrating on them to exist. There's something else. Or all the deep sea creatures that haven't been discovered yet until, next year when they come out with a new documentary and have a submarine go down there and show us these weird, wild looking, deep ocean creatures that exist. Those things exist independent of our mind, but they have form and they have a design and a seed. In Greek, we call it intellechy. There's this trajectory that the seed is going towards before it closes in on its cycle and repeats itself, like a tree bearing a nut, and that nut becomes the tree again, or a mammal having a baby and that baby becomes a grown-up that has another baby. Each one of these seeds has a latent design within it. You could say, in terms of genetics or DNA, we would say that's the mRNA. It's the thing that holds the information that pre-exists the form when it's grown, right? There's this trajectory already set in the mRNA. Then it
sounds like a computer. Sounds like a computer to me.
Yeah, but now it also does things that are prophetic, like, so to know something. What happens if
we were going to get to that.
So like if I kill a chicken and then I find something out and it tells, I get a prophetic dream from that. What is that?
Oh, you mean like a magical operation or something?
Yeah, like some type
No. She didn't kill a chicken. See, he's trying to add another element. That's going to
but that is a thing, though, and we can explain that. But let's get into what you were saying. Just the fact that there are these connections.
Timbo says, practice lucid dreaming, and one night you might pierce the veil and be able to explore the unseen subtle realms.
Yes.
Thank
you, so being a member of multiple
different
different
objective on too, man. Always.
Yeah. Being a member of multiple different magical orders and going through various grades of
But you
magical
down with
orders.
killing chicken and like doing that stuff?
You see, when you
That's
say that, yeah, as runes come on, I say, oh, there's one guy, he's 1 million years old, walking the earth, and there's another guy. When you said entities earlier, I'm thinking, here we go with the 2,000-year-old guy or whatever it is.
well, no,
He's
there's
still
no
talking.
2,000-year-old guy. No,
Or 100,000 or a million or whatever
no,
it is.
no. There are beings that go up in subtlety. Right. Let's look at it like a vertical
You don't believe in
cosmology.
yoga?
Who put those beings there? Why are they there?
They
Why am I
already
not there?
exist, but the
So do
one
we.
what no, I know what I'm saying is the material cosmos in this paradigm is like a big prison or a trap, and this traitorous spirit, this entity that leaves the being, we assume that it's like the first one out of the gates because it is responsible for plasmating all the forms. All the forms adhere to one mind. If it was multiple minds, we would see what we would experience in the world is like a chaotic, fluidic substance that has no order.
But who's that
Right,
one
so
mind?
That's what we see, right? That's what we see today, right?
Who's the one mind? Who is the one mind?
You could call it God, capital God. You could call it the demiurge. You could call it Brahma, Jesus,
Now we're
Satan,
getting back to God.
Jehovah,
Now we're
Yod-He,
back to God.
Vau-He. It has a million names, but it's one thing. It's one entity.
Okay, so there's one entity that started this whole thing then.
Well, he plasmates the forms and he creates the structure of the great chain of being, the
So
hierarchy.
there is create. So he creates what exists.
For a lack of a better word, yeah, I didn't. He's not bringing something out of nothing. When I say create,
How do you know it's a he?
well, it's not. Like I'm saying, the words fall short when you get higher into these things. When you get into the higher levels of existence, they kind of fail. You use them as analogies. So it's not a he, it's not a she, it's not. You could call it an it. Generally, I guess that would be okay.
Or what about a they?
It's not a they though, because what we would experience
How do you know?
because what we would experience in the world would be like a battle between minds trying to form and plasmate.
How do you know it's not a he,
cosmos?
she, or they?
Well, I would say that if you wanted to use the hermetic principle of like gender or something, I would say it's a he because it's active. It's not a passive entity. It's completely active and 0% passive because he has to uphold reality in its forms constantly throughout time, right? And in the Vedas, they call it the Mahamanvantara, these great ages, and he's asleep. They say he's asleep because he's not moving around. He's spending all his effort and his energy into plasmating the entire universe. And at the end of the age,
But
of the
who gave him
Mahavantara,
that responsibility? That's a big responsibility.
there's no
I feel bad.
responsibility involved. We consider it a traitorous act. This is a being who does not want to exist purely in being. He wants to exist in becoming. He enjoys being outside of the eternal. And how he survives outside of the eternal is by setting up a universe that has a hierarchical structure where things feed off of each other. So there are these principles in becoming because he is existing within time and space. He has to feed himself. He has to sleep, and he has to breathe.
Wait, but then what created time and space then?
Well, it's always there. It exists. It's always there. Matter and spirit always have existed. There's no creation whatsoever. If you want to define the word correctly, what I'm meaning is you're not bringing something into existence from non-existence. There is no creatio ex nihilo. You cannot create anything and you cannot destroy anything. You can just like mold what already exists. You can like shape things.
See, and then that's what an NPC would say in World of Warcraft, that we can only do this much, but we don't know what created us, what's beyond that.
The only thing that you can call what's beyond it is eternity or being or the origin. There's very general terms for it.
But if it's subject to time, wouldn't it get old like us and get weaker?
The origin is not subject to time. It's eternal. It has a limit though.
Outside of time.
It's outside of time. Exactly.
So it probably created time then.
Say that again.
It created, if it's outside of time, it probably created.
No, so becoming is just a byproduct of the spirit interacting with matter. As soon as the spirit leaves the origin, let me be very specific here. I'm going to define what the origin is. The origin is eternal, but it's not unlimited. It has a limit. Think of it like remember, when we're trying to describe this, this isn't exact. I'm only using words as an analogy to get you to intuit what it is, okay? So picture that it's a sphere, okay? I'm not saying it's an actual sphere. Stay with me. Just picture a sphere. Topologically, a sphere has an interior and an exterior. It has a membrane. The sphere has like a wall. Think of a basketball. There's an inside and an outside of the basketball. The inside of the basketball would be the eternal. We'll call that the origin or being, right? But that membrane, the rubber of the basketball, that's the limit. And the limit to the eternal is that it can't be non-eternal. So that's the threshold. The eternal cannot be temporal. Are you with me?
Yes.
So outside of the basketball is where the temporal is. This is the realm of matter. Think of like oil and water. They don't mix, but they're touching each other. And where they touch, there's a membrane. That's the threshold, right? This is how you separate or differentiate being and becoming. Now, matter, both of these things have always existed. None of them were created. They're just always there. But when the spirit inverts itself, pretend that you're a spirit, right? And you're on the inside of that basketball on that rubber membrane, and you're looking towards the center of that basketball. That's absolute wisdom or gnosis, because all points, no matter what point you pick on the inside of that basketball, if I look towards the center, they all converge on the center.
But who made the rule? Who made those rules that the physical has to stay within time and the non-physical can exit that membrane of time? Who made that
because
rule?
the physical is temporal, right? So like when we look at things in the world, in the physical world, they are changing. Like Heraclitus said that he believed that becoming was the ultimate reality. That's why Parmenides was a reaction. He had to come in and say, no, this is my idea, and I think it negates that. Heraclitus is saying when you step in a river, kind of like what the guy here before was trying to say. When you step in a river, you know, it's not the same river ever again. There's a different river. It's moving, it's changing, it's flux. The physical world is impermanent. It's not permanent. Even rocks, even the densest forms of matter are not permanent. They change and shift over vast periods of time.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
No disagreement there.
But the one thing that isn't is this concept of being. This idea that there is no nothing. So we instead of an infinite regress, we cap it off and say, since there is no nothing, then it must have always existed. That's how we defeat the infinite regress, or how Parmenides did. That was his stroke of genius.
Yeah, but infinite regress doesn't work logically because then nothing can exist.
Yeah. Nothing is a hard thing to invoke. Yeah.
There can be no existence if it's infinite regress.
Exactly. He says, well, are you experiencing things? Are you thinking right now? Are you, is there something around you? Well, if there's something, then there has never been a nothing, right? That's his claim. And I agree wholeheartely with that. Some people did.
I agree with that too.
Yeah. I think that's a solid knowable thing. It's literally unknowable. Nothing is literally unknowable. It's actually non-existent. So yeah,
by definition, it says it's non-existent. So
exactly. As soon as you bring in something, it was never nothing. It was always there. Now you've just come into contact with it.
Yeah, it's something.
Obviously. It's something. Exactly. You're not bringing something out of nothing. If you have nothing to begin with, you're not getting something out of it, right? But religions believe this. Abrahamists believe that. They use a sort of faith, and they'll say that creatio ex nihilo is actually how we exist.
I think Objective has something. Objective?
Yeah, sorry about that, gentlemen. I was on my phone, and one of my employees called me with an issue, and I had to leave the stream to take the call. So I've got my laptop open in case they have any other problems. They can call me. My phone's free now. But yeah, I was really enjoying the conversation, and there's a couple things about that. Yeah, it's really ironic because there's so much projection when it comes to the atheist versus theist debates going on out there. And on the theist side, the creationist side, as they're typically known, they say all atheists believe you get something from nothing because the Big Bang and all that stuff. And it's like, well, no, actually, technically, it's the creationist, the religious. And I don't mean just because I know, Max, you have a different definition of creationist, everybody being, but I'm talking about specifically the Abrahamic creationist concept. And they're actually the ones, because of what the brother is talking about here, creation ex nihilo. When you say, my response is, well, the universe has always existed, and all skeptics, atheists, and agnostics pretty much have that same belief, as far as I know, anyway. And there are other cosmological models out there, but that's what most skeptics believe, the universe always existed. Whereas the theist is the one who's saying that God created the universe. And when I ask them, I say, well, what did God create the universe out of? If you say nothing, then you're the one who believes that you get something from nothing. And if you say, well, the matter and energy were already there, well, then you don't need the God. That's
Exactly.
Put you right back in.
It's not one or the other. It's both
Right.
of those things are correct.
Yeah. The other thing I would say, though, and I'm not saying anything you're saying is wrong. In fact, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, especially regarding just first principle and stuff like that. And I understand where Parmenides is coming from. However, the truth is, just as a little pushback, is what keeps that concept true, what makes that hold true, is actually the laws of logic and the law of the excluded middle and the law of identity, because nothing becomes an identity, can't qualifier, right? And so if there is nothing, truly nothing, that means there's no rules that at that point. So you could get something from nothing because there's no rules.
I get where you're going. I get where you're going, but this is outside of logic. It's pre-axiomatic is how the scholars would define Parmenides' claim. I understand the claim, but technically that claim in and of itself is something, and that claim needs to be justified. Yeah, we're saying that it rests on its own. It's self-evident. The logic, without the mind, right, of a human being, it exists. It doesn't need logic to deduce the reality of it.
No, but it still relies on logic to conceive of, to conceptualize. Mm-hmm. To even articulate it. We have to one, identify it, and then the other, we have to exclude the middle option.
Yeah, so that's why they call it pre-axiomatic, because you can't identify nothing. This isn't identifying it. It's something that speaks on its own. It's a very confusing thing. There's scholars who have argued about this for
I understand 300 years. Because once you try to discuss it, you're already putting something there. No matter how you do it, you can't avoid it. As soon as you point to it or try to point at its opposite and say, what's the opposite of that? Well, then you've still identified something. But if it's still ultimately, for any type of conceptualization, even the claim of it as being pre-axiomatic, it still doesn't contain any laws within itself, which means there's no restrictions.
There are no restrictions. This is paradoxical. The eternity has no restrictions on the will.
It relies on the paradox. And the other thing, speaking of paradoxical, which is the Grimm-Rupert paradox I mentioned earlier, you actually can have an infinite regress and still have things, because, as I mentioned before, we didn't get here. We didn't necessarily get here. I'm going to say we didn't, but logically speaking, we could say we didn't get here, and still there could be infinite regress because we just are here. And infinite regress could also be circular. A lot of people think of it as linear, in a linear concept. So if it's a straight line, you'll never get, like, there's an infinite set of numbers between 1 and 2, right? An infinite set of decimals between 1 and 2, but you can point at anywhere on that line, and there you are. If it's an infinite circle, it just continues to recycle. So there are other ways to conceive of being able to get around the Grimm-Reaper paradox.
And we don't deal with that in being. So Parmenides had a student named Zeno. I'm sure you're familiar with Zeno. Yeah, exactly. And it's very similar to the Grimm-Reaper paradox, this idea of infinitely dividing things in half. Zeno
the Phoenician, the first Cynic. Stoic?
No, I'm sorry, Stoic? You got the wrong Zeno. No, I'm talking about Zeno of Elea, the Eleatic. He's the guy who talks about Achilles versus the tortoise. How the tortoise gets a jump on Achilles off the starting line, and Achilles, in order to catch the tortoise, has to go at least half the distance to and then he
Yep.
has to go half of that
Yep.
distance and half
Yep.
of that distance. What Zeno ultimately decided was, and this was his proof that movement does not truly exist, is because it's infinitely dividable in becoming. And this
Right.
is why we rule out becoming as a whole, because the eternal is not infinite. It's limited by the membrane, or the limit to the eternal is that it cannot be temporal.
Well, it actually can if all things exist at the same time.
Well, there's no time in eternity.
You're right. There is no time at that point because time. Well, there can
Time
be
is an
actually.
illusion.
Block
Zeno's
theory.
ruling out
So
time.
The past, present, and future, if they all exist at once, right? They're all in existence.
Yeah.
The past, present,
So-
and future. Then
so-
evolution and what is it? Entropy can all still still work within the block theory.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work that way in the Parmenidean paradigm. So I'll explain it this way. Can becoming exist without being?
Can becoming exist without?
Yeah, this is a very simple philosophical question.
Can becoming exist without being?
Yeah. Is being, another way to phrase it is becoming dependent on being?
Right.
Yeah. The answer is yes. And then the other question would be, is being dependent on becoming?
No.
And the answer is no, exactly. So these things are separate from each other. One precedes the other. So we don't, in the state of being, there is no past, present, and future yet. You're speaking in terms of becoming and trying to graft it onto defining being. These things come after being. Being precedes the concepts of past, present, and future. They don't even exist. That's what Zeno's saying. Zeno is saying time is not even real, y'all. Movement isn't even real. He's like the ultimate anti-Heraclitean.
But that's what block theory basically says, that time, the illusion, a theory of time is actually an illusion.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
in
it's just a
block
little
theory,
bit different though.
Everything
Yeah.
always is, but everything is, you still can, you have an infinite chain of causes.
Yeah.
So there's no real effects. Everything is in itself a cause. Everything
Yeah. The other part,
everything becomes necessary. There's no contingents anymore.
yeah, no, you are completely, it's valid and fair to use this as a response, right? But there are points about it that don't apply. So like time, the block theory rules out time. Well, it doesn't rule it out. It just smashes it into a simultaneity. But it deals with space. Now the eternity is non-spatial.
Right.
So this is
right.
This has nothing to do with block theory at all. This is preceding space-time.
But that's assuming that it's block or it's preceded. It's not saying that. What if time is actually to where it is the future creating the present that creates the past?
That might be the case in becoming, but if from this viewpoint, we're ruling out becoming completely. We're saying becoming is an illusion. Becoming, it doesn't matter. It doesn't apply to the eternity of the being.
So it's just being. All right.
Well, yeah, it's just being. That's it. Becoming is like an illusion when being interacts with matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's deep, man.
It is, yeah. If the picture it this way, if you split the two up, matter would like rest. You could look at it as like a putty or something.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
In the Bible, they call it the waters or whatever.
So the being animates the matter.
Yes, the being plasmates the matter.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we can do that on a very small degree, but we're so low on the chain of the great chain of being. The being ultimately responsible for plasmating all the forms that aren't dependent on our minds is what religious people call God, or the Gnostics would call the demiurge. This thing is making all the categories, all the chemicals, the minerals, the plant, the flora, the fauna. It's making all that. It's giving its shape. I have to be careful when I use the word making and creating. I don't mean it's bringing it out of nothing. It's coming into contact with something that already exists, which is matter, the prima materia.
Like transforming it?
It's like molding it. or
Mhm.
making is probably a safer word to use than creation, because when I say that, if you're into physics, you think I mean bringing something out of nothing, which
Mhm.
isn't a thing,
No,
because the first law of thermodynamics is that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, and
Yeah.
energy is equal to matter in thermodynamics.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a very deep concept, man. This is what existence is about, man. I
It
mean,
is. Yeah.
yeah, it really is, man. These are, it's like Objective was saying, you have all of these other streams that, 2 million, 200 million views, and something as important as is self-respect, the key to a better world. It's like, a lot of people, I did one stream, the end of critical thinking. It's like, this is where it's at, man. Thinking about stuff. I mean, we exist. I would like to know more. I mean, really know I'm going somewhere, but it's like what you're saying. It's something, man. It's definitely something. I
Yeah,
wonder.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one thing we can take from Descartes, the cogito or whatever. That is a thing. What you
Yeah, I
said, I
think
think
therefore I am.
I think that's a very important claim, and he was going off of Parmenides, because Parmenides says that being and thinking are synonymous.
Yeah,
So
I struggle with existence, man. I really do. It's like I'm at a point where everybody I loved and cared about are in the next, and sometimes I wonder, is my existence a mistake that consciousness allows me to witness?
yeah,
It really, it's like I've lived a great life. I've been through hardships. I think Objective and I have a lot more in common that I would say on the air. I've been through many walks of life, and if I feel fulfilled in a way, but I know that if I had concentrated more on finance, there's things that I wouldn't say it's a regret. I think I forgot who said regret is the only sin. I forgot who it was, but it's like, wow, it just really gets me wondered. Like I said before, I don't know who I am. I don't know what I am. I don't know where I am, and I don't know when I am. But it's cool. It still feels good. I have to be appreciative of what I've experienced. I thank, the lack of a better word, thank goodness, because people will quickly, like Objective knows, they'll quickly put a label on you, and when you put a label on, it's like it it it, it limits it. It's
yeah,
yeah. It's
yeah. Instead of just listening, purely listening before trying to box or judge what you're hearing.
yes.
When you do that, it totally disrupts and atrophies the content that you're receiving. You disfigure it. It's a bad thing to do, for sure.
I did a short on my channel, and just like a 30-second short or whatever. And I put out very little content. So my channel's been up for a few months now, and I've only got like 50, 60, total videos on it. And one of them was a short, and it was talking about active listening, trying to educate people in a very short, in 30 seconds or less, on how to be better at communicating. And it's called active listening. And basically, if what most of us do, and I'm guilty of it myself, so I'm not trying to, be on a soapbox here, be hypocritical. I'll point the finger at myself as much as anybody else. But when we listen, we have the habit of listening to respond instead of listening to hear. And so to try to avoid that trap, if we listen with the idea that, okay, I want to be able to steel man what my opponent is saying, not because I'm trying to be in some kind of a debater or whatever, or contentious about anything, but because by steel manning it, that means I'm literally focusing on everything he's saying so that I can put it into the most concise, simplest terms to give
You're
it back.
affirming. Yeah.
Is this what you're saying? Because this is what I'm hearing. Am I correct? And that shows respect for other people. It shows respect for yourself, and it shows respect for true good communication. And so I did a little, like I said, 30-second video, just trying to explain that in 30 seconds or less. It's kind of, it's not that easy, actually. It's a simple concept, but you start talking, all of a sudden, just like, shit, I'm almost out of 30 seconds here.
Yeah. That's great. That's great stuff.
Wow, man. Yeah, this is a deep conversation, man. Existence. You guys know I study a lot about how we may have came in, how we may have been created. When I look at mathematics combined with genetics and logic and, of course, reason, to see like, wow, what we've been told just doesn't add up. When I look at artifacts, just the logic of military controlled archaeological sites, it shows me that when they say, well, we want to know human origins, and it comes from Clovis first, which, you know, when they find older stuff, it's now the evidence has changed to fit the theory instead of the theory changing to fit the evidence, doesn't allow us to see where we really came from in the physical, just on this, you know, basic little bit of time to say, okay, if something is found that points toward ancient technology, it's dismissed, it's ridiculed, it's thrown away. Michael Cremo wrote Forbidden Archaeology. They documented every single archaeological find, and they took them 8 years. I finally met him back in 2018, and I have both his books. He wrote Forbidden Archaeology, and it had such a response and an impact with the scientific community. He had to write a second book called Forbidden Archaeology's Impact, you know.
Yeah.
And he's a really cool guy. You know, he's a Westerner, but I think they're down with like the Hare Krishnas and stuff. And Richard Thompson, you know, amazing person. He passed. He made a good point.
Hancock talks a lot about that stuff.
Yeah, Hancock, he talks a lot about it, but Hancock, I think, stays safe to stay within the mainstream by.
He takes a lot of ridicule for staying safe. That guy takes a lot of heat.
Oh yeah. He takes ridicule, and the weird thing is he takes ridicule, and I see why he still adheres to the evolution religion, because even though he knows that if he made a joke, I think once when he said, yeah, you know, it was so crazy that it turns dinosaurs into chickens. And I said, man, wait a minute, is he making fun of this, or does he actually believe that crap? And from what I saw him, the ridicule he took from Flint Dibble and all of these other mainstream archaeologists, that lamestream basically archaeologists that won't change a theory, a religion to fit the evidence. Hancock did great strides in that. But with Michael Shermer, who's supposed to be Skeptic Magazine, he's anything but skeptic, because they're basically minions of the state. They will believe what the state says, and then anybody that goes against the disproven archaeological evolution record, he'll be skeptical of that. But he's not skeptical of what the government puts out. So in reality, he's not a skeptic. And I'm starting to see, like with the guy who, when I went on Gnosis's show, he would say he's an agnostic. And then as soon as I leave, he's talking with Cougar Doomer about, well, evolution could work in this way. I'm like, well, then you're not an agnostic. You're kind of pushing the evolution model. Everybody is an agnostic, because nobody knows for sure where we're going or where we came from. And that's just the honest truth. We can speculate, we can get really deep, which Hyperborean gets deep with this. Knowledge is very deep, your knowledge objective. But we, in essence, when we come down, we boil it down, we would have to say, we don't know. And this is why I push back with Hyperborean a lot, where I say, well, how do you know that? How do you know that? And the questions cannot be answered. And that's okay. That's okay. That's what the Native Americans and other indigenous tribes talk about, being comfortable with the mystery, the great mystery. Just a simple stone in your hand has no beginning and no end. And when you look at stuff like that, when you look at, they knew that there was a difference between the creator and the great spirit. So there's something, it could be attributed to consciousnness and physical creation. And when I look at physical creation, especially what evolutionists would push, Hancock, he's takes more heat because he still plays within the evolutionary time frame. He still tries to bring up Denisovans and these made up types of ape men and stuff like that. Cremo totally just blows them out the water, because he's like, listen, there's 8 years it took him to document every archaeological find. He said some of these they don't accept. So that shows that they're not really looking for truth. Because if they were really looking for truth, when they found the Antikythera device, which I put in the community post, they banned diving. So it's like, wait a minute, you found something as amazing as an ancient computer that's over so-called 2,000 years old in a Roman shipwreck off the coast of Antikythera, or Greek island, and you're banning diving. So of course you don't want to know the truth. The same thing with Brazil. They found 4 Roman ships off the coast of Rio, banned diving. Guatemala found ancient site, militarized, satellite surveil it. Göbekli Tepe, pushed back the date. Ancient artifacts, carvings, they filled it back in, and they used the excuse of saving it for future generations. So in other words, they don't want to let people know the truth. The pyramids guarded by Zawi Hawass and other Egyptian so-called authorities. It's crazy, because when you look at anybody that tries to bring in any other theory of what it could be, they chastise them, they shame them, guilt trip them, and they ban them from countries.
Well, part of it, yeah, there's a problem with that though, brother. Is there? It's an uphill battle because you're fighting against biology. The literally, I'm not talking about evolution in this sense. What I'm talking about is the way the human brain works. We have what we call the hyperactive agency detection device, and this is why people invent gods. This is where the invention of these gods came from, is because we have this need because of the way that our brain helps us to function in the world, to ascribe agency to things. And this is a survival mechanism that we have. And it's been useful to us, because that rustling in the bushes, if we think it's a tiger, we're far less likely to go just walking around through the bushes haphazardly. We're more likely to take some friends with some pointy sticks and whatnot, right? So we have this need in our brain, and our brain does this. It actually fills in gaps subconsciously all the time. It's constantly happening. They've done many experiments to prove this. Like there's this great reading experiment where they take out a bunch of words, they'll write a paragraph, and they'll just intentionally remove words out of it. So sentences are not actually complete, but you can read through and not even realize it, because your brain plugs in the gaps automatically because you're used to reading complete sentences or complete words or whatever else. And so it's really fascinating. And so when people start to question the narrative, this safety net that people have built entire economic systems around, entire governments around, so on and so forth, you're fucking with something that's very fragile. This not knowing. People want to give an answer. That's why they call it God of the gaps, because just saying God did it gives so many people this breath of fresh air, like, oh, okay, I don't have to worry about that anymore. Where did I come from? What am I doing here? Where am I going? Those are big questions, and it keeps me awake at night. Well, now I can go to bed, I can say my prayers, and I can just go to sleep, and my brain will shut down because I have an answer for it, even though they don't have a fucking answer for it. They just said God did it. Well, that's not even an answer. You know what I mean? But it soothes the brain. It quiets the mind, and it keeps us complacent, and it keeps us in line. So if you point out the evidence and say, look, this, as an engineer, I can look at like these artifacts and stuff, and say that, to me, that's inconceivable that was done with bronze tools, right? In the Bronze Age with bronze tools and stuff like that. But I'll never make assertions as to how it was done. Whereas the Graham Hancocks are the people that say, well, it was ancient aliens, or it was ancient, this.
No, he doesn't say aliens. He's saying that there's an ancient high-tech civilization, and he's presenting solid evidence for the machining and stuff that we look at.
That's what I say. It's one thing to point at and say this looks like it was machined, but it's another thing to come up with conclusions as to who did it, when it was done, how it was done.
Yeah, but the bottom line is
that's taking a leap that
goes. No, it changes the thing. Narrative. If evolution was real, they would add that in. And one thing for sure, biologically, a life form is not going to change into another life form. When you look at systems, blood clotting, and certain things like that, it's not biologically possible. Mathematically, it's improbable as well. But what you mentioned as far as the net, Kreml calls that the filter, the knowledge filter, but it's also more psychological than it is some type of a thing of them making up like gods and stuff. Now, I'm not saying what they're saying exists, but there's definitely something that exists more than humans. To think that we're the top, that it goes to microbes to ants, mice to dogs to bears to everything, and then to us, and it stops there. It just logically doesn't make sense, or reasonably doesn't make sense. And
On the
and
Cremo topic, can I read a quote for you after?
yeah, just hang on a sec.
Yeah.
The part where that there's something more than us is not just the religious people actually mess it up, and they're on the same team as Team Evolution, because they both have the one, like you said, God of the God. Oh, God did it. All right, I can rest. Evolution does the same exact thing. Oh, it was just evolution. I can rest. So when we compare them, they both are minions of the state. They're both, evolution is the religion of the state. It's Charles Darwin. If you compare them, he's the Pope. The cathedral is the Museum of Natural History. The high priest are the professors, Richard Dawkins, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku. The Messiah is the missing link. It's always coming. Now, when you look at the deceptive language, missing, that is deceptive. That implies it exists when it doesn't exist. Scientifically, it is a non-existent transitional species. And when we look at God of the Gaps, fine, they got a good point with that. But also, they do that to try to own the same thing that the religion is trying to own by, when you look at the missing so-called links or the non-existent transitional species, they're non-existent everywhere. There is from one celled organism, there's no 2-cell, 3-cell, 4-cell. It goes into the hundreds to the thousands. There's no link between, or non-existent transitional species between the cells to plants, to going into animal forms of, say, fish. There's nothing between the fish and the amphibian and the reptile and the bird and the reptile and the mammal and the bird, and then going into the humans. Then on top of that, when you have people that are constantly caught lying, and Kreml had a good thing about this. He goes, scientists lie, they cheat, they steal, and we've seen this happen. Ernst Haeckel banned from his university for lying, making fraudulent drawings that stay in the textbooks up until a few years ago. So that brainwashing, Piltdown Man, Nebraska Man, used to win the Scopes trial and found out to be frauds, to teach evolution as a fact in schools, which brought in massive amounts of racism. This is why today that they still make fun of certain people and call them monkeys or apes. The president, the so-called president, made a tweet, horrible, showing immaturity of less than a 10-year-old, to actually depict previous president and his wife as primates. And when you look at this level of immaturity, it brings in the reality of Dietrich Bonhoeffer's theory of stupidity. Stupidity is not as much psychological as it is sociological. And we see this when people get in groups, they tend to be able to, that stupidity grows. We see it in sports stadiums. We see it in political groups. We see it in religious groups, especially. The logic and reason, critical thinking evaporates. And we see it big time in universities with evolution. It has become a cult. It has become to where biology cannot just be biology. It has to be evolutionary biology, which doesn't make sense at all. And these people that get paychecks, they can't say nothing because they won't, be able to work for the university. So these things are very important. When I see a lot of people that believe in the religion of evolution, which is on the same team as religion, because it's like, hey, we can rest. Evolution did it. Just like what you said about religion. Hey, it's the God. Hey, we can rest, Well,
I do definitely see how you could draw parallels to it. The reason that I don't actually agree with that, the way that you're presenting or thinking about it, is based on, one, I'm not a biologist, so I can't argue about, what's possible, not possible. I could say that mathematically, to say it's improbable, I don't think is a strong argument, because if the universe is infinite, for one thing, there's something in mathematics called the law of large numbers, and I'm sure you're familiar with it. Mm-hmm. If you throw the dice enough times, you're guaranteed to get whatever number comes up, no matter how many dice you're throwing.
Yeah.
But so that improbability, to me, the mathematical argument doesn't really hold on.
But the time constraint. Let's just say 13 billion years, right?
Well,
Not just
even at that though, we have no idea how many times those dice are being thrown because
we do. What we do, we can use the logic of, say, 20 amino acids. Proteins contain more than that.
No, I understand. No, I understand that, but I'm talking about we still don't know how many times the dice themselves are being, or how many dice are actually being thrown to get that number. I know what the end number is, and I know that, and I know what the time number is. But in between there, we don't know how many organisms were actually on this planet. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And that's another good point you bring up, because if we don't know that, then it would be totally unscientific to assume that. Then
I'm just saying that the law of large numbers tells us that's not mathematically even improbable. It becomes actually
it's the law of mathematics tell us it's extremely improbable for 20 amino acids.
But the law of large numbers refutes that.
No, you're looking at 20 amino acids to combine by chance, right?
I'm aware of the final number, and I'm aware of the time. I'm aware of both those numbers.
Okay.
But what we don't know, so the law of large numbers could conceivably
not within the time frame. Not within the time.
If there were enough throws of the dice.
No. If you had enough throws in the dice, it would exceed the time frame, because if you even had 1 per second, which totally is improbable, right? It still would not fit in with the time frame, because you're looking at trillions of years.
Yeah, but there could be literally quadrillions of dice throws every millisecond on this planet.
Okay, let's just say now that when you look at millisecond, right, and that is happening and changing, we don't see magically it's stopped, and it doesn't happen now. It's not observable. So it's the perfect lie when it's put in that way. What dismantles it even more are systems that cannot be formed by chance. Blood clotting requires 12 major components. You miss one, the organism bleeds to death. So blood clotting. Nervous systems resemble schematics like almost like perfectly. Brain forming, when they say, oh, well, because just like with the car analogy, because you see the limbic brain and other hemispheres and stuff like that, doesn't mean they come from each other. Because something looks the same doesn't mean it comes from each other, like homology. To solve that, they change the definition. So instead of similar characteristics, now it's called similar characteristics due to common ancestry. So they're creeping in slowly. I think it was Jonathan Wells wrote a book of that called Icons of Evolution. And then he wrote Zombie Science before he passed, because he said this is literally zombie science. And these guys, science doesn't need to fight to prove its point. It just shows the evidence. All evolutionists do is act just like their counterpart, the religious people.
Well, here's the thing that brings me to my point, because I stay within my lane. I don't make arguments for things that I literally just don't have the qualifications to argue for.
Well, it's not really it's not an argument. You see, this is what they want. They want argue. They want.
Oh no, I don't mean arguments in like.
No, what we're doing is presenting evidence.
I don't think we're having a conflict.
Yeah, we're presenting evidence. That's all.
Yeah, a great conversation.
Yeah.
And this is what I try to promote on my channel, is respectful conversation. Because if I didn't think that you had enough self-respect and that you were so fragile that if I said, oh, hey, brother, I think that I look at it this way, I wouldn't even bring it up. But because I do respect you and I do see you have those qualities, I don't have any trepidation for saying, well, what about this or what about that? And letting you understand that I'm coming from a place of respect.
We can grow from it, because I would like to know too. It's like
the thing that I do feel that I have somewhat of a handle on is when I just step back from the situation and look at the big picture. And for me, if I'm right, and I could be wrong here, but I do believe that there is a power structure, right? And I don't mean to sound like a conspiracy guy here or whatever, but I do believe that it's the haves versus the have-nots kind of a concept, right? There's only two classes of people, and it's nothing to do with skin color or sex or gender, any of that other bullshit they want us to think it does. It has to do with the haves versus the have-nots. And the most effective way to get the people to fucking be in the matrix and do their job, their 9 to 5, and pay their taxes and go home and live, with their 2.5 kids and whatever else, is to control them. And the most effective means of control, and Voltaire talked about it and Marx talked about it. Steven Weinberg, right, the Nobel Prize guy, he said that with or without religion, good people can behave well and bad people can do evil. But for good people to do evil, that takes religion. And that's just how effective and powerful religion is to controlling the masses. And when you look at like the Pew Research studies that get done on this, 92% and sometimes a little higher of the 8.5 billion people on this overpopulated planet, in my opinion, are religious. 92% of the people. That shows you how effective religion is. So
no, well, that's the thing. It's good people, and this is where they were wrong. Good people can do evil without religion as well.
He said, he said that. Yeah, he said that.
All right, now.
I see what you're saying. Actually, good people. Yeah, you're right. They can. Yeah, absolutely can.
Yeah, but if we classify, like Stalin was an evolutionist. So when we look at the amount of people he killed, Mao was an evolutionist. Because they looked at people.
Yeah, but no. But what I'm saying though is that people are going to people.
No, but what I'm saying is,
doesn't mean that you're going to be a good person or bad person.
No, but in your context, right?
Yeah, it doesn't mean you're going to be good or bad either. No, I don't believe that at all. But what I'm just saying, the point that I'm trying to make, brother, is that the most effective tool that the elites have for controlling the masses is religion. Yeah. So,
but now religion, again, when we look at the parameters of religion, a belief that instills a behavior that looks for a belonging, that is evolution. That is the cult of evolution. And if we adhere to, okay, religion is the best way, well, yeah, if evolution is a religion, which we see it is, that's why Stalin was able to kill so many people. That's why Mao was able to do it.
Because when they're talking about religion, because I believe that the definition of religion can be very broad, and especially today, in today's understanding of it, but this is really more of a modern use of the word. Etymologically, religion really meant like belief in a higher power.
Well, that's the invisible,
the quote unquote organized religion. And so if
organized,
it's true, yeah. So if it's true, and I believe it is,
evolution is organized.
Yeah, evolution if it's true. Well, I hear you saying, but the problem is that religion being the classical understanding, when I say 92-93% of the people, that study is based on a God belief type of religion, not just any common belief that brings
a large, I don't think those numbers are correct, because when you look at the universities, when you look at the amount of people in America that have left the religion, that have gone to atheism is
growing. It's the fastest growing.
It is a religion. So they jumped out of one religion and they try to say, well, they're not religious. No, atheism is.
Well, again, and I agree with you. You can use the word religion to describe, because religion can mean anything that brings people together.
Imagine this. Imagine a religion, right, that poses as a not religion. And that's what evolution is. It poses as science, but it is not science. It's a pseudo.
What it does, though, so even in the Bible, I think Jesus, he's quoted for saying, "How can a house stand divided against itself?" When they were talking about how did Jesus have the power to cast out the demons, and the Pharisees tried to say, "Oh, he must be a demon himself," right? And Jesus says, "A house divided cannot stand," right? It doesn't make any sense for Jesus to be a demon or himself, and then try to trick the people by casting out demons. Like, look, you can trust me, right? That's what the Pharisees were basically accusing him of. And that's what you're doing, is I'm hearing you do, is say, well, listen, they're the elites who know that religion, the classical definition of religion, believe in this God and this Bible and stuff like that. That's the most effective way to control people. We're going to give them the antithesis to that in order to control them. That doesn't really make sense to me.
Well, let me clarify it. The best way, and the elites, whoever, when they were saying that, were wrong. To clarify it is the best way to boil it down, to get people to kill each other, to control them, is belief. And belief, now, I don't have to say evolution is a religion, but it is definitely a belief. And religion is a belief. And those beliefs can get people to kill each other. Hitler used evolution.
I agree with you there, but what I'm confused about is that they're beliefs that are, it's a dichotomy, right? It's a paradox. It's a belief in a contradiction. So you're saying that the square and the circle can coexist, and I don't see that as being logical.
No, it's not that the square and the circle are coexistence. It's saying that using the belief that people came from nothing, that all of this has no purpose, that things can transform into different life forms without any proof, is clearly a belief. Is to say, whenever I talk with evolutionists,
well, even if I grant, yeah, even if I grant that it's a belief, it's
No,
still
you're not granting it. If you look at it scientifically, when I spoke with somebody on Non-Dualist Scott's channel, he said, well, the fossil record proves evolution. I said, the fossil record clearly does not prove animals changing into each other scientifically. He goes, you have a point there. I can agree with that. Immediately folded, crumbled. Then he goes, well, wolves turned, chihuahuas formed from wolves. And I'm like, well, where's the proof of that? I said, are you going to give me the thousands of years type of thing? Again, you cannot observe this. So that is a belief. Now, somebody might try to say, well, the puddle, the chemicals started, we're working on origins of life. Okay, that's a belief. You have not proved it.
This doesn't address my point, though. Even if like I said, even if we have common ground and call it a belief, which I'm fine doing that for the purpose of this conversation, no problem. It's still a belief in two opposite things. Either we have a purpose and we have this God that created us, or we don't. It can't be both at the same time because
it definitely can't be both. But what I'm saying is that belief, right, whether it be in one or the other, is the perfect thing that you were saying that elites say religion can control people. No, it's a belief. A belief can be used to control people. If you can get them to believe, like Voltaire said, if you can get them to believe absurdities, you can get them to commit atrocities.
Right.
So and to really, that's a loose translation. The more direct translation in French, it goes into those who are in law. If they can give you absurdities, they can also give you injustices, because that's the more direct translation into English. And then if you look into that, you say, well, yeah, if they can get you to think morality is subjective, if they can get you to think an absurd thought, then they can deliver an atrocity and then also get you to commit the atrocity. And that's how it got transformed into the saying of, those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities, which is not the direct translation. Actually, I was writing on this today because it really makes sense. This is the way you get people to kill each other. This is the way you get to control them. And to say it's religion is actually not accurate. To say it's belief, because what is the core of religion? Belief. So if you take religion out of the equation, the control of people is belief. When people start thinking, belief is suspended. When they believe, thinking is suspended. And
I know, but that we have common ground on that. I'm totally have common ground with you on that. That's not my question. My question is, because the belief, absolutely. That is where we have the common ground.
But what you're saying is evolution. You don't see the belief in the evolution.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that the belief in evolution is the antithesis of the belief in the creation.
Oh, definitely. No, you're absolutely right. But it is a belief. It is still using the form of control called belief.
Okay, well,
but
that's fine.
It is a belief in a creator called naturalism. It is still a belief in a creator.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Actual.
No, I was saying evolution is a belief that naturalism can create.
Okay, I understand. We keep going over the same thing. I'm granting that that's a belief. That's not my problem with it. The issue that I'm coming up with mentally when I'm trying to conceptualize this is
you're trying to say it's a totally opposite belief from the religious.
The exact opposite. And
exactly. Now that is irrelevant.
But if we look historically at the way that societies have developed, and we look at the written record and what they're promoting these God beliefs, specifically the creation model and the purpose.
All right, take away God, and you have the core of it. They're promoting beliefs.
No, I understand that. We keep going back to. I know.
Okay, not now. The belief,
what I'm telling you is the most of the tried and true method of controlling the masses is through the God belief. That's tried and true.
It's not through the God belief. It is through a belief. When you put God belief in it, that is the evolutionary propaganda.
No, that is specifically historically what I'm talking. We have evidence.
No, remember, they're hiding evidence. They're militarizing sites. So when you add that in, I'm
not saying it's true or not true. What I'm saying is we have evidence of these religions. Like I've studied this in college. I know how
I know you did that. You did. In the email you said ancient religions.
Yeah, right.
But the thing is that you're studying from something that is incomplete, studying something that is hiding evidence. and this is where Hancock takes a lot of flack, because he shows this to say, wait a minute, you're not even addressing the fact that these civilizations go back way further, and there's just no way that they could have been created by hammer and chisel.
And that could all be true too. That's again.
It's not that it can be true. It is true scientifically.
I guess it's irrelevant to my point whether it's true.
No, it's totally relevant, because you're saying that what they've recorded throughout history, that's an incomplete record.
And that's fine. Whether it's complete or not, it's still irrelevant.
No, it can't be fine, because you're basing your whole hypothesis on saying, well, religion is the thing that they use to kill each other, right? But when you look at this thing, it's saying, okay, fine, right? That's a belief, though. Yes. And what evolution is based on is a belief. And these are the guys that are trying to say, well, the records are complete, and so it proves that. And you know what? Evolution must be true then. The same thing that Christians say, oh, we found out this wrong about evolution, so that proves Noah's flood. No, it proves a flood. It doesn't prove Noah's flood, but it proves that there was a flood that formed these fossils. These could not be formed without a flood that encases them in the sediment, because scavengers would have ate them away. They would have deteriorated if they were in the open. So we know that's scientifically. And that is lied about to say, well, evolution is true. So the Christians, they point out that, but it's not them. They got that from the Hindus and the other guys that studied it, and scientists that couldn't present it. And then they mess it up by saying that proves their religion to be true, which it doesn't. It proves evolution to be false, but it doesn't prove their religion to be true. And people only look at them saying, look, they're doing this to prove their religion to be true. And that's why I told Mr. X, I said, I think the Christians and the evolutionists are on the same side, because they're driving people to believe in evolution by putting out this crazy fact, that this crazy thought of this disproving evolution proves their religion to be true. That is a cognitive dissonance. That is saying, no, that's not true. Your religion is not true, proven by disproving evolution. That doesn't work that way. This science, the laws of experiments and stratification that can be repeated, empirical science, fossils, the way things are formed. You got fossils of fish giving birth. You got fossils of animals eating one another, fossilized immediately. Hancock brought up not even fossils. He brought up frozen mammoths with food still chewed in their mouth, with his theory of crustal displacement that came from Charles Hapgood. All of this dismissed by the evolutionists because it messes with their religion. If you add in, like Kremmer was saying, all of these different discoveries, it just blows the house of cards away of evolution. And they can't let that happen, because it would change everything in the state's religion. And I hear what you're saying, Objective. You've got good points, but scientifically, I've studied this for 30 years. So it's like, and I'm not saying that my study goes ahead of your study because you're formally trained in college, have a degree. I don't. I didn't even graduate high school. I went into the military as a teenager. And thank goodness, I got in there, did my time, whatever. But I've studied. I'm very well researched on this. I'm not smart. I'm smart enough to know I'm stupid. But as far as research goes, nobody can argue with the science of that. And this is why Austin Sims and these other guys, they'll get angry with me, because a lot of people that go to evolution have been abused in the church. They've been sexually abused. They've been mentally abused. And evolution is waiting with open arms for them to run in there. Hey, you see, the church is bad. We're good. And when you really look at it, it's like, wow, they ran from one religion right into the other religion. But this religion is so dangerous because it poses as science. It's a religion that doesn't acknowledge it's a religion. That's why at least the other religions, I can see them coming, because they'll openly say they're religious. All right, cool. That's your belief, requires no proof. This religion acts as if it's science.
But why would they put forth two opposing agendas at the same time?
Because it's divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. It's the chessboard of the two people you think are playing each other, but there's one person controlling both sides. and it looks like two different things playing each other. You say, oh yeah, look, these guys won. Nope, it's the same guy that won. Whether evolution or religion, orthodox wins, it's the same person behind the scenes. And the bottom line is control. They're using belief on both sides to control it. What Hyperborean is bringing in is much more deep, because he's showing you that, look, man, this thing goes so far beyond. His concepts can't fit into evolution. He's bringing philosophy, logic, and reason, and saying, look, man, this stuff is true. We can use these philosophical presentations to prove many of it, where you can't disprove this, you can't prove this. Evolution crumbles. Evolution is the other side of the chessboard, and religion, orthodox.
Yeah, what you're saying actually resonates with Hyperborean wisdom. We basically say that this paradigm resolves those two, right? It's not an either or thing. We're saying both of those are wrong, and you can resolve both of them. So yeah, I appreciate you noticing that. It's very interesting.
Thanks, man. I mean, you bring it deep, and Objective is deep, man. I'm telling you, Objective, one of the deepest guests that's been on here. I noticed that he has a lot of people with the evolution thing. These guys creep in everywhere. I had to jump on Scott's stream for a couple of minutes, and Alex was there. He's and we got into it a little, and that's the one that crumbled right away. And then he started getting a little, we both went back and forth. I'm not going to say it was just him. And I'm like, he's like, well, dogs, wolves turned into chihuahuas. And I said, well, that's a bad inference. I said, because it's inference, man. I said, what is inference? Somebody's going to the beach with a towel. You infer that they're going to go in water, but that could be totally not true. They could go lay that on the sand and not go in the water, or they can go to the beach with a towel and they can go in the water, or they can go to the beach and walk away and come back. Just because they're going with a towel, the inference can be totally wrong. And that's what evolution is based on a lot. It's a really good con man. It's like a really good con man set up with professors. Those are the priests disguised as professors. The churches are disguised as the universities. They give the degree. And this is why I kept the pictures on my thing. They give a degree, and the degree is basically like this picture, the gold star for the man-child, especially for Bill Nye. He's the man-child.
Oh, is that Bill Nye, the science guy?
Oh, yeah. And then
really old.
It's the Wizard of Oz. It's the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow is a genius, but he has to get a piece of paper with spelled words on it, right? The Tin Man already has a heart. Hey, but I need somebody to tell me. The lion, the cowardly lion, what's he get? A badge. So when we see Bill Nye over here, who is not a scientist, he's basically a paid informant for the state. And they're saying, look, here you poisoned the minds of the children to believe in the religion of evolution. Great. The Scarecrow, it's the same analogy when you look at it. These are things that they use. They are they're psychological masters. It's like masters of the universe. These guys, if a magician, where good magicians can definitely, we can look at something and say, okay, I know it's a trick, but I don't know how you can do it, right? And they can do tricks that they can fool us. If they can do that, imagine what governments can do. So evolution on both sides of the, evolution, like you're right, totally opposes. It's a belief system, but it's totally opposite of the monotheistic God belief system. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it, that they're this smart. And if we don't give them credit for that, we fall prey to it. It's like women. When I say that women are psychologically smarter than men on a level playing field, if you don't adhere to that, they'll have an invisible leash around your neck. I tell guys, look, even if you're 30 and she's 20, by the time she's 30 and you're 40, you'll be doing everything in service of. I'm not saying that you shouldn't take care of the woman. I'm just saying, like, you see guys that lose the part of playing the man. They actually, it's like, wow, so it's just totally 100% her. When the man buys the house, where's he regulated to? The attic, the basement, or the shed? She runs the house. The dog has more run of the house than her, if it's allowed in the house. So understanding to yield to something that's smarter or psychologically ahead, it gives us back not the advantage, but the awareness of understanding what I'm dealing with. Well, I'm dealing with someone that if I slip at any moment, I'm back in under a state of mind control without even knowing
Yes.
I'm being controlled.
Hey
Yeah.
guys, I'm gonna get out of here.
Thank
I wish I could stay longer because you're going into something that I think is really important. Maybe next time I'm on here, if
come on.
the
I'll try to
conversation permits it,
Yeah, I
we'll
tried
be
to.
able to slide in there. But
Yeah. Tomorrow night, or
in
if I.
short,
Yeah.
what you're describing is absolutely true. From within the Hyperborean paradigm, there is a synarchy. This is the term we give it. There are traitorous spirits that rather exist in the material cosmos, and they need to feed themselves by subjugating lost or confused. We use the word disoriented spirits, and that's they are behind all organizations, all all cultural structures,
Mhm.
cultural matrices that exist in our mind. They are behind it all. Basically a war. It's basically war. The battlefield is the cosmos, and what's at stake is your spiritual liberation. So, yeah, I wanted
So
to
is that
read.
is that like basically the haves versus the have-nots I was talking about?
Maybe I missed it. I missed the have not. I used the restroom earlier.
No.
Okay.
I think it's more what he's trying to say, and you're digitizing a little bit Hyperborean. I think what he's saying is that it's a cosmic battle between two sides, and they're both feeding kind of off of us. They feed off the confusion, the disarray, the
Yes.
disillusion, and
Yeah,
and
I
yeah,
only see
Spiritual warfare.
I only
Yeah,
see
so-
division. I only see division as being between the haves and the haves not, and the have-nots. So
Yeah,
the
and what you're saying makes sense too. The haves, but the thing is, the haves are fighting between each other.
Can you let him explain it? I haven't heard him explain it.
Again, ethics. If you want to explain the haves, and
yeah,
have
so we talk about like the elites are controlling the masses, and I consider the elites to essentially be the haves, even though there are the have-nots who think they have something like, I got $250,000 in the bank. Am I a have or am I a have-not? Well, the guy who is homeless, he thinks I'm rich, right? But the Elon Musk thinks I'm a have-not, right? So there's a very small group of people that actually have. They control the banking system, they control the politics. Everybody, all the rest of us are literally in service to them in fighting through the what we call the rat race.
Yeah,
So
it's close. Yeah, it's close to that. How we would orient it is, um, everybody who has awareness is a spirit, and there are two general classifications of spirit. One would you could call a loyal, and the other you could call a traitorous. Now, in that respect, we are all halves, right? We all have spirit, and we all come from eternity. We truly exist in being, but the traitorous like existing in becoming. Now, there are these people who are in the loyal category. You have lost and awakened. There are people with a certain disposition who understand the game. The game is up, or whatever. The jig is up. Well, you could call them like noticers or whatever. They're people who look at reality and see the problems with it, and they try to figure it out until they come to some sort of, you know, uh, surety or certainty about what's going on in the world. These people are a threat to the traitorous. You could call them elites, you could call them whatever, subjugators, masters, enslavers, whatever word you want to give them. They fall under this category. But yeah, it's a long discussion. But yeah, there's more to go into. Not only metaphysics, but an ethic is involved.
Well,
This for you.
Hyperborean, we'll do a stream specifically with you, like how I interviewed Objective Ethics. Let me know. Ethics is streaming 4 p.m. on Sunday, so I'll at least give him about 3 hours. So if I stream on Sunday, or maybe 4 hours, I'll stream at least 8 o'clock. I don't know how long you're going to be streaming for Ethics. Will it be like 4 hours, maybe?
I try to keep it to that or less. It's going to be a good show. We're talking about antinatalism and medical assistance in dying and anarchy.
Oh wow! I got to try to jump on
Yeah,
that.
it'll be a heavy show. I'm really
Yeah.
curious to see how my audience will respond to it and other audiences, because these are topics that are really touchy for both the atheist and the theist.
Yeah.
Both those topics get really heavy really quick. And
No, I want to jump on it. Oh, Hyperborean, are you free Sunday evening, say 8, 9?
I'm not. It's Mother's Day, so
All right,
I
how
wanted to
about
be doing.
Saturday? Are you free tomorrow night late?
No, this whole weekend I'm booked, man.
All right,
So
how about
I'll get with
Monday or
you.
Tuesday or Wednesday? What day?
Yeah, I'll get with you probably next weekend, man. I'll reach out to you.
Okay, all right. Just let me know.
yeah, that's a show I'll watch because I really enjoyed just listening to the interaction between the two of you and have enjoyed the whole conversation. I think it's really ironic and fitting that you got the Matrix background there when we're talking about this crazy shit,
Yeah.
dude. That's fucking amazing. And I do
Yeah.
want to be clear. I have to go too, but Max, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure, really, really important to me that you understand that I'm not. When I talk about college, it's not to demean
No,
you. or anybody
bro.
else.
I think it's a beautiful thing. You already know. You
Just
can't
give some
offend me,
background
bro.
for the
The
audience
amount
so they know that when
bro,
I talk about the
I went to Everest College, so
bro, nobody can offend me. And Mr. X knows I've been through so much on this internet. People have stalked, docs, all of this stuff, and I'm just going, just
yeah,
keeping on.
I'm not an elitist, as they say.
No,
I don't
no,
think I'm any
bro.
smarter
Even
or
if
better
you
than
were,
anybody else, and I
hey,
just think we're all in it together. So you're a
yeah,
brother, despite if we have fundamental
no,
differences.
you can anything,
Yeah.
bro. You just understand. I'm not fragile and far ego. No, I want to learn, and I'm happy for the pushback. I'm okay with it. Hyperborean knows I pressed him a lot when he first came on. I'm glad he came back because it's like I just have that. It's just me. I can't not be me, and sometimes it comes out, and I tell people, look, that's the only person I can be.
Yeah.
But no, please push back everything. I learn a lot with you. I learn a lot with Hyperborean, Mr. X, Scribe especially. He's been working with me for over 5 years. So, and we just clicked back in 2020, and people look at that, and I've noticed people got jealous of that because they can't even keep a guy as co-host on for 3 or 4 shows, and he's the host as well. He
Now,
hosted.
when you say Scribe, are you talking about Mr. X?
No, Scribe. Mr. X is the co-host. Scribe is co-host and host, and I'm the host. So, I created the channel, and then we had another channel that we used to do together. We sold it actually because we used to do like dating, relationship stuff, helping men. And eventually it got a little, like it gets hot. YouTube's rules change. We sold it just to be safe. And I started this one back in 2021. And he hosted it by himself for many shows and kept it alive. And then I came back, and it's just, he's like my brother, me and him, he's a really close friend, man. And I noticed people get jealous of that. We click together. Mr. X have seen it. We argue, we scream, all type of stuff on stream. And we're still friends. So,
well, you're a grinder, bro. I got mad respect for you. I'm a grinder myself. That's I love it. I can totally relate to you. That's good shit, bro. And Mr. X, it's been a pleasure speaking to you a couple of times now. You've got an outstanding demeanor, brother. Really impressed. Very just easy.
And I enjoy your conversation. Like I say, it's not about agreeing. It's about presenting your opinion in an intelligent, clear manner, being articulate. And that's all I ask for, whether I agree or disagree with anybody that comes on here. That's all I ask for. So
Yeah.
I appreciate you being here, objective and hostile as well.
I think what we're doing, gentlemen, if I may be so bold, is I think that there was so much great conversation when I got off work and I saw you were streaming. I was like, oh, what a great way. I'll have my dinner here and I'll listen to the brother talk. And when I saw the subject matter, I thought, man, this is really fucking cool. This is really cool that you guys are talking about this self-respect thing. And then there was some great conversation about that specific topic. And then what we did is we went off into some of these other ideas with the philosophy, like Hyperborean was talking about. And we kind of got off that topic per se, but our demeanor was showing people through the differences of opinions and how we communicated with each other and expressed ourselves coming from different ideas, that self-respect concept that you started the whole show over, right? By literally providing the example of what does self-respect look like? Oh, you can be in a room with 4 people who have 4 different opinions, 4 different backgrounds. Yeah. And here we are just interacting like brothers. And that's just how it is. This is exactly what self-respect looks like. It's not as
that's what I want. That's all I ask for. Exactly.
Right. Well done.
It's a beautiful thing. We're teaching people, as well as having a good conversation. We're teaching others when they look at this and they say, wow, this is how men conduct themselves. They don't need to debate. They don't argue. They're not presenting arguments. They're presenting evidence. They're having a wonderful conversation. And not only are we learning from this, we're teaching the youth. We're teaching other people, look, this is how you engage with people without having to debate, without having to present arguments. You just have a conversation, talk, and learn. And it's beautiful. I love it, man. I really do. It's
This is what the Republicans and the Democrats and the Christians and the Muslims and the atheists and the Jews. This is what these people need to see. This is how it should go. I can walk away from here and I can go back to being a Muslim, or I can go back to being an atheist, or whatever it is I come from, and you guys could go back to your origin story or whatever. But we could continue to come back together and enjoy each other and do everything you just talked about, learning from each other, teaching other people, learning from other people, expressing ourselves, and then go back to our lives. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. We don't have to bring our pride and arrogance and our dogmas to the table.
Exactly. And I think it's all based in the fact that we all have self-respect. We all have self-respect. So it enables us to respect others, respect the world.
That's right.
Totally, bro. And I give you
You
credit.
mind if I'm going to outro? I wanted to read you a quote.
Yeah,
earlier.
please.
It's just a few sentences, and it
Mhm.
dealt
Go
with
right
the
ahead.
topic that you're getting into evolution, the anthropological and the archaeological record, and its obscurity, or them masking it as science. And Cremo's works are very good to read. Anybody out there who was listening to what he was talking about, Cremo's works are fundamental to this worldview about the grand conspiracy behind ancient technology, architecture, things like this. So this quote I'm about to read comes from a text that deals with Hyperborean wisdom, and it deals with this is an analogy, but it's dealing specifically with the stone structures of the past, the megalithic structures. Remember those two categories, the loyal and the traitors. Early on, there were two missions entrusted to these groups by masters, right? Well, there are masters of lithic wisdom in this paradigm. These are the creators or the architects of these megalithic structures, or these stone structures, and artistic reliefs, things like that. So the traitoress was entrusted with a mission, okay? And it goes like this. Let's see here. The latter, for the traitoress, proposed a mission, who were seconding them, that was able to be formulated like this, quote, destroy the megalithic constructions. If this was not possible, modify the forms of the stones to neutralize the functions of the whole. If this was not possible, engrave into the stones the archetypal signs of matter, corresponding with the function to neutralize it. If this was not possible, distort at least the bellic significance of the construction by converting it into a funerary monument, etc. So that's just an analogy, right? Just the architecture and the stone structures. You can apply this to all forms of ancient technology. They can repurpose it and hide its true purpose, things like this. I think, there's something for the audience who was listening to Doubt or Maxed Out, that there's something to that, and I agree with it. There is some sort of grand conspiracy behind the scenes going on here with these institutions. So with that being said, good night, guys. Thank you for letting me on the panel, Max.
Thank you, man. Thank you for being here, bro.
Good stuff, brother. Good stuff.
Yeah, meeting Cremo was great, man. When I met him, and he called it the knowledge filter. He goes, we hear stuff, we read stuff, we learn it, and we filter it through preconceived notions, what we've been taught as a kid, what we've been taught in school. And if we can acknowledge that, now we can widen the filter to let more knowledge get through without filtering it. So it goes in line with what Hyperborean was saying, man. Yeah, it's been a great conversation, man. He's a great guest. You're a great guest, bro. I'll try to show up Sunday. I might stream tomorrow. And if I stream on Sunday, it will be 4 hours after your stream. So, make sure that you have, I might pop on it. I'll see.
Yeah, I'd love to see you. I'd love to see you in the audience and come up on the panel afterwards, because I think you'll have some really interesting things to say. Just once you hear how this conversation goes, I'd be really curious to hear your thoughts on the subject matter itself. And if you do stream tomorrow, I'll be there to support you, because I got some stuff to do around the house. So I'll actually be able to listen and just the whole show. So, but I do appreciate the mutual respect and it's always enjoy my time on your show. I've spent a few times now. I've been able to chime in here, and a very good time.
Yeah, yeah. And I always enjoy having you, man. Yeah, I'll definitely. Matter of fact, yeah, I'll make it a note to hop on Sunday. I mean, I've heard a lot about antinatalism. I'm not sure if maybe because I don't have kids, I'm part of it. I didn't plan it to be this way, but yeah, yeah, definitely. I would like to learn more about that. I guess it's people that purposely don't have kids. I think.
Yeah, the thing about this so interesting from this particular guy because the antinatalist position philosophically is the claim that it is fundamentally unethical to have children because of all the suffering in the world, and I actually reject that based on there's logical arguments that defeat that. However, you know my feelings. I think I voiced them on your channel here that I think there's too many people on the planet. I think we need to have less children, not more children. So while I'm not an antinatalist, I do think it's unethical to have like 6, 7 kids or whatever that, the planet just can't sustain that if everybody did that. So I'm kind of in a middle ground there. And the gentleman who wrote this book, Jay Charles, he wrote a book called Whose Life Is It? The Moral Debt for Life Enslavement. And he talks about so much stuff that you and I have alluded to and discussed directly. What the brother who just left here, the Berean gentleman, what he was talking about, these elites or whatever he called it, I can't remember, the masters or whatever it was, the architects. There's a whole system that's been set up that you're born into, and that's not something I can refute. So it's going to be really interesting conversation because I'm not a strict antinatalist. The author is, and what kind of common ground are we going to find? And yeah, and I think we'll be talking about this structure, this system that is clearly in place, and what does it mean for the people who are existing in it, and what does it mean to bring somebody into this existence, knowing what we know?
Yeah, yeah, no, definitely. It sounds a little close to the Cathars. I don't know if you've heard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
so it's kind of like, and I heard there's like older people with those beliefs too from different parts of the world that think that, the flesh is the prison. Why would you bring somebody into this and to live a good life, but honest. I've read some of them, but not a lot. But yeah, that sounds like a great conversation, man. It sounds like a really great conversation. So it's basically antinatalism and something else you said?
Antinatalism. He's also an anarchist, which I'm not.
Okay.
And he's also in support of medical assistance in dying, which I actually am as well. I think it's pretty crazy that we don't give people the option to get off the ride if they don't want it.
Yeah,
that
definitely
really is pretty. We will murder somebody. Essentially, we don't call it murder, but we will end somebody's life if they're a convicted, criminal. If they do a terrible crime, we will go ahead and give them the shot, right? But we won't let people decide to do that for themselves. Just goes to show you how twisted up this whole thing. It's all about control. Like they literally own us in that regard. I mean, it's pretty interesting.
No, it really is. I mean, I'm probably actually him and I will probably be looking eye to eye because I'm very leaning toward anarchy. I'm not an anarchist or, I just look at myself as a realist, but I've read a lot. Larkin Rose has a channel. Amazing. He wrote the book, The Most Dangerous Superstition. I'm pretty sure this guy probably read that.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Jeremy Locke wrote the other book, The End of All Evils. And they're amazing books of how government is a fiction, creates authority, which creates another fiction of law.
Oh, you're going to have so much in common with this guy, my guest. You're going to have so much in common. And the anarchist thing, the reason, and we'll talk about it more on Sunday, but the anarchy, the reason I'm not an anarchist isn't because I don't see the problems with the way the state is set up. It's because anarchy is a temporary state of being. There's no such thing as a permanent or even long-term anarchy, because as soon as you break it down, the system, all that happens is they start a new system. The anarchists then become the new state. So that's why I don't think anarchy is really a viable solution, because clearly people seem to be drawn to a structure, a government, a society. Right. That's how we everything we continue to rebuild the same thing. I mean, look at how many civilizations collapsed. The Sumerians collapsed, the Akkadians collapsed, the Assyrians collapsed, the Babylonians collapsed, the Romans collapsed, so on and so forth. The Russians, USSR collapsed. You know what I mean? Like everything gets built up and then collapses, and they just build it back up again and put a different name on it, painted a different color. And
that's what's behind the scenes. I don't think it's man that builds it up. There's something, like Graham Hancock postulates that too, that there's something that the bringer of the civilizations that actually instruct us. And maybe it has a few pedagogues, But the anarchy thing, and I forgot who made the quote, he said that all progress we see comes from anarchy. Everything that has ever been created, that it comes from an anarchistic background, to where people working together by choice. And it I'd like to look into that more. Like I don't believe in the state. I think it's all criminal. It's always been, and that's why they crumble. And
Well,
then
let me ask you. I don't want to. I know we're going to go on to a whole nother show
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
but I'm just really curious. Let me pick your brain here. So, what you're postulating here, the one pulling the puppet strings, or the puppet master, right? Is it a metaphysical thing, or is it something that's actually like? Is it spirit? Is it matter? Like what do
No,
you
no,
consider when you
I
talk
think
about this?
I think it's physical. That's why I renamed the channel Architects of Humanity, because whatever it was, when I look at the human organism, the DNA, the coding, everything that requires to create life, and I'm saying these are architects of humanity and of life itself, and possibly even reality, which is where Hyperborean and probably other people get into it with fabrication of the entire physical universe. The guest I had on last Sunday, William Armand Sosa, who recreated the Dendera light bulb, he had a really good, saying that the physical universe might have been created to attract consciousness to it. So again, it goes into physical and then non-physical coming together. But the physical, what I deal in, like purely just to say, okay, the ka, or the spirit, or the consciousness, or the non-corporeal that added into the physical itself must have been created by what I call the architects of humanity. And these are the same things. I don't know if it's underground lab, suboceanic, whatever, subterranean, maybe cloaked on the surface, sky. But the thing is these beings, or physical beings, I wouldn't say that they're spirit. They're the ones that restart. They restart whenever they suck whatever it is dry, whether it's preying on our non-corporeal stuff, our feelings, whatever, and our physical labor. Whenever that crumbles, or it seems that there's two factions fighting, whenever one destroys whatever they created, then we go back to hunter-gatherer states, and then they bring back the civilizers. Graham Hancock talks about that, where it's like these are the people that usher back in, okay, this is how you build stuff. This is, we need these elements. You got to mine copper. Why do we need to mine it? Don't worry, just mine it.
Yeah, they just come in, they give us like the wheel, and then step back and let us take that from there, and then they come in and give us like,
yeah, and not just step back too, but in secrecy, they get their pedagogues, they get their intermediaries, which would be the kings, the religious leaders, and those are the ones that will issue the orders, and they will either say, look, it's God told me, or whatever. These are the architects, not in spirit. Now, spirit or whatever might go beyond that. These could be also what I've talked to AI and other things and professors, and I'm like, well, what do you think when you look at like some of these carvings on the walls? And it's like, these look to be like suits, biosuits that something is wearing, but they're representing it as a frog, or a god with a dog head, or a god with a bird head. And the more we look into it, the more we start to see that with cargo cults, or people that have never encountered technology, they will represent technology the way they see nature, like the Thunderbird. Scribe and I, he was like, no, I think it's a bird. I said, listen, if nobody saw a plane and they see a plane flying over and it makes that thunderous sound, it has wings, they're going to call it a Thunderbird. Just the way alcohol, they call it fire water, because when you drink alcohol, it is the fire stick. I said, so when you look at how they would represent these so-called gods on the walls of these ancient temples, this seems to really be something that may have been in a type of biosuit. Ganesh, the Hindu god that with the elephant trunk, that seems to be, I did a whole thing on that called Descendants of Atlantis. It's on another channel. And it looks to be like it's a pilot mask. It looks like it goes to an air canister. He also has other features on there that coincides with a modern pilot, to say, wait a second, this look, they would have represented it like an elephant, but then when you look at the elephant, they put other carvings on it that doesn't just match an elephant. Then you look at other cultures and you see the same thing. You see, oh wow, wait, ancient gold plains in Colombia, casted from gold. You see what looks to be another pilot. And I've took pictures of these personally in the museum in Manhattan, and the artifacts are verified, they're real. Museum of Natural History even has what appears to be a guy in a flight suit. And then they'll give it the names, like how Hyperborean said. They'll make it either funerary or symbolic, but it's like, no, this guy looked
Yeah,
like.
they hand wave it away, call it iconography or something, and then
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So I've been researching, and that's what I think it is according to the evidence. So it's not just me saying, well, I just believe this. It's saying, well, this looks very much like this, and humanity seems to have been created by the name of the channel, the Architects of Humanity. And whenever it seems that there's other factions fighting with them, because when I look at the human colony and I look at an ant colony, there are spiders that mimic the ants. There are crickets that mimic the ants. The beetles mimic the ants to hide within the colony. The spider mimics it to prey on the colony. So do baby praying mantises. They'll mimic it in the larva form and then turn to mantis when it gets older, just for protection. So if that exists, why wouldn't, I was speaking with the AI about this, saying, why wouldn't there be mimics within the human colony? And then could there be mimics even in the Architects of Humanity? And it was like, this brings in a whole new thing. So now that could be what people call the Great Reset. And now the architects got to rebuild it. So the thing that could be destroying or resetting it is something battling with the architects. So we're just like the lower end. And that goes in with kind of like what Hyperborean was saying about a cosmic war or something like that, that they're battling. And spirit or non-corporeal or consciousness definitely plays into it somehow. I just haven't gotten to that. And then, life gets involved. So hopefully I'll have all of it published soon. But that's
all right. No, I didn't want to get you going on a whole nother rabbit hole. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I know we're trying to wind it down here. I just curious. I couldn't help it that question came to mind. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll be staying tuned, and that's all interesting stuff. I always enjoy. It's all mental masturbation at the end of the day, I guess. But it's a good time. It's a good time.
Sunday. Yeah, we'll talk soon or tomorrow night. All right.
Yeah. Either maybe both. I hope so.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You take care. Have a good night, man. Thank you. Kasparov, what's up, man? Good to see you. Says Fourth Reich, Disney K. Good to see you. And Timbo, man. You guys take care. Have a great night. We'll talk soon.